Last week, we opened to some heavy conversations between the Rainfalls and the apartment that were interrupted quite suddenly by both Davine and Icy waking up after having the same nightmare regarding Ash. After that, we had another nice discussion leading to them watching a bit of the filming from the set of Colonel Rogers' Neighborhood. We then saw what was going on at the Valorius household. Colonel Curtis had managed to talk Saris into letting the Rainfalls see Integra, but she herself was not willing. After she stormed out, some conversations were had between Ash and the Rangers, and Ash had another heartbreaking conversation with Integra before they all left for the Ranger barracks. Davine and Hunk had a beautiful breakfast out together, while the kids went and discussed some planning of Julius and Pequod's upcoming wedding at Tommy's with Tommy. Ash and the other Rangers had drinks in the Ranger barracks before Lorelei entered and told them to suit up because they were going to a mission in the Dread Forest to find a little girl. The Rainfalls went to the mall for shopping and tuxedos, along with having some fun and getting some food. Had some more talks about the upcoming wedding. Meanwhile, Ash and the Rangers went to the Dread Forest. A sinister place, both frozen in time and almost undead at once. A place where you'd see things you wish you hadn't, something Ash began to experience immediately upon entry. Meanwhile, the Rainfalls went to Watertown to scope the place out and decide how they wanted the wedding to go. Hunk and Davine had a nice conversation while it was happening, and they all ended up standing on the dock looking out at the water afterwards. In the Dread Forest, while looking for the little girl, Ash was confronted by visions of his long-dead mother, father, and sister from Gallia. They asked him to stay with them, and that this was his home, and for a brief moment he considered doing that before being pulled out by Colonel Curtis and Tal. The Rainfalls went mini-golfing and had a great time, including little Memory Ann driving Carter around in the cart. Ash and the Rangers continued through the forest, eventually finding that the little girl had passed away before they'd even arrived. As they were airlifted out, Ash saw his family once more before leaving. He then went to the barracks with them and had a nice little conversation with them there. Meanwhile, the Rainfalls went to the Valorius household to see Integra. They were shocked at her and upset at her state, but still happy to see her. In a fit of emotion at the time, Pequod actually verbally considered forgiving Ash, and Integra told her no, that you should never bend on your morals. She stormed out, Hunk had an emotional goodbye, and then on the ride back on the Nova, everyone dealt with the emotional effects of seeing her like that. And that is where we left off.
Yep, the Shadow of Ash propagates, if you will. 2 weeks in advance, 2 weeks ahead, we jump. Friday, it's wedding day. Nice and early in the day. It's about 9 a.m. The Rainfalls are having a good time down at Orange Twist City, Lorelei's hometown. You got Towns playing with Laz. Banksy's just standing there watching the girls throw football back and forth as Icy just swims around with Soul, letting her float in the water while holding her. Go!
You know, this town never ceases to amaze me. It feels like it has, everything in it.
Sasha looks down at the football, up at Pequod, pitches her the football. Yeah, I thought the same thing when I first got here. Apparently, when Lorelei was young, it was just 20 buildings. She's built it up over the past 600 years.
Well, yeah, I could certainly tell that much. He gestures around himself. Is this place open to, everybody, or do you get special treatment, Mrs. Ranger's pet?
Pequod looks up at Julius. Sasha, I get special pet. Pequod laughs.
Ranger's pet, teacher's pet, you know what I'm saying here.
Pequod throws her back the football. Sasha, I mean, it's open to... It's private.
Right on. Well,
There's
thank
community pools everywhere else, though. She looks at the football.
He starts to laugh. Thank you for letting us come to your private pool, though. It's quite beautiful.
Pequod nods and looks around. Summer home here, perhaps?
That's not a bad idea. We have a winter home. Might as well have a summer one.
Sasha rolls her eyes. Ice and Lorelei will be hanging outside of a tree with a camera trying to snap pictures of Julius.
Julia starts to laugh. Who knows? Maybe I'll even try and tease her one day by putting some oil on and sunbathing.
Sasha's gonna pitch the football up to you. You catch it. You look down at the ball, and in your head you hear, "Wedding day, Julia."
Julius looks at it, smiles to himself, eyes widen, tilts his head, looks at Banksy. Did you hear that?
Huh? He looks over at you. He was just watching some birds fly off this direction from the tree line.
Nothing. I thought I heard Tom. Never mind. He tosses it down to Pequod.
She catches it, looks at the ball, throws it over to Sasha. Never thought this day would come. Thank God.
He raises his eyebrow. Never thought what day would come.
Our wedding day.
What? You thought it wouldn't come?
Not the way I envisioned it. She just looks at you.
Oh, okay, yeah. You thought it was gonna be the whole dual wedding thing, yeah.
Sasha swims a little closer, pitches her the ball, she catches it. Yeah.
I'll have you know, before we would have had the dual wedding, I would have totally driven us to Vegas so we could get married on our own accord.
Pequod looking down at the ball, I used to just have... Back in the vertibird cockpit at Raven Rock when it was all the talk, I used to just have nightmares about that. And even though I liked the bunker at the time, she looks up at you. I just saw the reception taking place at the bunker, and then after the infamous drunk night, she pitches it back to Sasha. Just imagine drunk Ash going, oh.
Oh god, I didn't even consider drunk Ash in this equation.
Sasha, drunk Ash? What? I don't remember. Oh, I was there! I was like passed out.
Yeah, he tried to call General Rico himself on Laz's computer to tell him about me and Pequod.
I see, humming, just floating soul around the water. Over this way, Pequod looking at her, rolls her eyes, thinking back. Yeah, Ash never understood boundaries as she catches the...
He shakes his head. I'm pretty sure the only reason your dad didn't find out that night was because of he gestures down to Icy. The only one smart enough not to get drunk here.
Icy smiles up at you, keeps floating soul around Pequod. Yeah, in hindsight, we should have told him back then. But not drunk. I don't... No.
Yeah, I mean... We were dumb kids, sure, we totally should have told him, but... That isn't probably the best thing to tell someone when you're, inebriated.
Sasha squinting, thinking back. Imagine him answering the call, seeing me, I'm pretty sure he knew who I was back then, slumped over a desk with vomit coming out of my mouth. Saris, who I doubt he knew, slumped over on the other side of the desk with a bottle of wine, which is actually blood. And just Ash and the two of you there in front of the computer, and a Drake behind you.
Oh my god, I think all, 5 of our careers would have been completely destroyed.
Pequod sinking in the water, getting some water in her mouth and spitting it on Banksy's boot, just like a fountain. He just looks down at it and watches her spit more water on it, concludes spitting. Yeah, that would have been the end of it.
He shakes his head. Well, thank God that didn't happen.
Yeah. Oh. You think he would have followed Integra's lead? She was protecting us. She pitches the ball back to Sun.
Yeah, you think he would have, but he rolls on his feet a bit. There aren't many people like Integra out in the world.
Sasha looks down at the ball. Well, I mean, I think it's fun to... I have never been able to hold my liquor, so to speak. But I think it's fun to have drinks every now and then. Pequod, I actually have been enjoying it. She catches the ball. We've all loosened up a bit, at least on weekends. I enjoy having some, getting a little tipsy, but never to that extent. That was a dumb idea.
And the hangover afterwards, oh god. I could barely walk straight for 2 days.
I just remember Integra staring at us. What's wrong with you? She looks at the box.
What, Julius? You had too much of a late night with Pequod last night? Stand on your feet.
Pequod puts her hands out to her side. When we first started having sex, it was one of the first mornings before Integra caught us, but she saw me walking around and said, "Why are you walking around like you have a stick up your ass?" Pequod starts laughing. Icy starts laughing.
Julius starts to laugh. Yeah, I remember that day. I tried my hardest not to laugh.
She floats back this way towards you, grabs your ankle. Want to come in?
He shrugs. Oh, yeah, sure, I'll dip my feet in.
Come on.
He'll sit on the side and put his shins into the water.
Pequod, why don't you just get in the water all the way? Who cares?
Oh, fine. He jumps in all the way.
There you go. She's gonna wrap her arms around.
He picks her up and starts walking around the pool. Yeah, I actually do think she caught me laughing that time. And all she said to me was, "Yeah, you like that one, Julius? It was pretty funny."
Sasha laughing. Pequod, you seem relaxed. Looks at Banksy and Banksy shrugs. Yeah, relaxing place. The Ranger General has this town very secure.
Damn, secure by your means. That is high praise to the Ranger General.
Town speaks up, holding Laz. Who filed the infraction report to have the wedding at Watertown? Trying to stop it from happening at Watertown. Banksy shrug.
Julius shrugs. I didn't file anything like that.
Pequod, who would stop us from having the wedding at Watertown?
You don't think, Tommy wouldn't do that?
Banksy, it was the rest of the squad. Civilian town, we don't have control over the airspace. Don't worry about it.
Julius looks up at Banksy. And the form didn't go through, right?
No, not at all. This wedding's still gonna be there.
Good. Very good. Honestly, I don't think there's much you have to worry about with the whole civilian town and everything like that. We're gonna have Gondar, Lorelei, and the entire rest of the squad, Marsash. There, it'll be just fine.
Pequod and St. Guillotine donned in his armor. He came up and got it early this morning while you were still asleep.
And St. Guillotine in his armor. Just that alone, we have nothing to worry about.
Town's St. Guillotine versus Ash. I thought I saw some weird shit in Galley. He's gonna come over here.
Julius laughs. I actually don't think that would be the weirdest thing we've ever seen.
Sasha looking down at the ball, rolling it in her hands. You don't think Ash would? Do you?
Julius looks back at her. No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't.
Icy just ignoring the conversation, going this way. Town's Banksy, I mean, if he was suicidal, shrug.
Yeah, he would. He would have to be a certain type of crazy or stupid that, even though I'm not a fan of him, he isn't stupid. He would have to be some kind of crazy or stupid to pull that.
Pequod. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna try to show up. Now that you mention it, she starts looking around.
Julius looks down at her and then all around them.
Does he even know the wedding's today? Town's, I'm pretty sure.
Who told him?
Town's word travels fast.
Fair enough.
General Rico going around, my daughter's wedding's today at some shit colony. Can't wait to go there. Something about gyros.
Julius starts to laugh, looks down at Pequod. Gotta love Dad.
Pequod shakes her head. Well, I don't think he's... Anyway, She just looks up at the sky.
Julius looks up at the sky and then down at her. You don't think he's gonna come from the sky, do you?
Pequod tapping her chin. Sasha not worried about only Lorelei objecting at this point.
Oh God, you don't mean he would try to object?
Banksy shrugs. I don't think. I'm actually having a fun day. I'm not really worried about Ash showing up. The Arcane Council is going to be there. I mean, even if he wanted to come, he would know better.
Yeah, he would. He would know better. Especially since, quite literally, some of the most powerful people in the universe are going to be there. And he starts to laugh.
You see Sasha sink into the water with the football, her mouth still above the waterline, looking around with her.
Julius looks at her. You see something? Or... And he starts to be, like, a bit more, on guard.
No! Just a long time... She comes up from the water. A long time ago, Lorelei made me file field reports on everybody in the squad and how my strengths augmented the squad. And Saris had to do one too because you guys took us from active duty from... You remember how angry she was? She blinks at you.
I remember it very well. Very well.
Well, I had to file the reports, and I did, and we were going over them, and she just kept commending me for highlighting Ash's determination. Which I think he does have. It's a strong suit.
Yeah? Oh God, that is true.
I object. Pequod says in his voice.
Oh God. Oh God. Julius looks up at Banksy. This is the one day where you're calm?
Banksy looks down and shrugs. I mean, the Arcane Council puts up one finger. Lorelei, General Rico, everybody from the squad, the entire Spartan squad, Lorelei's bodyguards. I almost implore him to come. He starts laughing.
Julius chuckles.
It'll be a fight to see who gets to kill him, basically, at that point. Towns, jeez.
How much you want to bet? Almost everybody would be completely shocked, except for either Krillin or Fledwick, and they're the ones that got the killing blow.
Pequod snickering to herself. Sasha, yeah. Fledwick sitting on top of Ash, strangling him as Krellin pulls out his eyeball or something.
Oh God, Fledwick somehow gets on top of Ash's shoulders and covers his eyes as Krellin just starts punching him.
Icy swimming this way, backstroking with Soul, levitating her on her chest. But Ash is technically coming to the wedding. Pequod, what?
Yeah, what you mean by that?
Good Ash is coming to the wedding.
Good Ash. You mean the Frankenstein statue?
Banksy, they put a beard on it and an eye patch. They put a cigar in its mouth and made his hair white. They say it's good Ash. Krellin, Samuel, and Fledwick. He shrugs to raise morale, because Krellin can sense sometimes morale is low because of the shadow of Ash.
Julius rubs his face. Well, I suppose good Ash is allowed to come to the wedding, and I suppose every trio needs a fourth person.
Sasha pitches the ball to Banksy, who catches it. She just, good Ash? What makes Frankenstein good Ash? Banksy, he's an alien. How should I know?
I mean, he looks over at Sasha. We can ask him.
I see backstroking more towards Julius. Well, between you guys, Frankenstein doesn't talk. Stroking this way.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
So to speak.
Oh, that makes sense. I suppose.
Good Ash, no talk. This good Ash, pleasure to meet. And then he made me shake Good Ash's hair.
Oh yeah, you gotta love Krellin, man. He certainly has some words of wisdom at times.
Even put gun holsters on him, pistols from the armory on him. Ash isn't using his sneaking suit anymore, so Frank's wearing that.
Oh god, Lorelai's gonna see a Frankenstein statue looking like Ash in the sneaking suit. What do you think her reaction is gonna be? Looks over
Pequod,
at
my
the-
father's going to see.
Yeah, exactly. And they don't know that that is a Frankenstein statue. So someone who looks suspiciously like Ash at our wedding. What do you think their reaction's gonna be to that?
Icy shrugs. No idea. Lifting her arm out of the water, typing on her wrist computer. See? Guest list. Good Ash.
Yeah. Yeah, well, fair enough. At least you will be all accounted for. The list will be all accounted for.
Pequod, do they do things like feed Good Ash? Icy, yeah.
Do they do the choo-choo train or the airplane?
Both.
Oh, both. Wow. They must really like Good Ash.
They say it's Ash as he should have been. Stroking this way.
Yeah, what do they mean by that? Mute?
Icy, I guess. I didn't stop to ask. I just got introduced to our newest squad member, Good Ash.
Yep. He'll be very useful in the coming battles against the cult.
Sasha, Good Ash verse 2.
Oh, that's Good Ash wipes, obviously.
Yeah! Oh yeah, he takes him right off the board.
It's like putting a queen against a pawn.
Good fucking earth. Sasha says under her mouth, Pequod, well, whatever. The Saint's gonna be there, so it's not like it's your traditional wedding. And
Yeah.
I wish it played out differently to where Ash could have been there, so I guess it does kind of raise my more... Maybe that Hylian's onto something.
Yeah, maybe he is. And it definitely isn't a traditional wedding. We're going to have Tommy Wiseau himself being the minister of the wedding, so.
Sasha, honestly, I'm impressed he set everything up super quick. It's ready to go. Bang, bang, boom. He's got organization skills out the wazoo.
Well, I mean, to own as many companies as he does, I would think you would have to.
Got gyro machine thing, Euro stand. The reception's all planned out. The cake. Short notice.
Yeah, really short notice. It sort of makes you wonder if he had some of these things already planned out or not.
Pequod, he probably did. That's best not to ask, Julius. I see.
As he always says, it is best not to ask. Just accept the gift and don't think on it further.
Yeah. Pequod stares up into the sky. He isn't gonna show up. I'm sure of it.
I am sure of it. He would be the craziest motherfucker I know if he did.
I can't kill you, Mum. He just crawls out of the water on the dock.
Oh god, if that happened, Dad would be on him like rice in a blizzard. That white on rice. He would be on him like white on rice.
I see. Yeah. In the blink of an eye, Ash would probably be dead, which would be really awkward. At least he's sleeping again.
Oh yeah, he got bad for a while there.
What day is it?
He went to sleep standing up. Ask these two if you don't believe me. He was standing. That is not physically possible.
And every time he'd wake up, where's your mother? I see laugh.
Julius chuckles. That's pretty sweet, but still, you got bad for a while there.
Sasha nods. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
For every action, there's a reaction. Actions have consequences.
Oh, most definitely. Most
I don't
definitely.
think a 40-some-odd-year man ever understood that somehow. Sasha thinking, squinting, gesturing wildly with her arms, but... Yeah!
Julius scoffs. Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that one.
Pequot shaking her head. I don't know if he didn't understand it or not, but... Yeah. Yeah.
Julius shakes his head. During that week, I realized something. Dad is a lot stronger than he seems. He completely just broke a steering wheel.
A steering wheel? Sasha speaks?
Yeah, it's, we went golfing at the Watertown Golf Resort, and, he broke the steering wheel of a golf cart.
Why? Look at...
We sort of told a joke about, like, Sol or Lasley being interested in Ash's kid if he does have a kid.
Pequod shifting around so she could talk better to Sasha. I made a dumb joke. Icy snicker. Sasha, I think it's best if the Rainfalls and Valorius just, like, triple arm's length distance from henceforward.
I agree. Definitely.
Towns, at least for your mental health, he's gonna come over here. Just letting Sol's feet hit the water.
Yeah, at least so Dad doesn't stay up for weeks and weeks on end again.
Icy, he really wants this all to be done and over with. Coming over this way. He gets
That's-
all weird dad mode. She puts out her hands. I don't want Ash around any of my family.
Which, that's pretty fair. He did threaten us a couple of times. But I also think all of us want this done and over with.
And he's partially responsible for Integra's health decline. He speaks of and whatever's going on with Sarah.
Yeah. That is also, correct, Banksy.
Pequod
Julius.
shakes her head. Good.
Yeah, Julius just shakes his head.
Pequod, yeah, I don't want... family, space. Yeah. It was just a joke and off the hit. I just... Never will make it again.
Julius snickers a bit more. He broke the steering wheel, though.
Then he had Zanzibar pitch it into the lake.
Oh, God. Do you think Tommy's noticed?
Pequod, if he has, I will pay back all the damages. I mean, he wasn't drunk, but he was basically drunk in terms of lack of sleep, driving around the golf course, ruining the greens on multiple holes. At least Davine had a good time.
Yeah, at least there's that. And the kids seem to as well. Some of them like playing in the grass, and Marianne seemed to like driving Carter around.
Icy holds out one of her hands. Mom, before Hunk, or Dad. Then you see depressed Davine during the first couple weeks of Rainfall Weekend, and then Mom after in her golf uniform with a big smile on her face as exhausted Hunk gropes her.
Yeah. How the roles change sometimes.
Pequod, that's why I was all for it. He seemed miserable. I don't know about miserable married to Laz, but definitely a complete 360 shift in his personality when him and Davine got together.
Yeah, some of the things he said, like, I never would have guessed he was that romantic.
I see. I think it helped him open up to everybody. She swims over this.
Yeah, definitely. Even before everything that happened with Laz, I had only seen his face, 3-4 times.
Now he hardly ever wears it. I see. Speaking up, the mask.
Exactly. I think it was good for both of them. They definitely needed each other, and They both obviously were into each other. I mean, come on. That day we went to the beach house, all of us together, and they were on the couch and she was feeding him the soup.
Pequod, I knew it was over for Laz right then and there, and I'm glad, trust me. But yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was over for Laz when she kissed his cheek at the little date they had, and he said something along the lines of, "When warn me next time so I could take my mask off."
Sasha whistles sharply.
Right? That line took me aback quite far.
Pequod nods her head. Yep. And then Davine got better, and it was all for the better. Our wedding's going to be better, though.
Oh, obviously. I'm happy for them, but their wedding is not going to match up to ours.
Not at all. You don't think Ash would show up to their wedding? You see her squint and look around.
You know what? What we were just saying about I dare him to come or I hope he comes to our wedding just to see what happens, that goes double for theirs.
Towns nods his head. Banksy, I think Ash has bigger fish to fry. Like avoiding getting fried by Lorelai.
Yeah, definitely. Bigger fish to fry, like going through ranger selection. I heard he's gonna have to go through that too.
Sasha swims over this way. Yeah, you know, Lorelai knows how to use guns. She's always said, "Yeah, I'm not fond of them, Sasha." But I hardly ever see her doing target practice. But she even goes down to the kill house now and shoots them at least a few times a week. She calls it a way to exercise Ash out of her system. Laughing, firing LMGs, having a wonderful time. She even brought a rocket launcher down there, which we're not allowed to fire that type of ordnance down there, but since she's the... yeah. She blew up like 40 targets of him. It was scary, actually. Sasha slices her hand through the water.
Julius chuckles. You think she's ever gonna shoot her bow from the forge at a picture of him?
Sasha, you know, I've never actually seen her shoot it. Puts her finger up, so maybe. She was even using blades. She was having at it. General Rico came down to run something by her. He wanted to pitch an idea to her, saw her just cackling, chopping at pictures of Ash, and he just closed the door and left.
Smart man. Smart man. I actually would have liked to see that. I've never seen the Ranger General like that.
Icy sounds disturbing.
She was just having a good time. She needs to let loose every once in a while.
Pequod, yeah. Maybe sometime we can go down, you know.
Kill targets of Ash?
Doesn't necessarily have to be targets of Ash, just let out the frustrations. Banksy, they're all targets of Ash now down there. You'd have to go to another range. Pequod, darn, just shakes her head.
Yeah, we could totally go down. Anytime you would want.
Pequod nods her head, smiles, gives Julius a kiss, as shifting into another portion of the city, the kids split up from the adults. Davine's got JJ shopping just at a clothing stand. Memrian and Carter are sitting over here. He's just sitting on her lap reading with her. Hunk's just admiring Davine from a distance as Tal and Suletta are out here.
She is looking at just some clothes in front of her, going through the rack, takes out a little shirt, puts it up next to JJ, looks at him. Well, I think you would look quite good in this. What do you think?
He smiles up at Davine, touches her cheek with his hand.
I'll take that as a yes. She puts the shirt down in front of the vendor. How much for this one?
5 credits, please.
She'll slide over 5 credits.
She'll put the shirt in a little baggie for Davine.
She'll pick up the baggie. Thank you very much. Gives her, the vendor a little bow. Steps over here, looks over at Memrian and Carter. Just lets out a little "Aw" as she walks over. Here.
Hunk just watching her, admiring her the whole time.
She looks over at Hung, gives him a wink, and looks up at the vendor.
Burger?
Yes, please, with the works, if you will.
That's fries?
Yes, please.
He'll whip her up a burger. That'll be 4 credits.
Wow, that's quite a good deal. She sets down 4 credits.
He'll take them from her, whip it up nice and quick. Beautiful grill. Fries already warmed and made. Hands them to her on a tray. Disposable tray.
Thank you very much. She gives him a little curtsy, then walks over to Hunk.
He's just still admiring Davey. He's just looking at her with a smile.
She walks up in front of him, stands on her tippy toes, gives him a kiss.
He looks good. He's been sleeping back to his normal ripped self.
She lets out a little whistle and puts up the burger to him.
Oh! It almost like he's snapped out of a daydream because he was just admiring Davine for so long. Where'd you get this?
From the vendor over there.
He looks over. Oh, didn't even notice that guy there. He takes a bite of the burger.
She raises one of her eyebrows. And I wonder why you did it.
Just watching you strut your stuff. He's gonna put his hands on her hip.
Oh, honey, you can watch my stuff strut all you want.
Oh, and I will, trust me. He's gonna take a french fry, dip it in some of the ketchup, and put it up to her mouth.
She takes a bite of it, takes out the little shirt that she bought JJ, and puts it up to him. I got this one for him. Do you think it looks good?
Oh, I think it'd make him look quite handsome. Gonna turn him into a real mommy's boy.
Oh, please. She looks at him. Maybe I will.
I think you will. You said you're better with girls, but yeah, I think you'll turn him into a mommy's boy.
She chuckles. Well, I am better with girls than I am boys, but I will give it my best shot with him. And she boops JJ on the nose.
You are doing a wonderful job as is. He's gonna put his forehead onto her.
She pushes her forehead against his, gives him a little kiss, and then lays her head on his shoulder.
Lorelai really knows how to live it up.
Oh? Does she now?
Look around you.
This time she seems like she snaps out of something. Oh, right. Yes. It is, it's almost like an oasis or a temple.
Yeah, were you caught in a trance there for a second?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're the one who gets caught in trances for me, okay?
Well, I was just thinking about you in the golf outfit. We should, yeah.
I'll buy a couple more if that's what you need.
Yeah, we should go golfing more. We had fun. Bits and pieces, I remember.
Well, I'll have to remind you, I never did get that hole-in-one, so we'll just have to try and try again.
Apparently the kids got one. Didn't even notice.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
That's impressive. She bites her lip. Impressive. Damn.
Trust me, we get better holes in one.
Oh, obviously. Obviously. They probably cheated somehow.
Somehow, you know how.
Yes. Julius probably went up to Icy and was like, help me get a hole-in-one. And she helped him, obviously, because she's a good kid, and they got it.
How big brother.
She clicks her tongue and shakes her head. Always too nice for her and get that one.
But she's on our side in the end, so we're okay.
Obviously, we're the one she wrote fan fiction about, not him.
Still does, I mean. So does Scar.
They are the leader of the fan fiction club. They even have a whole website about it.
Yeah, he was showing me some of it. There was a portion of it's like, my loins are on fire. Hunk's loins are on fire as he grabs Davine's hips. I was like, why are you thinking about me this way, Scar?
David starts to laugh.
I'm just a good writer. Now get out.
Yes, I heard him yelling at you. Use of description, Hunky. It's use of description.
It's a romance novel, for God's sakes.
She shakes her head, turns around in his grasp, and puts her back against his chest.
Hunk's gonna finagle around, eat some of the burger. Come on, pull her in.
She'll take a bite of the burger and swallow it. I got it for you, though.
Yeah, well, everybody needs to eat. We got a long day ahead of us before the wedding. And then we gotta go our separate ways for a while today. He pushes her up against him even closer, but hopefully that isn't too long.
She puts her hand up and scratches his cheek. It will seem as if a blink of the eye to us, darling.
Then we got the whole wedding to get through. Gotta meet and greet and glad hand some folks, then back to Tommy's.
Yep, back to Tommy's. I'm sure it will be fun, and plus we get to see our son get married, which is always a good treat.
Thank God.
Yes, thank God indeed. I am... when I first found him, I never really thought I would be seeing him get married, but look at him now.
He's gonna rest his head on hers, or be an officer, a colonel, probably even be higher than that. I mean,
She smiles to herself and nods. Yeah. It's weird. It's sort of difficult to see your son grow up, but at the same time, it fills you with so much joy and pride. It's so weird. It's a weird feeling that I cannot describe.
sad to see him grow up slightly.
She nods.
That's what it is. I'm same with Nicole for me. It's like boom, boom, boom. And it's like, wasn't she just like a 15-year-old girl who could barely tie her own shoes? It goes like that.
Yes, exactly. I will probably always see him as my little 12-year-old boy who would mouth off to me and then chuckle and laugh with me as I told him a stupid little joke.
I'll see him as like the kid back in his headhunter days, getting in the car with me, trying to teach him how to drive, and he just floored it after I pissed him off and almost hit a beer belly guy. Saint Guillotine, that's his name.
Davian starts to laugh. That does sound like him. Or at least an older version of him.
That's how I know that Nicole and him, oh my god, they're tougher than I'll ever be. I got, I had it, even you ran away when you were a kid. I had it all growing up. I mean, sure, I wasn't spoiled, but, your traditional, normal upbringing.
She shrugs. Our past is what makes us who we are. If you live in the past, you are not seeing what is right in front of you in the present, and you will regret the future.
Exactly. That's why I said things like it was the rough and tough streets of Puerto Rico, not the living paradise of Puerto Rico.
Davian laughs. But don't worry, dear. It was your rough and tough streets of Puerto Rico, but for everyone else, it was the paradise.
Oh, he's gonna kiss her on the cheek, rest his head on her shoulder. It was hard times back then looking for elf girls.
Right? I only really saw human girls there. It must have been real tough trying to find your elfin goddess.
I'm glad it took me a while, trust me.
Well, good things come to those who wait.
Damn right. Kisses her on the cheek again. What? Why did you run away from your home when you were young? You never told me.
So, well, I'm full elf, right? But in a weird way. My mother was a wood elf, and my father a high elf. And in the elven structure, it went like high elf, wood elf, and then wood elf, high elf hybrids. So any important thing that my father had when he was in that position was taken away when he married my mother, and he blamed the two of us for it, and it was just constant arguing, constant yelling. The only time in the forest was the only time it was quiet for me. And then I met Orion,
Yeah.
and yes, you know the rest.
I do. Kisses her on the temple. That's ridiculous.
It is. It is that something so simple as heritage and the race could do something like that.
Not running away from this hoe. Tightens his arms around her waist.
So, you're goddamn right I am. I want to stay at this home forever.
He starts kissing her neck pretty quickly and passionately as Suletta comes up and just clears her throat.
She looks at Soletta, shrugs, and is scratching Hunk's hair as he does it.
Hunk looks up at her. Having fun? She claps, golf claps lightly. Any place, anytime, anywhere for you two. Just shakes her head.
Davine shrugs again. We don't know what you're talking about, Letty.
Tal smoking a cigarette. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're gonna do it anyway, might as well do it somewhere beautiful like this place.
Exactly. See, Tal understands us quite well. Thank you.
I do. I have nothing against public displays of affection. So let allow.
Davine chuckles, turns around, and gives Hunk a kiss on the neck, too. Yes, it honestly feels quite good to be able to do public displays of affection. In a place as beautiful as this, no less.
Suletta nods her head. It is quite nice here. We have access to the town whenever we'd like, thanks to Julius and Pequod and the Ranger General liking us. Tal, you know what's not nice?
What's that?
Not getting to come to the wedding and getting to spend the weekend with Ash. Oh, you poor guy.
Oh, Davine bites her lip. You couldn't ask the Ranger General for the day off or anything like that?
I did, and she said I could have it, and then some disturbance in the Leo system came up, and potentially might see some combat join up with Marines. I think she's gonna brief us in a. He looks down at his wrist computer, hour or so, hour and a half. So they want to send in the best possible instead of get a replacement for the Colonel's squad. Plus, the Colonel dealing with Ash drains him. It's difficult for me to find words since I'm not that eloquent of a man, but it's not intentional. Ash doesn't do anything to the man. In fact, I think Ash is doing a decent job as of late, but just dealing with him is draining. I don't know how to it's like the energy is sucked. I can't really describe it, really. It's
Davine shakes her head. Don't worry, we understand how the Colonel feels. It was never on purpose for me either, but I always felt a certain amount of tiredness when I was around him.
Hunk, yeah, I kind of, yeah. Suletta, I was exposed minimally compared to most people, but I could see it. Tal, it goes beyond just being drained, but it's the whole situation that Ash has created, and it's like the Ranger General just took a weight, strapped it onto the Colonel's ankle, and here you go, and that weight is Ash, and now you're responsible for what's going to happen with him in the future. Now you got to, file reports and this and that. It would have been easier just to kill him. Shrugs and starts laughing, but unfortunately, we have morals, so.
Davine nods. Yes, unfortunately so.
But yeah, it's draining at times. He doesn't talk as much as he used to. I think he's struggling to keep himself from falling into depression, but at the same time, go ahead, fall into depression, mate. You won't make selection, fail your psych eval, then Lorelei's gutting you.
Davine clicks her tongue and shrugs. Yeah, that, I've only heard about ranger selection from you, and it does seem very, very tough.
Oh, it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. I think from a physical standpoint, Ash is mostly prepared. Mental, don't know, don't care. Actually, I can't help him there, but very difficult.
Davy nods. You only really know if you're prepared mentally once you get into it, I'm guessing.
Tal nods his head. Colonel Curtis going down to Ash's depressing house. Hunk, oh god, yeah. If I didn't have, he pulls Davine in even closer. If I didn't have you, I wouldn't have gotten through that, or the subsequent week after that. Come here. He's just gonna turn her head and kiss her on the lips.
She kisses him back, putting her free arm around his waist and pulling him in tightly.
Suletta, it was quite depressing. Puts her finger.
Davine pulls back from the kiss. It was quite depressing.
Tal, imagine that being your house, and you gotta go back there, but nobody wants you there. So that is hopefully the motivation he finds to push forward. Good in a fight. Hunk, yeah, always was.
Davy nods. He's quite useful and most of the time has a good tactical mind.
Yeah. Hopefully that gets him through selection.
Hopefully so for Integra and Ceres' sake.
Suletta shakes her head, just looks around. You don't think
David-
he's gonna come to the wedding, do you? She puts up her hand, Tal. Are you implying I can't keep an eye on him or something? Suletta, what if he gives you the slip? Escapes out of your line of sight for just a few moments, Tal just groans. He's not that stupid.
Davine just goes, well. What if he does, though? Do we have a plan set in place?
Hunt, Banksy's squad, Crimson, Reaper, excuse me. Reaper. What a dumb name. Suletta, Lorelei named it. Oh, I mean, what a cool name. He looks around. Awesome name. The Spartans will be yeah, I'm not worried about it. Yeah.
Davine nods. Good. You know what? I wonder if I have any extra ODM gear that I could put on just quickly.
I can make sure we have a spare set.
Very good. Yes, good plan. She pats him on the chest. Just in case.
I was always confused, looking at Tal and Suletta, then down at the back of Davian's head, kisses it. Ash would refer to Julius as his brother, and I'd be like, at the beginning, and I'd look at them and be like, I wonder if that's like biological brother or something, different last name, different mother. Always really confused about that. But Julius was always kind of standoffish towards him. It was just strange.
Davine shrugs. Yes, I was a bit confused when Ash called him brother the first time on the Majestic, and Julius did not seem the most receptive to it. I definitely was confused then, but I suppose it makes sense now after everything that's transpired and why he was so standoffish, subconsciously, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I'm thinking, yeah. I think he always was just a bit too attached. You know what I mean?
Yes, I believe so, and perhaps he tried to force the relationship a few too many times.
Suletta, I wasn't around back then. When I'd see them, I just assumed they were good friends. Tal, and who the fuck leaked the clip of Ash sneaking up behind Cyrus like the fucking Grinch and grabbing her hips on the Enet? Who? That person? Look, I'm not Ash's best friend, but that is ridiculous to do. Absolutely ridiculous. Making a mockery of this man's idiocy. And yeah, I think he kind of deserves it, but objectifying Saris in that moment. It's ridiculous. I don't know who leaked it to let a Lorelei. It's up her hand, Tal. Never mind, I'm not going to do anything about it.
Davy starts to laugh. I don't like it for Ceres' sake, but
Is that why it says the title of the video is "This is how not to be a ranger"? Is that how it all makes sense? I thought it was the Colonel. We had a sit down. Like, Colonel, you can't be acting like this. What are you talking about, Tal? I would never do this just because I'm not the guy's biggest fan. I'm here to help him. Lake, I knew you did this. Lake's just sitting there. I didn't do anything. What? When did she get it off our wrist computer? He starts chuckling.
Davy chuckles. Oh, God, I have so much left to learn from the Ranger General.
How not to be a ranger? Rubbing David's stomach with his hand. It was ridiculous. Colonel Curtis says, I didn't do it. I swear. I was accusing everybody. Even went to Buck and JD on Gateway. Why would you do this? It makes us look stupid. Who are you talking about?
Oh, God. Leave it up to Lorelei to really drive a point home.
Suletta, if you see... Fine. She'll pull up the clip, but not look at it. As you can see, she had somebody superimpose a Frontier Ranger helmet on Ash's head to protect his identity. But either way, she starts snickering. That's what happened? Pointing.
Yes, apparently Julius was correct in the way he described it. She looks at Tal. It does look like the Grinch walking up to her.
Doesn't it? Lifting his legs really quick like, grabbing her.
Why is he lifting his knees so high?
I have no idea. We just showed him the clip. Look, mate, this is what you did. Maybe you're a visual learner like us. Because the three of us are. Well, except Lake, he's just a genius. But yeah, and he saw it and he learned from it. At least I thought. He was like, oh, this is what, okay. You know, he's learning. And then all of a sudden, you know, turn on the news and there it is. Ranger helmet sneaking up, lifted. That's Ash. I saw that clip 3 days ago. How not to be a ranger? Who did this?
Oh, God.
Hunk is just watching it with eyes wide. Yeah, that's disturbing.
It's very disturbing, but I cannot get past the fact that he walked up to her like that.
Suletta watching it, snickering. Good intentions at the time, I'm sure. Maybe not.
Davin shrugs. I am really not sure. I wasn't around much during that time. Well, I was around, but you know what I mean. I was in the game most of the time.
Yeah, you're going through your cocoon phase. Hunk puts his hand up her shirt.
Davin takes his hand and pushes it further up her shirt and leans back further into him.
Tao chuckles. Suletta, down, boy. He just lowers his hand and rubs her stomach in a circular motion.
Davin chuckles, gives JJ a kiss on the head. But, yes, the General does know how to get a point across. Davin looks at Suletta. We should take classes from her, just in case we need to have a little punishment thing in the ODM Academy.
Suletta, I'm sure she'd be willing to teach.
I certainly hope so. I'm pretty sure there's no one better to learn from.
Tal, are you going to eat those French fries?
Davin looks at the plate. No? Do you want that?
Hunk, take them. He takes them and the ketchup. Stress eating. Gotta deal with Ash. That's how I deal with it. He'll kiss Suletta on the cheek. I've got to report back to Gateway. Have a lovely wedding and send my regards to Julius and Pequot for not being there. I do apologize. But duty calls with Ash. Suletta snickers at him.
Davin nods. And stay safe if you do see combat.
Hunk smiles at him. He nods his head at Davy and looks over at these two. Look at those two, looking good. Out on their own little private date. And then walks off. Suletta gives him a kiss and he walks off. Hunk looks Yeah.
Davian just nods. It does look like their own private little date, doesn't it, Letty?
Sletta crosses her arms. The perfect couple, if you ask me.
Dare I say, on par. Not better, but on par with me and Hunk.
Perhaps they'll learn from the two of you.
Oh, perhaps they will. Maybe Carter will learn a bit from both his father and this handsome man right here.
Good old granddad. He's looking over at them.
Good old Granddad Mark. They won't call you Mark. We'll have them call you Hunk. Or Ricardo.
Yeah, or Ricardo, whatever. Just Mark is you and only
She winks up at him.
unless Nicole polymorphs at you as you, then I guess I can take it, but yeah.
Or if she eventually teaches Soul how to polymorph into me. She starts to laugh. Oh god, do you think she'll teach Soul how to polymorph into, like, cornstalk?
Hunk, knowing our daughter, yeah, probably. They seem to be pretty close. So yeah.
Oh god. She looks forward. Julius and Pequot's kid, with the ability to polymorph like our daughter. I think that is a recipe for some kind of trouble.
Arnaki and Cornstalk's second coming to Gateway Station. General Rico comes out of retirement to banish them back to hell.
Davian chuckles. We wouldn't even need to help him with his presidency run or anything like that. He would just do it out of the kindness of his own heart.
Suletta starts laughing. Hunk, yeah, I'm sure those kids, all of our kids, will be up to no good.
She nods. But what else is youth for, other than getting into trouble and having fun?
Suletta tapping her lip. I wonder if Lorelei will be salivating over Carter.
Davian looks at Soletta. Gives her like a knowing look, like, I mean, yeah.
Suletta nods her head. You guys, or Hunk looks at his wrist computer. We've got like 30 minutes, then we gotta go round up the kids and start our day.
Davy nods, starts scratching his cheek again. Well, is there anything specific you want to do? Or you, Letty?
Suletta, no, I'm quite fine. She leans up against the statue and we'll take JJ so Davine can get a little more comfortable with Hunk. I'm fine watching the two of them.
Davy nods. Thank you, Letty.
Hunk, yeah, thanks. I'm gonna turn Davine around and kiss.
She wraps her arms around his neck and starts to kiss him back.
We gotta get all this in. We're gonna be separated for a while. Suletta, the longest 2 hours of your lives, I'm sure.
It will, but departing is such a sweet sorrow, love.
Hunk
But we
will
can
cup her chin as she's saying it. Keep going.
we could put off the departing for just a little while longer as she stands on her tippy toes and starts kissing him again.
Make every second count. As he kisses her back and switching up to the Ash in the Ranger Barracks, done doing some shooting in the morning and his morning workout because he's got nothing but selection on his mind and the looming dread, essentially anxiety of it coming up on you. Just like they said, it will come quicker than you think. You're making your way down to the barracks.
Yep, he's gonna come in, start making his way down. I guess make his way up, look around before making his way into the barracks. Colonel, Lake, good to see both of you.
Lake's head's nodding. He's sleeping in the chair. Colonel Curtis is doing paperwork on a computer, but Ash.
So, Lake always is the smart one, isn't he?
Yeah, we got an op pretty soon. We're gonna get a briefing from Lorelei, so be on your best behavior.
As always, sir. Ooh, he's gonna sit down, stretch a little bit, and then get comfortable.
You've been working out?
Yeah, sir. More than I have in a long time, actually.
Good. Make sure you condition yourself. What are you starting for runs? Like 5 miles, 2 miles? What's your thing?
3 at the moment, sir.
Okay, so About how long does it take you to do that 3?
Between 35 and 45, sir.
Okay. Time is... The time isn't important now, but keep adding. So tomorrow, do a 6. Then do a couple days of the 6, then do a 9. Then you get where I'm going.
Oh, understood, sir. The same way you, move your way up with weights.
Yeah, exactly. And I would give up those cigars if I were you. At least till after.
That's what I'm leaning towards, sir. No drinking or smoking until after selection.
Give them up now, it'll be easier for you.
That's the plan. Just,
And the cigarettes, there'll be plenty of time to smoke and kill yourself for your mistakes after you make it through.
agreed. Although it's not fun. Especially since I started smoking them more often as of late.
Yeah. Join the club. He lights a cigarette.
I get that, sir. So, mission today. That means, Tal's gonna be coming with us, eh?
That's correct, yeah. I think he's, Earthside somewhere with you know.
Yeah, I heard that their wedding's today.
Yeah, it is. It is, today, yeah. He looks down at his keyboard, then keeps typing.
Good for them. They deserved it. They deserve it. They deserve to be happy.
Yeah, they do. Actually, I wouldn't mind getting an invite, but we were all free to go. I don't know if they'd want us there. We were gonna ask, but then this came up, and you know.
Work. No, I understand. I'm sure they would have been happy to have any of you.
Maybe. No idea, but free food, free beer, something about euros. Sounds good to me.
They do have good taste, so hope they have the best day they can.
Yeah, I think they will. I hope they do. I mean, they're the future power couple of EarthGov, after all.
That they are. One of them's, well, let's be honest, one of them's probably going to be taking in the footsteps of her father, and the other's, well, to my understanding, going to be head of the headhunters, aye?
Colonel Curtis, yeah, pretty sure that's. Yeah. I mean, at least your mother suggested it back before. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think, well, I know Pequod would thrive in her father's shoes. We both know that, and I think Julius would thrive in that position as well.
At his age, captain rank, I mean, you're only gonna go up. Unless you, like, majorly screw up. So, yeah.
Aye, unless you're me.
Well, I wasn't... Yeah, you're right. That's not what I was getting at, but yeah. He starts laughing.
Gotta find some comedy in the misery sometimes, eh?
Yeah. I mean, it's, at least the ranger barracks are nice, accommodating. You've got everything you need within a couple arms reach lengths. And, I mean, probably be nicer to be able to go home and not want to hang yourself, but yeah.
Yeah, I've been down a few times to help Mom out, but, trying to limit, for both her and Saris' sake, my time down there at the moment, and honestly, until after selection, it's probably for my own sake as well.
I would say so. Yeah, tapping his keys with his fingers. Yeah. I mean, she broke my visor with a punch. And I think most of that anger was directed at you. So, yeah.
Oh no, I believe it. I have not seen her since that day. Wish I could, but...
Do you know what she does? Does she keep busy? I mean, just drinks? Or... Actually, I don't even know why I care. I said I'm done with the situation.
Well, even if you wanted to know, I can't tell you. I don't know. She's shut me out at the moment.
Tal comes, the door is open. Who shut you out? He sits down.
Saris, amongst other people, sir.
Oh. Yeah.
Just, talking about the home front. How little I actually know at the moment.
Tal. Yeah, well, you know. Did they shut you out, or did you make them shut you out? Ask yourself that.
both. They shut me out because I made them. So yeah.
There you go.
No, that's why it is what it is. It's not something I'm happy about, but do I really have the right to be upset over it?
No! Or maybe you do. I don't know. Not my place to tell you how to feel.
Just, hoping that her and I can eventually talk about this, but at this rate, I don't know.
Can't stay that mad forever.
One would hope, but if there is anyone who I think has the willpower to, it's my wife.
She was a strong-willed woman back when I knew her, you know. Girl, I should say, back then.
I'd say she still is, she's just not the same. You have to be strong-willed to get as upset as she did and do what she did.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
But depressing subjects aside,
At least she's not a vampire anymore. You're not gonna come home and get your blood sucked out of you.
I mean, at this point, wouldn't that almost be, I don't know, a blessing in disguise?
Probably, given what you're gonna go through pretty soon.
Selection?
Yeah, probably.
I'm, in a way, looking forward to that. That's a clear objective that I can focus on. You know?
Find yourself.
Find yourself and survive.
Find the man that everybody, like, had the expectations and the love for before he betrayed them. Try to find that guy. Then maybe the door opens a little at home.
It's a good idea. Become the man that she at least thought she loved.
I mean, I've read your files. I've read, when you came back from the Majestic, you was beat up, but just so focused on Malcolm and what he did and how you didn't stop him, and some comments made by officers around you at the time, and definitely a different person than they knew. Mostly Sasha, yeah.
No, I was. Thinking about it, I wasn't the same man. In a lot of ways, I really let that idiot win. Try not to even think about him as much anymore.
Colonel Curtis nods his head. Yeah, I mean, shifting his seat over here, getting a little closer with his laptop. I like futuristic laptop. Yeah, I mean, yeah. At the very least, if you make it to Phase 3 selection, where we get to torture you, you'll probably pass with flying colors, given the fact that guy, like, tortured you, so.
No, if there's one thing I could handle, it's, physical pain, sir. That's the one thing I've always been good at.
Tal, yeah, you do get locked in a small room or a box just like Malcolm did to you. You'd be alright.
Yeah, they'll probably feed me better, too.
You'd be surprised. He smiles at you.
Fair enough. I mean, can't be much worse than the Majestic or some of the times in Gallia.
Good old Gallia.
Yeah. Been thinking about that a lot lately. Just being on the frontier brings back memories. Last week aside.
Oh, do tell.
Just, staying up, keeping watch. Just flashes of, watching for caravans. Looking for... Half the time he was stupid odd jobs, finding a kid's lost dog in the woods, right? But just... memories of that.
Did you know something was wrong in Gallia? Like, at the end? Or were... You know what I mean? Like, did you know, like, oh, it's the world is ending or some shit? Or was it just like...
So, I don't know how much was real or wasn't because of the illusions that Dale fellow shoved in my head, but what I do remember is getting the feeling that things were going to hell politically. Like it was a massive upheaval of civil unrest at the time. The government at the time had gone full fascist, and the rebellion, quote unquote, was just a bunch of thugs and pirates flying that banner to try and garner support, but it was criminals versus fascists. Everything was going to hell, so I don't know if I put it together, but it definitely felt like the world was ending, right?
He nods his head, typing. Yeah, and your buddy Towns is mind wipe job, so yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it felt like it, but then again, the memories of the Isle of the Dead, I don't know what among that was ever real. I don't think I ever will. But what I do remember is seeing good people get mistreated at the end there. It was basically anyone who wasn't elf, human, or dwarf was basically treated as an animal. And it started getting worse from there.
They both shake their head.
I mean...
Well, a lot better here, yeah?
Oh, I'd say it's a lot better. Even the situation I'm in right now is probably a lot better than being there. Excluding...
You could be eaten by Bea Luther or whatever his name was.
Yeah, there's that. Eaten while all I have is a pepper box and a flintlock pistol to fight back with.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not the best of places to be, right?
What happened the first time you used the telephone? Was you confused?
Rob had to walk me how to use it. I picked it up and heard that, the tone. And I was told to call somebody. I don't even remember who I was supposed to call, but I was supposed to call somebody. I think it might have been either... might have been Country? Or Heyman, one of them.
Calling Dr. Country. Oh, Doctor, you look so beautiful tonight. Colonel Curtis, please.
Luckily not that. But I picked it up, put it to my ear, heard the tone, and had to walk up to Rob and ask him what to do.
What did you think? You graduate from basic. They stand you up on the line in your uniforms. You're all saluting there, looking pretty. All the families of everybody that come to see, because nobody came for you and Julius, because men out of time, but, and then after you're leaving, you know where you're going, and they give you the top of the line military wrist computer, which is always cool. What did you think when they slid that on your wrist?
I thought it was some sort of magic apparatus. I'd heard of magic mirrors, right, that you could scry through, and I thought it was something like that.
First thing I did when I got my wrist, thank you, sir, went to the bathroom, immediately looked up porn.
Oh, fair enough.
I had been trapped for 6 months with other men. Hadn't seen a woman in 6 months, mate. Actually, 7.5, because I did a stint in juvie, so yeah.
Well, I was in about the same boat, probably. How long was I stuck on that fucking boat with Dale? Months, probably. I was at 8 months, except for the orc woman who tried to molest me. There's that.
Huh? Colonel Curtis looking over his computer.
In Gallia, one of the last things we did is we were brought into some encampment. I don't know if I remember it being paladins, but I don't know how much of that is real. But I went to their shopkeep and tried to buy powders, bullets to create more with. And she was an orcish woman whom was... When I look back at the way I tried to flirt with Country, I realized that I was an asshole and pretty bad about it. Multiply that by about 9, and that's what the orcish woman was doing to me. If I hadn't have hauled ass out of there, I think she would have forcibly taken my clothing off.
Was it one of those orc women who, have the raspy voice and they're more masculine than female?
Yeah, the voice was raspy but feminine, but she was about a foot taller than me and about 150 pounds heavier. And she just,
That's
yeah.
pretty disturbing, yeah.
So I hauled ass out of there. And then we went through whatever happened on the island that I can't remember the truth of, and then I woke up and was right into basics, so I can't blame you.
Yeah, well, all for the best, I'd say.
No, I'd agree. No matter what I've messed up here, I'm alive, and I wouldn't be that if I'd stayed in Gallia.
You didn't actually call country, though.
No.
Okay.
The more I think about it, I believe it was Hamer, calling him to, I think it was to some part for the, Thomas, the robot on the base. I think it was that.
It's good. Good. Alright, good.
Yeah. Probably for the best I didn't call her.
Oh, like I said, I always thought Dr. Country was a beautiful woman. I never met her till the headhunters shut down, and she found herself as, the Rangers' lead physician here. But, yeah.
Yeah. Not something I look back on proudly, sir. Especially from the fact that I've come to gather that I made her feel very uncomfortable.
Well, she is a true professional. So, and she apparently, had the reports exist. I've read them. Made some hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but either way, Integra, asked her please not to submit them, and she didn't. So.
And in many alongside another thing I'd have to thank her for if I ever do see her again.
Oh, I'm sure you'll see Country again, and Integra. I think Country's been invited to the wedding today. So, and Hamer and some of the staff around Ring 8.
That's wonderful. I hope everything for their wedding goes off without a hitch, sir. They deserve it.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Ask away, sir.
You don't want to go, right?
I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a portion of me deep down that wants to see them wed, because I
Yeah.
care about them, but even if I wanted to, I wouldn't. Why would I?
You're not gonna, drop the dime on me and slip away from me. They're just concerned a little bit.
They have a right to be, but no. I mean, like I said, I can't die quite yet, sir. I do have people counting on me, and I think that would be the end of me if I tried.
That's almost insulting that they think we can't keep an eye on him. He puts his hand pointing at that. That's what I said. But I understand the concern, but trust me, we've got my eye on him. He isn't doing anything.
Nothing to worry about, sir. Much as I'd like to see them wed, I don't belong there.
He rolls you a cigarette and then, yeah, not for you, mate.
Not at the moment. I'll get one from you after I pass selection. How about that?
Yeah, we'll give you 12. but yeah, just a little concern on the family's part. I understand, but yeah,
Nah,
something about an airship and dual weddings and stuff like that. Dual wedding.
we talked about it back in the Headhunters. Them and then Saris and I getting married at the same time. It sounded nice to me, getting to share that moment with everyone I care about, but based off the way you're talking, I get the feeling they never wanted it.
Tal shrugs. I don't know. I didn't press. It's just I've heard it in, sitting around talking, and the kids, they'd have their own talk, and we kind of have our own, and then sometimes it come together. So, but yeah, Colonel Curtis, dual wedding on an airship. That would be expensive. Just mumbling to himself.
Yes, it probably would. I think the airship thing may have been a joke at the time, just because they liked joking about me talking about seeing them in Gallia.
And how old you were.
Yes, sir. I mean, You put the four of us in a lineup, who are most people gonna guess is the oldest one?
I'm just glad he points at you with the cigarette between his two fingers. I'm just glad you never hit on Pequod, mate. Because I think your story would have ended very quickly.
Most likely. I don't know. I never saw her like that.
Thank God. Colonel Curtis typing on his wrist.
Probably for the best. Well, definitely for the best. I don't know. She looked more like a kid to me at the time. Not sure why.
And Dr. Contry in all her mature woman-esque like appearances. Yeah.
Yeah. And, then I saw him and spent time with Saris, and it just, to me, clicked. It's the only way I can describe it.
Curtis just sighs hearing Saris's name.
Sorry, sir.
Well, it all didn't work out, but yeah. Shotgun shells, gifts, talking to her every night, Let me ask you something. Did you even want to be a ranger, or did you just want to be one because you were a psycho obsessed with his wife and that was her goal, and you wanted to follow her? Because if that's the case, you shouldn't be here. You should go to Lorelei and look, this isn't my dream, this isn't my goal, put me through Delta selection. They don't exist. That's a fucking Malcolm movie. Those kids make me watch those terrible movie points.
Look on the bright side, you didn't have to act in them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That wouldn't have been as good as you. You played like 16 different people.
I tried, sir, but,
How did you end up being a good guy in that? Well, anyway, go back to what I was saying. Forget it.
No, I wanted to be a ranger, sir. I wanted to be one the moment we were rescued from that island with the raptors by rangers. They're the best of the best. I wanted to be the best of the best.
Okay, yeah. Well, then, good. Then you have a chance, because you gotta want it. But if it was just to follow Saris and, over Saris all the time, you won't make it.
No. No, I don't think I would. But I want to prove myself, and, for better or for worse, when I really want to do something, I tend to get it done, sir.
That's good. Well, as long as you want to, then you have a chance.
Thank you, sir. And to your other question, I ended up playing a good guy because I told Malcolm that I was tired of playing the villain in every movie, so I got like 17 good guy parts.
And they were all like, the side characters, and there was one scene, I think they made this remake of Independence Day, Colonel Curtis looking over at him, and you see Ash is like the acting general and Malcolm's the president, and the airstrike goes badly, and then Malcolm blames Ash's incompetence.
Yes, yes, it did happen. I, also was tasked with playing Julius's character's father.
Oh, that is how that aged poorly.
Yes, sir, very poorly.
The Jewish guy, right?
Yeah, him. It was fun. It was definitely enjoyable, but that's because I was off the Majestic.
And get him to play a good guy instead of the guy who Malcolm ends up shooting at the end of every movie.
Yeah. Having been legitimately shot by Malcolm a handful of times, yeah. And it beat filming some of the kids' shows.
This is what an Arcane Council squad's all about, You get on the squad, here we are, we've made it. This is the next step in our careers. Here's the movie script.
Here's a mailman outfit, now I'm gonna vomit on you.
Yeah, well, Squad Sigma does go down in history as the least successful squad of all time, so there's that.
Well, I suppose there's something to hang my hat on. There is an est with something I did, just not the one I would have wanted.
Yeah, just keep typing.
Do you think there's gonna be, like, chapters dedicated to that whole fiasco in training books going forward?
What not to do as an officer in officer school training? I could see it, yeah.
Well, Chance always did say he'd make the history books.
Well, he already has. I mean,
He has. Although, instead of being in the Hall of Fame, he's in the Hall of Infamy.
you all see in Pequod, like the business mogul giant genius she is, she's making her own streaming service, grabbing up all the intellectual property of Malcolm's stuff.
Well, that should be good. She'll make bank off of it, given how much that garbage makes in theaters.
Theaters, television, they even do radio dramas. War of the Worlds starring Malcolm.
Gods. Yeah. Well, I saw The Room, and I can tell you, they're better at making movies than Malcolm by a long shot.
Do you know how they won that Oscar, right?
I assumed that they put it up as a comedy.
Memory Ann put it up as a comedy. Tommy wanted it sent in as drama. Now the movie looks amazing. Davine and Scar are very talented, but Tommy's terrible acting. And apparently there was this man that they call Saint Guillotine, and he was doing it, and Memory Ann submitted it as comedy.
That sounds like that little girl. She's got a lot.
Sounds
of
like
her
a
mom.
smart girl.
She's got a lot of her mom in her, so.
Yeah, well, she was right. She was right.
She was. That does sound like her. Well, I'm happy for them. Really makes you think about things. Hearing things like that makes you think about the future, right?
Apparently, Tommy's gonna write a book about the production of the movie.
Oh? What's he gonna call it?
The Disaster Artist. And I was telling me a little bit about it. We were at his restaurant the other day. He's gonna write a book about it, co-write it with Julius. He wants Julius's help, I think. I don't know if they've talked about it yet, but yeah, they're gonna write a book and talk about it. And yeah, apparently on set he was like just so nervous all the time, and just Ash, this is all Ash's fault. I never wanted to be the star of the movie. He was very upset.
No, I can imagine, given the television throwing and mere smashing that happened when he yelled at me over it, so yes.
He smashed a television?
Yes, he picked it up and... You know the one that they wanted to put an IED in, that Krellin wanted to put an IED in to kill me? Yeah, that one.
Jeez, he's typing away.
Speaking of Krellin, things have been going better with him. He's almost peaceable when I'm forced to be in the apartment.
Yeah, they've got good Ash ready to go for the wedding. Technically, you are going to be there.
Good Ash.
You remember that Frankenstein statue apparently you guys stole from some type of local comic shop establishment?
Yeah, the one that they stole from Tommy's shop.
Yeah, no, they have Krellin, there's that Samuel robot now, Davine's basically indentured robotic servant, and then the creepy guy, the president, Frederick or whatever, they have given him white hair, a beard, pushed cigar in his mouth, an eye patch, they put your old sneaking suit up on him, gun holsters, guns unloaded, and good Ash will be at the wedding.
So that's where the, work-in-progress pistols from the armory went?
They say it's to raise morale.
I can imagine it would. That does sound funny.
Something about the shadow of Ash has loomed over this family, so we make good Ash. I said, okay, just don't blow anybody up.
Fair enough. Well, hopefully this will all be over soon, and the shadow of Ash will only be looming over the three of you in the future.
Speak for yourself, mate. You get through selection, I'm retired.
Oh, well, fair enough. Congratulations on that, sir.
He flips his scarf a little bit. Thank you. I'll stay with you. I'm gonna be there. You ain't gonna get special treatment from me, Colonel Curtis. Me neither. But yeah, he's gonna retire. I like to spend my weekends with. Yeah, not you.
Can't blame you there, sir.
Plus, I've been at it a long time. I'm tired. It really has nothing to do with you. It's just, yeah.
Well, you got a family to come home to now, and I'm assuming if you wanted a job at their academy.
Yeah, I believe I've been offered one, physical conditioning, and I'm gonna take it. So, something about Rainfall Lane, everybody living there. Something sounds nice. I've seen some of the plans for it, and mostly classified stuff. So.
Well, that sounds like a hell of a reason to retire, sir. I hope you the
Damn
best.
right,
in
gotta
those.
capitalize on it this time around.
When you get something good, you make the right choices and don't let it slip through your fingers.
You ever consider just maybe trying to find somebody else besides Cyrus? Moving on in your life, kind of thing? Like, you can leave these things behind. It would be terrible to do, I'm sure. I don't think I could do it. I mean, I left my wife, right? But, you know, there was not a dying mother there. There was not, and my ex-wife was just, yeah. Nothing like your relationship you purportedly had at one time with Cyrus. Mine with my ex never came close in terms of how good it was.
To be honest, even if everything with Integra wasn't happening, I don't think I can ever find someone else. Like you said, it was at least seemingly beautiful and perfect. Maybe after decades alone, but if it comes to that, I don't think I want to. You know? Just, I don't think I can do it again. And I'd rather do everything I can to make this work.
He nods his head. Commendable.
Well, it's like a porcelain figure, right? You can break it and you can glue it back together and it might look nice, but it'll never be the same, and I've accepted that. I just hope we can be better. Hope that it can be better than it is currently.
Yeah. Typing on his computer. And if she gives you the slip, though, and you should probably try to find somebody instead of be alone. But then again, with the way our job is,
Yeah, I've got the perfect excuse not to, just to put myself into work and not find somebody at that point, sir.
what was your dream fantasy? Like, after, you know, you're gonna beat this cult, and then you have your dual wedding and on your airship. He scoffs. And then what? Did you ever think that far, or did you just, you know, assume that everything will work out all the time? And yeah, you want a kid. Most people do. I mean, did you have any plans?
I did not have any concrete plans, no. I had dreams of, living not too far away from Julius and them. Being able to see them if need be, but just nice house.
You know the sad thing about that? Puts his finger up. I think Pequod would have loved it that way a year ago. From what little I know of her. You not too far away.
I think you're right, sir.
I won't speak for Julius because when your name is brought up, I think maybe the big brother thing was enforced on him too much and it didn't do you any favors. But her, he's wagging his finger with the cigarette hanging out of his mouth. I'm not saying you would have had a house on Rainfall Lane. I don't think so. But welcome there anytime. Like Sasha, excuse me, name slipped my mind. Yeah, I do. I really. He's just pointing right at you. Do.
I think you're most likely right, sir. And, whew. See him kind of take a deep breath and rub the back of his neck. That's what I would have wanted too.
Her and Davine, I don't know the particulars. I know maybe they didn't always see eye to eye, but they are very close now.
They are extremely close, sir.
And if she can start out with somebody not eye to eye, but grow that attached to some, I mean, I think That's what I just base it off that.
No, I think you're completely correct. And, it's really weird. I can gain more and more understanding of how badly I've fucked things up, but every time somebody finds a new way to, put even more context onto it, so...
How did their meeting go with Integra? Curtis speaks up. Tal, you don't want to know. Not good. I didn't ask too many questions. Heartbreak. What do you expect?
That's what I'd gathered. I've only seen Mum once since that day, but she wouldn't talk to me about it, so... You know.
So did I make a mistake trying to help? Tal, probably.
I don't think so. Honestly, it might be hurtful and painful at the moment, but it's closure, so, and they needed that. All of them.
Blake waking up. He's been listening, just intently, but not saying anything. Tal, details. Taps his finger on the table. It was rough. It was very rough on all of them. And, yeah. Apparently, Pequod wanted to, let it all be water under the bridge with you. He's staring right at you. But Integra said, don't yield to a cretin like Ash.
Cretin.
Something like that, yeah. Because she's
That's-
got to be strong for something or other. It was not easy on anybody. Something about preparing for the future. I don't know. She was telling me a little bit about it, but when I hear the name Integra, it's like, don't want to think about it, don't want to think about it.
Pequod strong. That sounds like Mum. Telling her to keep her, convictions. Because you're gonna need them as leader of EarthGov. That's probably what she was getting at.
Colonel Curtis just takes a drink of his coffee.
She always knew the right thing to say to bring out the best in everyone else.
Sounds pretty inspiring. He nods his head.
I'd say so. She turned me from, an idiot from Gallia into a good soldier, and I ended up forgetting a lot of what she taught me while I was on the Majestic, it would seem.
Yeah.
But I suppose at this point, even if she does hate me, which I think she probably does, I just have to be, worthy of what she taught me.
Yeah. That's one way to put it. No, I think that's the right attitude to have. Yeah, I do. Can't do anything about, yeah.
Well, let's add Cretin to the list alongside, Muppet, and what was the other one you called me, sir?
Wanker.
Wanker. Let's add it to that list. I think it fits right alongside them.
Tal nods his head. Yeah, when you dig into the files and you see everything this woman did for you, I covered for you is I don't think you should. But yeah.
I probably will someday, but I think I'm gonna wait until after selection, because I think if I read it, I'll, break down again.
Yeah. Wouldn't blame you, given the state she's in.
Yeah. Yeah. Gods. But,
Cretin?
yeah, I'm a cretin. Like,
He just shrugged.
you've always been the smart one, sleeping and trying not to get involved. There are times where I wish I could do that.
Just not fond of drama.
I can't blame you. At this point, I've had enough for a lifetime.
You are the most drama-filled person to ever join the squad. Curtis, oh god.
And there is another est that I probably didn't want, but I have. So now I've got two.
Colonel Curtis, yeah, I mean, when we got everything you'd done, though, apparently we got the light version of it compared to then the list from the rain. Anyway, it was like, okay, this guy's kind of fucked some things up, but then I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go down there and try to help out old Sarah. She'll remember me, and then just boom.
Yeah. No, I can understand, sir. And, well, No, I'm not supposed to apologize, but I'm sorry that you got dragged into it, although I do appreciate it.
Just doing my job. Like I said, if the stakes are universe continuing, I think my contribution, even as small as it is worth getting punched in the face, screamed at, cried on, alcohol spilt. He looks down on his chest, on me, stuff thrown at me, you name it.
Yeah. And I, again, think you did some good for both Integra and the Rainfalls with what you did, so.
I hope so. I would have liked to secure Saris so she could. I think it'd be good for her too. Talk to them. Maybe get her off the bottle. See these people still care about her, no matter how she feels about you and herself. But took the win with Integra and decided just to live to fight another day.
No, that's fair. I hope, given time, she'll be willing to see them again. But that's all I can do, I suppose. Hope, right? Because I'm never gonna make her do anything again.
No, I don't think you should.
Nah.
Probably never take her to a comic convention again.
No, I don't think I will. At this point, any decision made in that relationship is her choice. It's not up to me.
That is most likely for the best, as there's a knock at the door and Lorelei appears.
Ma'am, gonna salute.
They all stand up and salute her. Report to the briefing room. She salutes you back.
Yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, it's game time.
Exactly what I needed. Something to get my mind off things.
Oh, you could go, Tal, you're coming to the wedding, right? No, you get to go on a mission. He walks this way, like laughing at her.
Well, at least one of us is happy to go on the mission, sir.
Colonel Curtis, yeah, wedding with free food and beer, or whatever we're about to get ourselves into.
I'm sure it can't be that bad. I mean, how many times do you find a mysterious sphere of metal with an alien robot inside?
That understands only ancient Elvish.
Mm-hmm. Or how often do you actually end up going to, the Dread Forest?
And seeing your dead family and or dead sister. My sister, in this case.
Yeah, that too, sir.
Well, it's an interesting job. He's gonna come.
You could say that again, sir.
General Lorelei watching Ash shuffle around. Comfortable?
Yes, ma'am?
Good. Ready for the briefing?
Ready as I can be, ma'am.
You don't reek of cigarettes.
No, ma'am. Dropping them for the time being.
Good. You'll need it. She points at you and grins.
I suppose I will, ma'am. Makes me look forward to it.
She's typing on a computer here. Tal's just whistling to himself. Humming to himself. These are the most awkward briefings when you're around.
I can imagine.
I heard that. She just continues typing.
He's not wrong, ma'am.
No, he's not. You're going to the Leo 1 system. Same system you piloted the Tall Geese in all those months ago when you were under Malcolm. There's a planet there, LV-754. There is a large, extremely large EarthGov colony there. You'll meet with General Spears. You remember him, Ash. I believe out of the four of you, you're the only one that's ever met him.
Yes, ma'am. We've talked to him on a couple occasions. Very good man. Charismatic.
there is a Marine detachment in the city. Spears is a man of action, even in his old age. He wants to go out and get boots on the ground. So he's there. There's a large contingent of UIR doing something there, and she's pointing down to a holographic display. This large forested area, 800 kilometers across the planetscape. You're gonna go in there and assist the Marine forces in killing them. All of them. Brutally, angrily, mutilate them. She smiles at you.
Understood, ma'am. I suppose I can make up for giving Nemiste a boring death last time.
Actually, I think it was quite fitting.
Fair enough. I had to hope I didn't get in trouble for not getting all the cocaine off my shoe, though.
No, I actually didn't believe you did a line of coke in your field report until I watched back the footage. Anyway, find out what they're doing there. If you need to keep one of them alive, gather information and then kill them. Promise them that you'll spare them, and then kill them after you get the information. They all nod.
Yes, ma'am.
We need to know what they're doing here. This isn't just about wiping them off of the map on this planet, so to speak. I want to know why they're doing this. Why Nemiste is sending this rabble, essentially, is what the UIR is, in my opinion, around the Leo 1 system. If he's onto something, like that robot they unearthed, then I want to be onto it before your friend Tava.
Yes, ma'am. It does seem rather bold of them to do this on a planet with such a large colony.
The strange thing is they haven't made any attempts to attack the colony. We wouldn't even know they were there if it wasn't for sightings by Marines. The Marines on the planet there do training exercises, warfare games. They've seen these men, and these men have run from them. That's not typical radical terroristic UIR behavior. They've made no attempts to attack the colony, disrupt supply lines, anything like that. It's, granted, only 3 days old, this information. We wanted confirmation that they were the UIR and not some slavers or something the Marines can handle. And I do think the Marines could handle them, but I want you there, just in case this is connected somehow to that robot, or the Nemistes have been known since your squad assisted them in taking position of power. She grins at you. Not your fault, though. Malcolm, I should say. They're into finding the occult, these type of strange artifacts that help them get an edge. The Nemistes are pathetic.
No, I would agree, ma'am. And they're the worst people you'd want anything magical to be in the hands of.
Correct. So, gear up, arm up, head to the dropship. I'll have the ship prepped and ready to go for you.
Understood, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Dismissed. She'll leave. I have a wedding to go to.
Enjoy, ma'am.
Yeah, you enjoy. Have fun. I get to have the weekend with Ash.
Well,
Get to watch him shoot another fucking Nemiste. Maybe this one will do a line of coke too. She just laughs as she goes up the elevator.
Well, at least you get the catharsis of hunting down UIR. It's basically a night out on the town compared to most things we fight.
That's true. I just hope we don't find any creepy alien robot.
Well, my first thought was, oh boy, we get to go into another creepy forest that likely has occult things in it.
Like, we find another sphere, but that weird Fedwick guy comes out of it.
We find another sphere and my fucking family comes out of it.
Your family and Frederick. Curtis, shoot me now.
Oh, well, you don't want to come to the resurrected Valorius family reunion dinner, so...
No, I don't want to be there for that awkward discussion. Mom, Dad, sister, it's been so long. Let me tell you about my family that no longer likes me. Don't want to be there for it.
No, I don't think I think I'd rather they stay gone and not find out about that, so...
Probably for the best. At least for now.
For now.
You guys will make your way to get your gear as coming back to the apartment. The Rainfalls have made their way back to the apartment. Some people are just out here conversing. Mama Lanzap. Scar's handing the dragon to Icy. I'm tired of dealing with it for the day. Flying around everywhere. Besides, I have a wedding to prepare for. And he prepares by sitting down and relaxing. Icy laughing at him.
Julius chuckles. He has to prepare his mind for seeing, turns around, the best wedding of the millennia.
Hunk, you mean the best wedding for the next couple months-ish? Hopefully.
No, I'm pretty sure I mean the millennia, since ours will be the best wedding.
Pequod puts her hand out to her side. Watertown, Euros. Hunk, yeah, if you say so. I mean,
Oh yes, definitely. We both believe you so much. And she leans over and whispers loud enough for them to hear. You have to let the children believe what they believe. It's like Santa Claus almost.
it's part of being a good parent. He's gonna rub Julius's head with his hand.
Julius stares at him, squints his eyes a bit. Right. He looks down at Pequod. It's gotta be the best wedding in the millennia just to show them up.
What do you mean it's gotta be? It already is.
It is. It obviously is.
Tommy hasn't allowed you guys to have your reception at his restaurant. Hunk, I'm sure he would, but we don't need our reception at the restaurant, so.
Davine shrugs. It's actually quite simple, since it's just going to be family. We might have it at Tommy's restaurant, or we just have it at the beach house, and then kick you guys off to the cabin or something like that, so me and Hunk can have an early honeymoon.
Pequod growls under her breath.
Julius grits his teeth a bit. Right. Right. Of course, Dad. Well, we'll both be at your wedding. I'm sure it'll be great. Not as great as ours, of course. But I'm sure it'll be great.
We need to go to the mediator in this discussion. He points over to her, looking at the ping pong table. Whose wedding are you more excited for? She just ignores him and waves Pequod over. She's more excited for ours. You could tell. She just doesn't want to let Julius down.
Davy nods. She does love her big brother, but I'm sure she loves the idea of her parents getting married more. And she stares Julius in the eye. And people called me the immature one. As he walks back over next to Pequod.
Guiding David this way, watching them play ping pong. Either way, it's gonna be a good day. I am very excited. I just hope I don't cry and make a fool of myself.
Julius shrugs. I've already resigned myself to the fact that I'm probably going to cry when I see my wife in her wedding dress. And he's going to give her a kiss on the cheek.
She kisses you back. I will cry. It's because it's a long time coming, and I thought it was going to go a different way, and I'm glad it isn't.
Yeah, I'm glad we have a more personal and basically designed for just the two of us kind of wedding.
Do you think we would have had to kiss each other at the same time? Ash and Sarah, I do, and then all four of us kissed at the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that was probably what was going to happen. Probably had like confetti cannons planned or something like that for when the kiss happened.
Hunk rubbing Davine's stomach under her shirt in the circular motion with his hand. Oh, God.
Davine shakes her head. I am quite glad that your wedding is going to be wonderful. She looks at both Pequod and Julius. I probably would not have enjoyed it if it were the dual wedding idea.
Hunk, I wasn't quite dad at that point, like good dad as I am now. But back when I would hear it being let's just say I would have given you your gift. I would have given Ash his gift. Said I'm proud of both of you, but not come. So that'll laugh. And it's not. I had nothing against Ash back then. It's just that is, yeah. A man dreams about his wedding day. You know what I mean? Just like women. So it should be as close to your approximation as you dream it. That's the point. It should only happen once.
Julius nods. No, I get what you mean. I've definitely dreamed about this day. He looks at the ping pong table. And it was definitely not a dual wedding when I dreamt about it.
Pequod, yeah. You see her gag a little bit.
Davine shakes her head and looks at Pequod. Don't worry, it's... I understand how you feel, I guess.
I see. I just think the airship part's cool. We could have your wedding on an airship. I see. Nah. The dual wedding, I would have come either way.
Oh, well, thank you. That means a lot. He chuckles. Were you just trying to find something that you thought was cool about the wedding, and you just decided on the airship?
Airships are cool. She hits the ball to Pequod. Coming out here, out of the corner of your eye, you see Samuel holding Frank's feet, Frederick holding his head, and Krellin, like the foreman, dictating what they do. Set down here. They set him down, stand him up. Present to you, wedding, honored guest, Good Ash.
Julius looks at it. The resemblance is uncanny. He starts to laugh.
Pequod, we are totally getting a wedding picture with Good Ash.
Both of us have his arms strung on our shoulders like a weekend at Bernie's almost.
Little sister.
Oh man, you can even have like a little caption that says little sister, big brother, and little brother.
Banksy just staring at Good Ash takes a step back. It is kind of... Yeah. Hug's just pointing, laughing at it with his free hand, holding Davine's stomach in his other.
Do not worry, Sir Banksy, as Frederick takes a step forward behind Good Ash and puts his hands on Good Ash's shoulders. Good Ash will not hurt you, not with words or physically. He is, in fact, the good version.
Samuel comes up like a game show host with it. They've trained him. He starts making beeping noises. Samuel say, best part about Good Ash, no talk. Therefore, not say mean things that hurt people. Oh my God.
Flitwick nods. We don't even have to consider putting tape over Good Ash's mouth.
Samuel lighting the cigarette, or the cigar. Hug, you know that's not going to stay lit since he's not dragging off of it. Krellin, we know. Find another way, keep lit.
Julius squints a bit, and Davine also tilts her head. The Frankenstein's mouth wasn't able to open when we first got it from that comic shop. And Frederick looks at her. We have upgraded Good Ash, so it fits all of our requirements for Good Ash. His mouth can open, but he has no voice modulator.
Yeah, you know, I think that's probably for the best, guys. A for effort. Krellin, knew you'd be happy. Our wedding gift to you. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Mom! And he puts both of his hands on his hips and looks at Davine. Do you think Good Ash could have a little job at the ODM Academy, too? And Davine looks up at Julius, looks over at Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel. I don't see why not. He can help you all with your duties there.
Krellin puts his arm around Good Ash's shoulder. Good Ash, valued friend.
Frederick nods. Very valued. He will need a scarf, Miss Davine, if he will be working at the ODM Academy with us. I don't
know about that. Please.
Davine looks at her feet and looks up at Frederick. We can talk about that later, once we really get the ODM Academy up and rolling, and we get his job all situated. And Frederick nods. Of course, Miss Davine, Queen of Earthgov, I understand. And he pats Good Ash on the shoulders. He will be a part of the team, but he does not have to be in the official team, if you know what I mean. And he winks up at Julius, who just shrugs.
Pequod, I'll give it to you guys. It does kind of resemble him, and I appreciate the thought. It is the thought that counts.
It definitely looks really good. We thank you all. I'm sure it will raise morale at the wedding.
Have to get Good Ash in tuxedo.
It will be very difficult. I don't think we got the right size for him.
As Blaze comes up behind them. Ah! I see we're getting acquainted with Good Ash.
Yes, we are. They've done a wonderful job.
Yes, they have!
Davy nods. It is uncanny. How long have they been working on this, Blaze?
They've been keeping it a secret from you, madam. He bows, seeing Davine, since the week you had off, given to you by the Ranger General. They began construction then.
Oh, I see. She looks at Hunk. That's around the time they started to call Frankenstein Good Ash.
Blaze nods. Yes, and then a few nights ago, last weekend while you were out, I found myself in the armory working. Continued working, all's quiet, 3 in the morning. Turned around, the lights were dim, and just saw Ash standing there, which actually it was disturbing because it would seem as if Ash had grown in height, and then I realized they had left Good Ash. It's a meeting.
Julius starts to laugh as Davy nods. I too would. You have more control than I. I probably would have tried to destroy it as soon as I saw that.
He lifts his hand up and a little tube comes out. I came close to setting him ablaze. No pun intended.
Davy laughs. Completely understandable. Very understandable. And she looks at Good Ash and sort of shivers. It does look a lot like him.
I see staring at it out of the corner of her eye, playing ping pong with Peacock. Yeah. Ash as he was meant to be.
Julius chuckles.
You got his sneaking suit? He's like... Krellin, Ranger General say, can have. Alright, if she says so.
Lorelei signed off on this, even.
Good Ash program.
Fredwick nods. She was quite a big fan of the idea of a almost correct size Ash being a physical being, other than a target, is what she said, which confused me a bit.
Yes, the Ranger General spends much time down at the new and improved Killing House.
Right? Yeah, we've heard she enjoys using LMGs and rockets. I've heard.
It is an honor to serve as weapons for her. Place nonsense.
Davina laughs. Yes, you have to love Lorelei. Always enjoys her own vices anyway, be it darts on a board, tomahawks in a wall, or guns pointed at Ash faces.
Hunk's gonna lean into Davine's ear, kiss the back of her ear. You want to go down sometime? Try out your new Thunder Spears, and just the two of us late at night when the kids are asleep.
Davine looks at him. I mean, of course, we have to test out the Thunder Spears. I have to get... She leans back further into him. Acquainted with them.
Then I think that's what we're gonna do. Some night this week.
Wonderful idea, dear. Very wonderful.
We'll bring Auntie Suletta down if she's awake.
I'm sure she would enjoy freezing them and then me being able to explode them with these Thunder Spears.
Blaze, as the captains of the squad, I have a request, sires, and young madam. He points to Icy. Icy, looks up at him, and then he looks over at Julius. Sonny and Elizabeth getting a little concerned about their respective significant others and the rest of Reaper squad. down in the armory. They are preparing for war, for a wedding. If one of the captains would be so kind as to come down and maybe talk them off the ledge. Icy sounds like a Julius job to me. Playing ping pong.
Julius inhales a bit, sighs. Of course, Blaze, I'll handle it.
Come, let's go down.
Of course, sir. Of course.
He makes his way down, and as you get to the door, you hear music just blasting. Quite loud!
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it is. And he opens up the door, steps in.
Blaze steps in, turns the music off, and they all stare right up at Julius.
Julius rubs one of his ears. Hey guys, so heard about what's going on down here. You guys are aware it's just a wedding with some of the most powerful people in the universe, mind you, but it's just a wedding.
Slamming a rocket launcher down on the table in front of you and loading it. They continue working. Flavor taping grenades with a red stripe across them, which means high explosive.
Julius's eyes widen. Okay. Even if we needed this level of protection, we're going to be in basically an urban area, an active urban area. It's closed off for our purposes, but don't you think it would be more safe just to bring normal weaponry?
You see Nightfall, she looks over at you, and her body, you've been around her enough, her body stance is almost dismissive towards you. It looks like she has her nose up to you even though she has her helmet on. Over down here, Frost going through ammo. Explosive, armor piercing, freezing ammo, lightning ammo, necrotic. You see him loading big 50 caliber rounds into magazines for her rifle. He pitches one over his shoulder at her.
Julius looks at Blaze.
Sharpening Flavor's katana.
I don't think they're gonna listen to me.
Why would we? Flavor looks up at you. You pick a civilian colony where we have no jurisdiction over the airspace for your wedding.
Julius looks at Flavor. Well, there's a deeper reason as to why we chose this colony specifically for our wedding.
Yeah, and you leave the skies open. He's being a complete smartass. The skies open, and we have no jurisdiction to fly drones, jets, anything to Ash. And before you can get mad because he's being kind of a dick to you, you start to slip into a daymare. Everything's going wonderfully. Everybody here at the wedding. Tommy, Pequod, right over there. The bridesmaids, St. Guillotine and Honey here. The best men. Lorelei clapping, everybody clapping. Tommy, as a dark shadow is cast over the wedding. And it's an airship. Pequod looks up and screams in terror as you see a small speck coming from the airship, getting closer and closer and closer. And he says, through a megaphone,
You made me a promise, brother. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask before starting this? She's my little sister too, after all. You promised we'd be together. Dual wedding. And I'm here to collect. Ceres is back home waiting. Come, let's do this, right?
Pequod lets out another scream of terror as you flash back to reality.
Julius's eyes were wide during the entirety of that daymare. He had his thumbnail in his mouth and he just bites it off. Do you guys need any assistance at all? Any help? You need help taping up them grenades? Any help loading weapons? Anything at all? I'm here to help.
No, sir, we have it covered. Just be on guard at the wedding, please. And next time you want to take your wife out somewhere or hold some type of family event, you need to consult us on where you want to go.
Noted. Very much noted. He looks at Flavor and nods. Yeah.
Blaze looking at you confused. What? He hits his hand, hits you in the chest, snapping his metal fingers in front of your face. They go back to working. Jennifer and Sunny just whatever and start helping. Sire, he looks at you.
Julius looks at Blaze.
They're bringing out rockets.
They may be needed if an airship appears.
Airship.
Yes, Blaze, airship.
You see him uncomfortably shuffle. You don't think.
The thought has recently crossed my mind.
He's watching. He's loading his shoulder rocket launcher with armor piercing. Maybe it is for the best.
Yep. He nods, looks at all of them. Yep.
Make room, children. Let me help you with that light machine gun. Go back to your wife, sire. I'll help them. He starts helping.
Yes, sir. And he starts walking off.
Pequod, seeing you return, playing with Icy. How'd it go? Did you talk them off the ledge? As Good Ash and company have left. They're preparing for the wedding.
He walks back next to him. Well, they made some really good points. I offered to help them and somehow got Blaze, Sunny, and Jennifer to start helping them.
I see. What? Looking at
You wouldn't get it, I see. You didn't see what I saw.
Now you're talking. Pixie comes over here. What'd you see?
Julius shakes his head. I just saw the sight of Ash bringing an entire airship and parachuting down, objecting to the wedding, saying that Ceres was waiting back on Earth for the dual wedding.
You see Icy stop playing and her hands over her mouth, somehow paler than usual. Pequod, you see all the hair on her arms standing up. Hunk. Do you care if I bring a gun? Just like a sidearm to the wedding, Julius? Or do you want me unarmed? I don't want to, but I'd like to bring Davine, the gun, and Davine to the wedding.
Julius looks at Hunk. Bring Davine. Better safe than sorry. And Banksy, you remember what I said about, no guns when you're up on the pedestal next to me? Yes, scratch that. Bring in whatever you want.
I'll bring a PDW. I can conceal it in my armor so I won't be holding it like an idiot while I'm on stage.
He nods at him. There you go. Good thinking.
Airship, huh? Like a real airship? Banksy putting his arms up. Hunk, oh my gosh, jeez. Pequod, I would scream so loud. That's horrifying to think about. What did he say? She looks over at you.
He said, aren't you forgetting someone, little brother? You forgot to ask me about this. She's my little sister, too, after all.
And then he forfeited that right.
Julius chuckles. That's what he said. And then he also said something about, like I said, it was supposed to be a dual wedding. Ceres is already waiting back at home. Let's just do this, right? Is an exact quote from him.
Oh, good God. Both hands up Davine's shirt, just on her stomach. That is terrifying.
Davine shakes her head. Yeah, I'm going to bring my ODM gear down. I can't conceal it, but it'll definitely be nearby so I can put it on quickly.
Banksy, I have the layout of Watertown. I know a place I can have it up on stage for you. Hidden, of course.
very good, Banksy. And Julius chuckles. And, next time we do something like this, let's let Reaper Squad know.
Soletta, what? Coming over, she heard most of the conversation.
He looks at Soletta and shrugs. We gotta let Reaper Squad know just in case something comes up and they don't have access to like airspace or anything.
If he shows up in an airship, I'll freeze the ship, which will drop it out of the sky, and then it can crash onto him.
Julius raises his eyebrow. But what if it's an RC? Crystal emitting airship. You gotta prepare for everything when it comes to Ash.
Suletta gasps for a second. You raise a fair point.
Julius shakes his head. It really is better safe than sorry.
Scar standing up, cracking his knuckles. He's more ripped than he's ever been. I implore that motherfucker to show up. He's cracking his wrist. I'll take care of it, don't worry. I'd love to see him show up. You guys leave for the weekend, you go have fun. Trust me, it's good for you, I'm glad for you guys. But when you're here in the apartment, it's like the looming death of Ash, always over you, always over. I would, and given what I've heard, what he did to Integra and Saris, Pequod, maybe I shouldn't have said anything. He asked, she's pointing at Scar. I implore that motherfucker to show up. I'll slit his fucking throat. Scar walks this way.
Julius
Hug, has he been working out or something? Pointing at Scar.
Julius covers his mouth and snickers for a second and then uncovers it. Oh, we have been gone for a couple weekends. Every weekend, so maybe he works out then.
Mr. Freetooth is not a fan of drama. Ash has started a lot of drama, Suletta. And Lorelei has been training him with some rangers in the ranger free time. Buff him up so he can be security at the academy in case the need arises.
Julius shakes his head. Wow, Lorelei's really into training people these days.
Yes! Yes.
Davy nods. It's good. Very good. We only want the best of the best at the OTM Academy.
Hug nods his head to let we need to get this over and done with ASAP. The mission. Then I think everybody, including, she gestures back here, Mama Lynn and Zap talking, smiling, just talking about breakfast. Life should return to normal for all of us. Pequod, I can't wait, honestly.
Julius nods, stretches his back a bit. Yeah, I really cannot wait for that.
Hug, it's amazing how one guy can have such a far reach. One man's actions, I'll say.
Davy nods and shrugs. It usually only takes one man to start a revolution, or one man to destroy a relationship, or to put us all into the Valley of the Shadow of Ash.
Hug chuckles when he hears it. That's a good way to put it. Valley in the Shadow of Ash.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, that's, couldn't put it better myself.
All families go through difficult times. Suletta making waves with her hands. We've been through one. Integra a few weeks ago, and we got through it. Hank, yeah, we did. And he smiles at Davy.
Davy smiles up at him. Yes, we did. And when we have another family issue come up in the future, we'll get through that one too, together.
Like Ash showing up with an airship. United Front will take him down.
Oh, he's got nothing on the Rainfalls, I'll tell you that much.
Pequod, he better not show up at my wedding. Just looking down at the ping pong ball.
Trust me, if he does show up, you won't even notice he's there. He'll be gone before you know it.
Do you think I can bring my flamethrower? I think that's a little overboard.
Julius looks at Pequod, looks at Banksy. Do we have a place to hide the flamethrower?
He nods his head.
Then I don't see why not.
You know, you do bring up a good point, dear. Stroking Davine's cheek with his hand. We probably should, with Blaze and Jennifer, and try to find a more smaller ODM gear or concealable gear, or yeah, like assault rifles to carbines.
Davy nods. Yes, that is a good idea. We've had the version we have now for a long while, and it works perfectly, but a smaller, more concealable version so people can take it into perhaps a more social mission. Being able to conceal the items and everything like that is a very good idea.
Tommy comes in. Horrible.
Oh, Tommy, how are you?
Hunk, yeah, I'll run that by Blaze. Hi, Tommy. Tommy looks at Julius. Today is the day. He's in priest row.
Yes, it is. Today's the day, Tommy.
Are you all excited? Pequod setting down the paddle and the ball. Absolutely.
I've been waiting for this day for a very long time.
Good. Very good, man. Now, as per tradition, the girls will come with what is that? As he sees them coming to bring good ash to meet. What the fuck is this?
Oh, Tommy, that's, And Fledwick puts his hand up to Davine, looks at Tommy. This is good ash, Mr. Wiseau.
Is that why good ash on guest list? I thought this was joke. He looks angry at Julian.
No, yeah, that's good ash. And Flitwick nods. He needed a place on the list just so people could know that this is in fact good ash and not normal ash.
Krellin nods at Tommy, puts his hand up around Good Ash's shoulders. Good Ash. Ash, long time ago. Very good friend of people. Good Ash, morale booster. Tommy, you'll know your father is going to be at this wedding. Look at Pequod! Pequod, I know. You'll know her father is going to be at this wedding, Julius. He points at you.
Julius looks down and nods. Yeah, I am aware.
You'll know he is General Rico, right? This guy in charge of EarthGov. Big hero!
I do remember that, yes, sir.
Krellin, we'll introduce Good Ash to General Rico. And he points at Julius. Tommy, oh god.
Uh-oh. And Flitwick nods his head. Do not worry, my prince. It will be perfect. We will make the best first impression possible for General Rico and Good Ash.
Tommy, I suppose there's no talking of all of this. Looks at Pequod, who... No, they're right. I would want Ash there if things had went differently. I'd want him up there next to Julius. But it is what it is. And it does kind of make me feel a little better. She's looking at Good Ash! I see. Oh, God.
Julius shrugs. If it makes her feel better, I'd want it there.
Very good! Then Good Ash will come to wedding. Just keep him away from me. And they move Good Ash over. Now, as per tradition, the girls must split from the boys. I take the girls to one portion of Watertown, then I come back and pick up the boys.
Yes, sir. That sounds like a plan.
And of course, I think the armored children who are preparing, I've heard, to kill Ash if show up to wedding, which I think is preposterous. But anyway, maybe preposterous. You see him think for a few seconds.
Julius turns around.
Are you sure you just don't want to have a wedding here? We go very quickly change things. Pequod, no, it has to be Watertown. Okay. Tommy nervously looks around.
Julius turns around, looks at Icy, and points over to Tommy. See, even Tommy gets it.
Icy, I mean, I'm reading your mind for the daymare you had, and yeah, it's kind of scary. He had a megaphone?
Yeah, he had a megaphone and was screaming through it at us.
Well, we are in the best of hands. My powerful guest coming and faith in the young children who the general is training to kill Ash. Oh God, just rolls his eyes.
There are just some sentences I never thought I'd hear. He shakes his head. But yes, we do have quite a bit of faith in everyone there.
Very good. Now, girls, come with me. Yep, girls. Takes Davine this way. Have fun. Pequod, no, she has to come. Takes Davine's hand. Hunk takes her other hand. No, she can stay with her.
Davine looks between the two of them. Honey, it's tradition.
Yeah, he lets go. Sorry.
It's okay, dear. We'll be back together before you know it. She grabs his collar, pulls him in, and gives him a kiss.
He kisses her back. Tommy, very strong bond, a very strong relationship. Help him through problems he would not have survived through without you. Pequod, well, when you put it that way. Looks at Davy. No, she's mine. Takes her this way.
Davine follows Pequod, but turns around and waves at Hunk.
He winks at her. Sasha will come. Icy will go. Krellin, good Ash, accompany. Tommy, are you fucking kidding me? Looks back at Pequod. I think we should bring him. Fine. Alright, girls, me. Come, aunties. Suletta following out. And I will call Spartan children that want to be there to protect you when you all get dressed for wedding. Huh. He starts calling them and they'll disappear out of the armory. Oh boy.
Julius looks over at Hunk. It's gonna be okay, Dad. It's just a couple hours.
Oh no, I'm fine. That's not just... When you put the airship thing like that, as Blaze comes walking up, watching them leave, waving.
Julius chuckles to himself. It's terrifying, right?
Banksy, yeah, looking at the ping pong. Blaze, how about we play around? He's gonna start playing with pings. Hunk sits down.
I mean, like, it's crazy. Flavor, for a second there, was reminding me of myself a little bit, and usually I absolutely hate that. But I'm pretty sure that's what made me think of the whole scenario, and I just let it go.
He was being quite a smartass, bouncing the ball off the table. Hunk.
Julius nods. Yeah, I got a taste of my own medicine there.
Hans comes over, sits down next to Hunk. At least you're sleeping. Hunk. Yeah.
Julius looks behind himself. You know, if you ever need sleeping potions or anything like that, just let me know. I can whip some up for you real quick.
I will. I've been sleeping like a baby since the Integra Day, so... I get what you mean. You said Pequod was there. You know, he looks around, oh, whatever. If I was still married to Laz, I'd probably still be, like, running on, like, fumes. Because she's not like your mother. When you said Pequod helped you through mentally a hard time, yep. Somehow, I love your mother even more. Didn't think it was possible.
Julius chuckles, sits down next to him.
I just hope she doesn't think I'm Ash, because I don't want her to leave. Oh, God. See, you can't even make a move anymore. It's like, is this like the way Ash was? I don't want to come off like Ash, but I really don't want to be separated from her. Oh, well.
Trust me, I know how you feel. Whenever I see Pequod there, and I'm like, oh, I wanna walk up and like gently grab her hips. I'm always just so hesitant to do so.
Yeah, and I don't want to say, I don't want you to leave, but I don't want to come off like Ash. You know, I'll have to tell her, I guess. Probably thinks I'm a creep.
He shakes his head. No, I'm sure she doesn't. He looks at him. I'm pretty sure she loves you even more than you love her, if that's even possible.
Good. Oh, that's good. I just don't want to be like Ash. He looks over at Towns. Did you get a new helmet? Towns, yeah. It is a little bit different looking. Why? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, why'd you get a new one?
Well, I wanted to play a joke. There's the video of Ash coming up behind. So I did that to Sasha, and she whoosh, with her fist right into my helmet, and it broke it.
Julius
And my
covers,
nose. He points up. This was a few days ago.
Julius covers his mouth, uncovers it. Yeah, that sounds like something that Sasha would do.
Probably not a good idea, Banksy playing ping pong with Blaze. Yeah, I got knocked unconscious. Never do it again.
I would be worried for you if you did want to try that again.
Did you do the tiptoe thing? Downs, yeah. Just looking down at his wrist.
Did your knees go up to your chest while you were
Oh,
doing
I
it?
can't do that. I don't know how he pulled that off. I can't do it.
I don't know either. He's older than both of us, and he still somehow did that.
Have you seen the video, Julius, that Lorelai leaked to the public? But she covered up Ash's face.
I have How to Not Be a Ranger.
Oh my fucking god.
It's not really funny, but I still can't help but laugh at it.
Towns, I'm just glad she had the dignity to cover his face up.
Yeah, I mean, she could have just put arrows all pointing at him and saying, like, this is a Sharion Valorius or something like that. She's still a very considerate person in the long run.
Apparently, most folks think it's scenes from some Malcolm movie.
Well, there we go. You know, if there's ever footage leaked that's, like, really weird, we have an excuse built in. Malcolm movie.
I don't even think I could get my legs up that high.
No, I don't think I can either. And he tries for a second and he barely manages to put his knee up to, like, below his sternum.
Scar comes out, if you've ever seen Commando, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He has the vest on, the pants, dressed like Schwarzenegger, a knife, multiple knives in his bulletproof vest, grenades strung all across him. He's even got war paint on that's made specially for his fur. And he comes out. Let him try that to me.
Julius looks up at him. Maybe you should have gone with the Spartan kids.
Yeah, maybe I should have. Well, they'll look after the girls, and I'll look after the boys.
All right, yeah, sounds like a plan. Where'd you get all that?
General Lorelei. He looks at you. You look fucking ridiculous.
Are you trying to impersonate Arnold Schwarzenegger with that all on?
Who? As he pulls out an AK-47 and starts field stripping it as if somebody has taught him.
Julius looks at him with the AK. The Terminator guy from that crappy Malcolm movie we did, the one that we based it off of.
Oh no, Lorelei picked this gear out for me. She said it suited me. I do kind of vaguely remember her saying, you look like blank blank from a movie, but I wasn't paying attention. Blaze, when did you start hating Ash so much? Hitting the ball back to Banksy. I don't hate Ash. I just hate drama. We lived 2 years of drama, and then we come here and we have paradise essentially handed to us. And he botches left and right and starts all this shit, and I even created some drama, but at least I apologized and tried through actions to make it up to your mother. Apparently I did a decent job. I got a job and a scarf. That's all you got to do. You don't. Oh, forget it.
Julius nods. So you hate drama, and thereby you hate Ash.
Yeah, and honestly, I liked Integra. If you want the truth. Yeah, she was older, but she was a nice woman and a good woman. You walked in on us. We had fun. I would have been fine spending my time with her. She was a good woman. Maybe a little old, but you know what? I like older women. Gonzalez was an exception. And
That it?
Pequod showed me some things, and so now I'm ready to throw down with Ash. But I won't do it. Lorelai said I can't kill him unless there's a reason. I don't want to kill him. I'd like to just hit him in the face.
That is completely fair. If I saw Ash outside of our job, basically, I would probably not be able to control myself.
Scar, yeah, that's how I feel. But I will be professional, and hopefully you guys get things done and moving, and then Ash is on to bigger and better things as everybody else. What about you, Towns? Are you ready to fight Ash? Towns just looks at Scar. No, and shakes his head. No, it's too awkward for me. I'm in the icy boat of things.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's a good boat to be in. Good boat to be in if you want to avoid it all, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I don't condone what he did, but he just shrugs. At home with Sasha, she throwing things, breaking things. It makes me angry. Don't like seeing her that way, but I can't do anything about it. Blaze, Ash's reach is long. Seeing Sasha cry over Sarah, it makes me angry. But at the end of the day, if I do something to him, I'm gonna get shit canned. So
Julius shrugs. Maybe you would just have to chuckles a bit. Wait until Pequod and Icy and Sasha are all in office. Then you can attempt it.
Towns nods his head. With that, and I would prefer we all just get along, because Gallia was shit. This is like a paradise compared to Gallia, minus the, he salutes and prim and properness, which isn't my thing exactly, but we all had bad lives, now we got decent gigs. I'd like to see this place stick around. And causing drama in a team never works. Trust me, Dale was the king of it. He, mockingly salutes.
Would Dale, sorry if this judges up bad memories, would Dale make you, salute him and stuff?
Make me bow.
Oh, that's even worse.
It's not as bad as you think. Bowing was one thing. He had something called the Kiss My Ass Club. He never made me do it, but he'd make people literally kiss his ass. He'd pull his pants down and kiss my ass or I'll set you ablaze. And in Gallia, a wizard as powerful as Dale. Here, he wasn't that strong, okay, but in Gallia, he was decently strong. And he could just immolate you, and what the fuck was anybody gonna do about it?
The fuck? Jesus Christ. Shakes his head.
Well, good thing General Lorelai or whatever she did to him. It sounded like a terrible guy.
Yeah, he was. Decapitated, by the way. That's what she did.
Sounds like Lorelai.
Yeah, quick and to the point.
Blaze, it's been a long time since I've worn a suit.
Well, Blaze, I'm sure you're gonna look amazing in it.
Last time I wore a suit was Miss Suletta's wedding. I remember it like it was yesterday. Beautiful. It was at a church down Earthside. Wonderful scenic scape. And I just remember thinking, she's going to show up, right? It is her sister's wedding. She never showed up. Hunk, biggest mistake of my life.
Julius lets out a whistle. Well, I think it's like Mom always says, mistakes make you who you are. If you didn't make that mistake, you wouldn't have stuck around long enough to meet, or at least get to know me better, or meet my mom.
That's true, and I think he's going to put his arm around you. I owe you an apology for being so awkward back then and wanting to stay out of it. Not what dads are supposed to do.
It's a lot of my fault. I treated you like shit.
It's no big deal. He pats you on the shoulder. It's met your mother, got with your mother, and look, I never even wear the mask now. Scar, about time. Idiot.
Well, yeah, then let me tell you. It may not mean much, but all the kids are, actually really proud of you for not having to wear the mask as much.
Good. I'm glad everything worked out as He goes to say something and Scar. First couple weeks here, this guy's always in a mask. That's weird. I'm gonna ask the court. Does he ever take that off? No. Oh. Wow, he's probably gotta have a pretty fucked up face, don't you think? No, he's actually really handsome. Thought she was lying to me. Then the doofus takes off his mask. He's one of the best looking men I've ever seen, and that makes me uncomfortable to say, but it's the truth. Hug starts laughing.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh, trust me, I get what you're saying, Scar. I honestly always thought you had something wrong with your face. Like, you had like some really big buck teeth or a giant scar across you or something. No, when you took it off, I was like, that's him?
I take off my mask and Ash is just there.
Oh god, don't. Now you're gonna give me that kind of daymare or nightmare or whatever.
He'll laugh as he'll kick back, arm still around you, and wait for Tommy.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Banksy losing to Blaze, go ahead.
He is watching them play. Yeah, I wonder if it's gonna take a while or not. And he leans back.
Hug, I hope not. I'd rather your mother be here. Banksy play a round of ping pong, pitches him the paddle as shifting on a dropship. Ash finds himself at the back of the ship. Tal's working away, squaring away weapons, like piloting. Colonel Curtis just sitting, head back in the chair, relaxing.
You're gonna come up, make his way up, kind of lean against the wall here.
Like the digs, we got a Corvette.
It is quite nice, actually.
Beats the hell out of the U-86s. That's the other dropships you usually fly on, the one that looks like the one from Alien.
That it does. I mean, this thing seems downright luxurious in comparison. Not to disparage our normal accommodations, of course.
Hell no, mate. He's lifting an M60 up, phased barrel. No, this is luxury flying for Rangers.
Well, I ain't gonna complain. Although, it's just me. It seemed like our friends, the UIR, are getting a lot more active as of late.
Colonel Curtis staring up at the ceiling, twiddling his thumbs. Yeah. He lifts his head slightly and looks over his shoulder.
I mean, not just us. We've had to respond to them, 3 times in a month and a half, 2 months?
But it's always clown show shit. Like, it's not even attacking colonies like you would expect.
No. One of them was the corrections officer. But the other two are the more recent ones. Those have me almost concerned. This, on top of them finding that orb, I don't know, it's got me trepidatious.
Intel reports suggest, like the Ranger General said from the cockpit, that Nemesis are into the occult looking for any edge.
It makes sense, but I don't know. Even when we were on the Majestic and the Nemesis were in charge, they weren't this active, I should say.
Well, they weren't pushed that far out of all known systems, at least explored and cataloged systems.
Makes sense. Although it does have me a little worried that if they're looking for something on that planet with a big colony on it, it means they think something dangerous is there.
Curtis shrugs. Yep, they can think that up until we blow their heads off. Leans back in the chair.
That is true. And honestly, mind if I sit down? He's gonna move up over.
Take a seat.
He'll sit down. And honestly, we're talking about intel that the Nemesis got. They're probably looking for a super weapon, and they're gonna find like dilapidated ruins.
Or another alien robot.
Another alien robot, or a fossilized outhouse. It seems that they can only be serious like 20% of the time.
I mean, you did see Corrections Officer Nemesis. If these are the people that are in charge, I don't think we have too much to worry about.
No, I can imagine not, although I did hear that there was another group vying for power, although I can't for the life of me remember their name.
Otis Zane.
That's the one, Otis Sane. I think one of them was named, what was it? Nixama?
Nixama Ben Autiste, Nick Dom Otis Zane, Nickma Otis Dorothy. There's a few of them about. Yeah, it's a family. I presume like the Nemesis.
I would assume by the Otis part of it, yes. So they're a rival clan, I'd assume?
Colonel Curtis, intel suggests they're tribals. Equivalent to tribals in the UIR. So, like guerrilla fighters.
Okay.
Tribal not meant to be derogatory at all. Just that's they fight, guerrilla fighters, whereas the Nemesis were basically, from our limited understanding, like just scumbag dictators and politicians. So completely different. Completely different, actually. Not even two sides of the same coin.
I'd say the Otisanes are the more dangerous of the two then, because in my limited experience, scumbags and politicians aren't scary, but guerrilla fighters can do a lot of damage.
Tal loading the M60. Yeah, maybe. Either way, Nemesis first.
Nemesis first, I'll take the easy kills. I mean, I still cannot believe he had me. And I was able to open my holster, pull the gun out, and shoot him before he could even move.
Here you go, mate. That's Ben Ortiz.
Oh my gods. Is he in our bingo book?
Yeah. I mean, he's on the radar, but God knows where he is. And then there's others too, but he's the most prominent one as of right now.
It's got to be the photo quality, but is that beard fake?
What the fuck's with his hat?
Is that a Dragon Ball on it?
I don't know what a Dragon Ball is. I just know he looks stupid, and I don't know. I look at him and I think I will almost feel slightly bad for killing him if it was, me on the other end. But yeah.
I think I would agree. He's typing at his wrist computer and brings up a picture of, my gods, it is a Dragon Ball. He's gonna show it.
What is a Dragon Ball?
He's gonna look up, picture of the show. It's an item from an anime, like a 20th century anime called Dragon Ball Z. It appears he's wearing a beanie with the 4-star Dragon Ball on it.
Maybe it's popular out on the frontier where he's from.
Maybe? I don't know. I mean, the Nemesis I'd understand, because they'd probably be looking for them. Searching the universe for the Dragon Balls. Knowing them and their stupidity. But this...
Wouldn't doubt it.
No, I wouldn't either. The UIR, they never cease to be just almost laughable from top to bottom. The only person I've ever seen from them that was scary was the Lightning Count.
And they were most effective under his tenure, and then his father's before him, who had the same moniker. They just, his father gave him the moniker when he was on his deathbed, but yeah. They were effective terrorists, sure, but they caused the problem. Got into a lot of fights with them. I wouldn't say they were coordinated, but they were definitely a thorn in the side. The Nemesis have taken over, and now it's just like somebody let the kindergartners loose with guns.
Yeah, when we fought them a couple times before the Lightning Count, they, although not the most skilled, they did feel like a military force, right? Or at least like defense contractors on that level. Now they feel more like gangsters, easy to gun down, not even a challenge. It's kind of a shame in a way. You almost feel bad for it.
I don't.
Oh, that's fair. I almost feel bad for it in the same way that, I don't know, you'd feel bad for arresting an old dude who killed someone. Just, it's not sporting, that's the word. It's not sporting.
Prepping some claymores. At least the Ranger General was uh nice to you today.
Well, I would assume I got lucky because she's in a good mood. How could you not be with where she's going?
Because she gets to go to the wedding, slamming the top of the M60 down.
Yes, she does. And you get to go shoot fish in a barrel with us and General Spears.
God, retirement can't come soon enough.
No, it cannot. For you and for me. Because when you retire, that means I'm here full time.
Damn right.
Honestly, at this point, being on the frontier as often as possible sounds like a good thing.
Finally ready to get the hell out of Dodge, away from your house.
At least for the time being, yes. I can hope that it gets better, but the only way that's going to happen is if I'm there less.
Yeah, I think so. He's looking at ammunition.
It's a nice piece you chose to bring.
Yeah. I mean, ambush weapon, light machine gun. Cut him down. Catch him in a field of fire.
Sounds like a plan to me. You sure this forest isn't haunted too, sir?
No, negative. We're good. We're good. We're good. Trust me. But no, we'll be fine. You won't be seeing your dead parents and your dead sister.
Oh, that's for the best.
You had a good-looking family. He looks over at you. I mean, she was cute. Your mom was a good-looking lady. Father, healthy-looking man.
I did, sir.
They didn't look like they bleached their fucking hair like a loser. He points at you.
Trust me, I, to an extent, almost wish it was bleached, sir.
Yeah, me too. You look older than me.
Yes, I do. Like I said, the only good thing to come out of that is I remember exactly what they look like now. It, honestly, it was a horrific experience to be there, but I think I'm better for it, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have done.
I don't know what I would have done if you weren't there.
Die. He looks over at you.
Probably. I mean, I said it when we were there, but there was a moment where I really thought about it. Like, actually thought about it. And I'm not proud to admit that, sir.
Well, had things played out different, stronger mind, more, yeah.
Yeah. I think the Asherion who got onto the Majestic would have functioned through it fine.
I would hope so.
I think I would have if it was that version of me, and well, that gives me a benchmark to strive towards, eh?
Yeah, it does. Good goal to reach. I mean, the Majestic changed you, I guess. But it's not excusable.
No, you can explain something, but just because it's explained doesn't mean it's excused, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. Colonel Curtis, well, it's like, you got to see your dead mother. It's like, makes sense. Jealous of Julius or Davine, or maybe you have the hots for Davine. I don't fucking know. Either way, it's not excusable, but yeah, losing family that young ain't easy. Happens more than you'd think out in the frontier colonies.
I can imagine, sir. And no, it's not. I don't know. For years I felt guilty about it. You know how you can feel guilty about something while deep down knowing you couldn't have changed it, right? That was me for many years. And it just... That day and the one you already know about, the shooting, the Slavers' Day, those days haunted me for a long time. And I don't know. It's like getting to see them again. It gave me a bit of a peace about that. In a weird, almost twisted way. It isn't something that I really feel guilty about anymore.
You know, the thing about relationships, not just with women, with anybody, is like everything coalesces naturally if you allow it, usually. Meaning, if you know somebody and they know you and you get along, you coalesce. It, if you allow that to happen naturally, it's that's where feelings of like family and the blood of the covenant is water, whatever the stupid saying is. He throws his hand up, whatever. Water is thick, blood is thicker than water. What is the damn saying?
I think it's blood is thicker than water, but the blood of the covenant is thicker than the blood of the womb.
Right, there you go. He points at you. So, whether they're traumatic events and some good events, but when you brother, and you impose, it's like, that's not going to work. His head is back on the chair, just leaning, and he turns and looks at you. So just because you want something doesn't mean you can make it happen like that. You need to let it happen.
Yes, sir.
And you have to. And when he says that, you think back to Integra, young Integra, sitting at her chair. Actions speak louder than words, Ash. Now stop telling me how much you love her. She's pointing at you. So, you gotta let it, you know what I mean? Just let it happen naturally. You will unconsciously do these things. You did do them. We've seen your combat reports. You protected them. They protected you. You took risks to make sure they got back alive. I mean, but trying to force your hand and force it makes you look like a fucking creep.
Looking back at it with hindsight, it really did, sir. I'll be honest.
No act of valor outweighs going behind people's back. Not going, but saying rude things about people, spouting people's personal business. It's like,
no,
trying to teach you these things so if you're lucky enough to get, whatever. I don't know why I care. He's looking up at the ceiling.
Because you're a good man. I appreciate it, sir. I really did think of him as a brother, but I suppose you're right, and I did force it on him. And that probably killed that before it could have ever become a thing.
Yeah, yeah. Pequod said she would have loved to have you at the wedding if things had gone differently. Puts up his finger. I already said that, but, I think anyway that I think that, but with some people, I think everybody's different, but imposing on people you gotta be careful there.
Yes, I do. And, thank you for telling me that. It hurts really bad, like a sting to the chest, but in a way there's a, peace to be found in knowing it.
Let me give you an example. I don't want the story. I don't care about their fucking stupid love drama. I really don't. But Julius and Pequod split ways for a while, right? Because you threw their dirty laundry about it out there. So they split ways for a while. And when they split, what did you do with Julius? Did you help him? Or did you just ignore him?
I did everything in my power to help him.
And that is how your actions in those moments where he needed you speak to culminate in the act of being an older brother figure. Not... Yeah.
No, you're right. Should have been more moments like that, and, less of me, intentionally or not, being a creep.
It's fucking trivial. He's loading the belt-fed ammunition into the M60, cycling the bolt just to make sure it's working. It's cliche and trivial, but, loving somebody as whatever is like being there for them, when they need you. And when they don't need you, you're still there, right? But you're not there, over them kind of thing. It goes, same sex, brother, friend, wife, Stares over at you. That's, so, and sometimes when somebody needs you and they need you to give them some leash space, that's what they need. So that's what you do for them.
Yes, sir. And that's a lesson I learned a bit too late.
I'm sure somebody tried to fucking teach you.
I'm sure they did, and I'm sure I was too much of an idiot to listen, sir. Now all I can hope for is, well, keep listening to the lesson, and should Ceres and I ever have a child, I'd do my best to teach him or her that as well.
Good idea. Kurt puts up his finger.
Nah, it's just, I dealt myself a shit hand, and now I gotta do my best to win with it. That's all you can do, right? But just keep doing what we've been doing. Excellent soldiers.
Why don't you think you could find anybody besides Cyrus? Colonel Curtis, yeah, I mean, line of work, but are you just incapable of, like, ever feeling that way about another woman? Or, like...
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I could, but it's just, even now, with everything else, I love her from the bottom of my heart, sir. I mean, the only reason that I'd be willing to divorce right now is because of how much I love her. And maybe given time I'd be able to feel that way about somebody else, but it just is something that she's the only one I've ever felt that way about, so it's almost unfathomable to think about finding somebody else, you know?
He looks over at you. Yeah, I guess. I suppose, yeah. I'm in the same boat, but kind of. I just never wanted to deal with it again. Not go through it again, just not deal with it again.
It's fair enough, sir. I might be able to. But
Surprised you didn't hook up with Sasha back in the day. Oh, Christ. Colonel Curtis, please. Please, he ruined Ceres, not hurt.
oh gods, no, she would have killed me, sir.
Yeah, something tells me it wouldn't have got that far there, Ash. I mean, maybe if it worked out, I think she would have just... She doesn't do well with the crying and your hallmark traits, so to speak.
Yeah, we wouldn't have been a good match. And
Can you imagine calling her at 12 a.m.? She's trying to sleep. Worked out all day, hard work. My love, I see you there.
Yeah. I don't know. Probably would have been even... Well, it would never have gotten to the point of me ruining her.
No, she would have killed you.
Killed me, or if I was lucky, told me to pound sand.
Yeah. Yeah. No ranger ever would have touched her. Nobody wanted to, because it's like, oh, it's Lorelai's in it. Yeah.
Well, I mean... Yeah. Took towns, and not getting into other people's love lives.
Took the guy who didn't know anything that was going on. He starts laughing.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure she chose him, not the other way around.
Good. I'm glad for them, trust me. But no ranger was ever going to go near that with a 20-foot pole, so...
No, and honestly, I think there's a lot of men in other, divisions, other lines, other parts of the military that wouldn't have, been willing to.
Been that stupid? Yeah.
Don't think there are many Marines that would have been willing to, do you?
No, not at all. I mean, not at all. You'd have to be pretty crazy, like hooking up with General Rico's daughter.
Yeah. And, well, same thing. Didn't know at the time. No, but I'm very happy for her. Towns is good for her. They're good for each other, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, she's gonna be your boss someday.
And I will have to make myself the best asset possible.
we'll help you get there, assuming you make it through training.
I'll have some faith. I'm confident I can. I'm gonna keep working my ass off to make sure, but I think I can.
Just keep conditioning your body, yourself. Your mind will follow.
Yes, sir. What's the old thing that, Pinhead, Jiren, apologies, said? He told me.
Who?
Jiren, he was, Commander Jiren, he was,
Oh, I heard the name before.
yeah, member of the army. He, helped Julius and I get back into shape after the Majestic, and the thing he said was your body and mind need to be in balance, or you fall apart.
Good advice.
Yeah,
How'd you hook up with him?
through Lazuli. They,
All right.
yeah, they were friends. Yeah. See?
Oh, that's right. You beat him in the Earth Gov games back in the glory days.
Yes, sir. We came back, thought he was a good guy, and then found out he wasn't. So, yeah.
Oh, well. What happened to him? Didn't he get beat up or something?
He got... On the record, he got jumped by a mysterious group of people and put in the hospital, sir.
Yeah. That's all I need to hear.
Yes, sir. That's all that happened, right? I mean, since we're on duty and on the record right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's, Oh, well.
Oh, well, indeed.
Never met the guy. No vested stake in him. I think I seen a picture of it once or twice or something like that. But
Strong fighter.
oh, I bet.
Asset to the military, and that's professionally where I will end my thoughts on Commander Jiren.
Glory days. Yeah, the glory days of the headhunter days.
The glory days, yes.
We thought they'd never end, didn't we? He's prepping more Claymore.
For a while, it felt like they wouldn't, and then reality hit us in the face about the Majestic, and, then reality actually hit us in the face on the Majestic, sir.
Colonel Curtis groans. I mean, Malcolm was a special case. That stuff never really happened before. Nothing like it. I mean, officer incompetence, it happens. Probably on a daily basis, given how many of us there are. Malcolm's was to a higher echelon beyond even like a scope of understanding. I mean, if he had come back, killing him wouldn't have been good enough. Putting him in prison wouldn't have been good enough. You'd have to do some crazy torture, and that's beyond the point. It's extraordinary circumstances, but, I mean, yeah.
Like I said, doesn't excuse anything, but it explains a bit of what helped get fucked up in my head, eh?
Just a damn shame. By the time Contri had got to Gateway, she was married.
Yeah. Her and Haima, they make a good couple.
Yeah, they do. They do, don't they?
I'm happy for them.
Good. You better be. I thought you made me say, oh, I'm jealous.
Oh, no. I mean, like I said earlier, I love my wife more than anyone. I wouldn't trade her for anyone in the world. Why would I be jealous of anyone else?
Yeah.
I do need to, if once I see her again, I need to I know, too many apologies, but I do need to apologize for making her feel uncomfortable.
Oh, that's your call to make, not mine. If that's what you want to do, be my guest.
I think it's something that needs to be said. But
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
whether she wants to accept it or not, that is besides the point. Just need to do everything I can to be cordial with the people I have to work with, right?
I don't really know the particulars, but I do know this. If you have, like, a civilian doctor filing, infraction reports, I mean, your ass is fried. So you should be very thankful that your mother covered up for you. I mean, people probably always say, looking back, oh, she covered for Julius and Pequod. There's a lot we probably don't know about unless we dig, and I am not digging. But yeah,
No, I would assume that's the case, and I'm unbelievably thankful to all of them. I don't even know how to explain it. I know I wouldn't be here without Mum, in more ways than one, and I for sure know I wouldn't be here without Country in plenty of ways. So
then you're done hitting on country. You get the shotgun shells, put your head down, and just start running full steam at fucking Ceres.
yeah, again, not my intention, but when you look at it in context, it really does make me seem like a fucking creeper, doesn't it?
I mean, in some ways, I think it's like there's some circumstantial blame to be put on what's her face, Lazuli. I think so, actually. I mean, you shouldn't have been living in a bunker, even if it was only a few days a week. You should have been grinding in Raven Rock, freezing your dicks off. That's why you were there. Not to have fun, not to have drinking parties or whatever the fuck you did. You were there to be trained to go beyond and have a career. And if you didn't like it, quit. Don't re-enlist. That's what you were there to do.
Yes, sir. And,
I don't think it excuses any of your behavior. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying it. I don't get how you came out of the headhunters so soft. A long time ago, what's Davine's husband's name?
Hunk.
Okay, so a long time ago, when he was like before, I'll probably get my years mixed up, but like everybody's heard of Integra, right? We never met her or knew, you know. But the Headhunters was a pretty shitty place before she took over, you know. It's like she turned it around, made it a reputable place, it was a place you could be happy to go to. It's like, you kind of wanted to end up there. As like, I think, you know, we're talking like back when Suletta, I think, was, you know, probably 100 years old or numbers, but a long time ago. Like, you didn't want to go there. It's like, that's where they send the fuck ups. She turned it around, fostered talent, put up some of the best agents, operatives, soldiers, rangers out there. You know, so it wasn't supposed to be this cakewalk. I'm not detracting from your accomplishments there, but I doubt anybody else living there at any point after she took over got to fucking eat cupcakes and ice cream and grope each other in a fucking bunker. He's just staring you right in the eye.
No, I would assume not, sir.
And clearly you weren't mature enough, even though you fucking decrepit looking. Excuse me. But pot calling the kettle black. Even though you're fucking decrepit looking, clearly you were not mature enough for a relationship.
No, I wasn't, sir. And, like I said, it was my first, and I was trying to figure things out as I went, sir. And I made more than my fair share of wrong choices. I wasn't ready for it.
I mean, you gotta think about it. Any other guy or girl or whatever is freezing their ass off or fighting in some ditch out on the frontier against the UIR, or rangers doing this or doing rescue missions or training or grinding and you're sitting in a bunker living the good life. Oh, you gotta go freeze a couple days a week back at Raven Rock, then go out on a mission or two. You had your little fantasy world, and then you hit the big leagues, and that fantasy world crumbled pretty quick, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He just rolls his head away from you.
And I wasn't ready. I fully admit I wasn't ready for the Majestic. Even if it had been normal, I wasn't ready for it. I should have just kept grinding at Raven Rock.
Yeah, you all should have. I don't care about Julius's past. Oh, he was a bad soldier. He's perfect now. I mean, hell, he's amazing. But I think Integra did right by him. But you, Sure, it might have taken Integra a long time, and Integra tried her hardest with you, but I think Julius understood, like, he came to understand, like, leisure time, work time, my responsibilities as a man, and and what did you take away from Raven Rock besides Sarah's? Your plan to become a ranger? That's it?
That and combat ability, and that's it, sir. Really, if I'm gonna be dead honest.
I rest my case.
There's nothing to be said. You're right. That's all that needs to be said. I should have been better, and I wasn't. I guess now all I can do is be the man I should have been when I left that station.
At the very least, you could have did right by your mother.
Yeah. And at this point it's probably too late for that.
Oh, it's too late for her, I think, yeah. But I don't know.
I hope it isn't. But well, like I keep saying, hope in one hand, right? I just have to do my best to do good by her and Saris. And you.
Who coined the term trailblazer exactly?
I believe I first heard it from General Lorelei, and I kept repeating it, sir.
Why? His head rolls back over looking at you.
Because it's what she was. It was something to be proud of. She was a trailblazer, sir. Vampire Ranger. It was incredible, and I just kept saying it because I was proud of her, and I thought saying it was the right thing to do. You keep repeating it because it's something to be proud of. Little did I know I was stealing her pride in it by making her feel like an object.
So if I go to every single person I meet, or whoever, and Ash is a great ranger, you don't think it devalues if you're saying it to everybody?
I didn't think it at the time, but now that I think about it, yes, it would, sir.
There was no education system on Gallia, clearly. He rolls his head the other way.
No, and even if there were, I wouldn't have had a chance to go through it, sir.
Yeah. How unfortunate for us.
Yes, sir. How unfortunate for you. You're the ones who are stuck with me trying to teach my ass now.
Well, it's okay. Just teaching a grown man things that are like... It's weird, but if that's what we're paid to do, that's what we're gonna do.
Oh, I appreciate it. Better to have learned the lesson and gone through hell doing it than to have not learned it at all.
Like Pequod, Julius doesn't go around saying she's Rico's daughter. You know what I mean? It's like... I don't know. Every woman's different. What the hell do I know? I just know I get drained dealing with you.
Believe me, sir, I can tell. Well, I'd offer to buy drinks when we get back, but no, I can't.
Gonna get you nice and fit. Get you a V cut. You're gonna look good.
Well, I can still buy all of you drinks.
That would be appreciated. Like, we could, yeah, I mean, when we get back, maybe we can have some drinks with the Marines. You can drink water.
Sounds good.
Marines are good drinkers. You have some good times with Marines, kid.
Sounds like a good time, sir. Least I can do to thank you for everything you're doing for me.
Trying. It's up to you to make yourself succeed or not.
Yes, sir. And well, at least once I need to make good on the training and teaching I've been given.
Apparently, Contri and Hamer got really close You know, during that psycho time where Integra was like booby trapping the place and stuff.
I can imagine. You lose, in a way, lose someone you care about, and you find comfort in each other.
Yeah. He's one lucky son of a bitch. Winks at you.
He is. I mean, she's one of the most nicest and most intelligent people I've met, so he is very lucky.
Yeah. Doctor is a little too smart for my taste.
That's fair. I mean, she's obviously compassionate if she was willing to deal with me despite me making her uncomfortable, so there's that.
It's not every day somebody files 10 different reports. Think about that.
No, I would assume it's not every day that happens, sir.
Try putting yourself in people's shoes. He nods his head.
That's what I've been trying, sir.
It's hard. It's ridiculous. Sometimes you do it and everything goes wrong. Believe me. But if you can do that and just try to stay in them, so you'll have a better understanding of how they feel or why they feel and why they do things and why they say things. And on average, you'll make better decisions. That's the best advice I can give you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, and I'll remember that, and will do my damnedest too. Thank you.
And when you encounter the enemy, do not talk about classified information. Though I think that goes without saying. He lifts his head and points at you.
I would agree, sir.
Tell Jesus Christ.
I'd agree. Will not happen again, and I won't let the enemy make things as personal as I let him make it again, so...
I'm not going to lie. When Nemesis Day came up to you in his constable corrections officer outfit, it's like, oh god, is he going to tell Nemesis Day that we are here watching and expose us to Nemesis Day?
Yes, well, one thing I could say is never would do anything that I know would put my squad in danger, sir.
Nemesis Day, your time's up. My squad's right behind me. Oh no! I had Nemesis Day in my sights, just to be sure. Listening in over the comms, as far as I could hear you. Directional microphone built into the helmet, thank God.
Thank gods. Oh, I appreciate that. Luckily, it wasn't necessary, but, you know.
He was too busy doing a line of coke anyway.
Thickest line I've ever seen.
Probably wasn't even good stuff.
Oh, gods no. If he was willing to just empty the bag out into his hand and form the line, it was probably bloody dollars to the fucking ounce. Probably paid like 30 credits for it.
Homemade Nemesis brand.
I wouldn't be shocked if it was analyzed and it just came back baby powder.
The dropship sets down. Colonel Curtis. Alright, be on your best behavior in front of the general. You can do the talking.
Yes, sir. Understood.
I hear he likes you.
Oh, that's one person, sir. Should be fine.
Good. Good. You can do the talking, you know, lead the way. You got a rapport with the guy. Just don't make him hate you. He sits up. Ugh.
Do my damnedest not to. Is there anything I can get you for that headache, sir?
No! Just bang some UIR heads off a few rocks and I'll be... What is it? Right as rain. Right as rain.
Right as rain. Yes, sir.
You will get your final gear on, ready to go. As here, the girls have found themselves in this portion of Watertown. Tommy is going in the building. I'll be right... Oh. Staring at Good Ash. I'll be right back. I'll go inside and get some things. The dresses are in here. Just got to double check, make sure everyone's safe. Okay. You'll stay out here. Enjoy the view. He goes inside. Davey notices he pulls out a handgun as he walks in the building.
Davine is a little bit taken aback by the handgun. Did one of you give him a handgun?
Pequod, no. So that I didn't. You see, I didn't. Sasha, no.
She
Have a gun? Sasha pointing this way?
she rubs the back of her neck. I could have sworn I saw him take out a gun.
Mr. Wiseau using a weapon. That is just absurd. She comes over here, sitting on the boxes.
Yes, I must have been seeing things. Perhaps what I would have done myself. She sits next to Soletta on the boxes.
Icy jumps up on this thing, starts kicking her feet like a little kid. Pequod comes over, sits down. Hands on the back of the box, just looking up at the sky. Big smile on her face. Never thought this day would come. I already told Julius, but yeah.
Davine puts a hand on Pequod's. You certainly seem excited about it.
Can't wait.
I can't either. I'm happy for you both. And to see you both wed would be the greatest present a parent or a parent-in-law could see.
Gonna cry. She smiles over it.
I fully expect to. Plan for the worst, hope for the best, I think.
Have your dance with Julius at the reception.
That I will most likely cry at.
Pequod smiles.
She smiles back and pats her hand. So, if I might ask, Pequod, when did you know you wanted to be wed to Julius?
When exactly?
I mean, there's always this moment in time where you're like, oh, I would love to be with this person. Did you have that?
I think I had fleeting glimpses of it in our early forays in the Headhunters. Like the first year. Definitely considered it. Obsess over it? You see her start thinking. Because, yeah, I wouldn't call it I want to be. I obsessed over it. I would say probably the first time Leslie took us out to a nice dinner.
She nods. Okay.
I think there was some shenanigans going on. He like bought a ring or something for me, but either way, we were just walking down the street and there was a St. Guillotine incident unfolded. But after the guillotine thing was funny, she looks over at Davey, and then the domestic menace as well, which was another story. But anyway, as we were walking down to the restaurant, he looked really good. We were having fun. I was proud to be with him. And I was just... Well, I didn't know what it was, but I was happy. I didn't know what it was. I couldn't explain the feeling, but it was just happiness. Me and him. No Ash, there bothering us. No Saris. No, it was just me and him. And we didn't get a lot outside of hiding in a box of a room to get away from Ash talking to us or whoever bothering us, because it wasn't always Ash. It's just when you're in the military, it's harder. I was very happy. That was one of the first moments we ever got alone that wasn't sex or foreplay or watching anime or something out in public, the two of us.
She nods. That sounds like a wonderful moment to realize that.
It's just me and him, and it was wonderful. I remember thinking, I could do this for the next... I didn't really know. She winks up at Icy. I'd be around longer, but let's just say the next 100 years or so. And I'd be very, very, very happy. Yeah, I think I'd really like it. Then I started obsessing over it.
She nods. Well, that's understandable, I suppose. But that does sound wonderful. That's a good moment to realize that.
It was hard. It was hard. She looks over. Actually, she calls her mom. It was hard, Mom, in the Headhunters. We had fun. We had good times. I wanted to be with him and only him. But to find time to think about our life away from the Headhunters was like near impossible. Because just every day, whether we were in the bunker or here or at this Raven Rock place, it was extremely difficult to imagine a life not freezing our asses off or being in that creepy bunker or And in the moments where you could sit down and talk, it was just like there was always somebody fucking there. She starts to get angry. What are you doing, little sister? Yeah.
She nods. Not a lot of privacy, and whenever you did have privacy, it was sort of not the right place, right time.
No, maybe it was the right place, right time, but I don't think we ever really talked too much about it. I was scared to like push him to think about the future because he had been through a lot, and I didn't want to. Well, you got to get married to me. You have to marry me and then take care of me. Yeah. I didn't want to make him change.
She nods. Well, yes, but I'm sure you know this now. At times we have to force some people to change for
Oh,
the better
God.
of everyone.
I wish I would have had the guts back then. Trust me. She starts not. I wish I did, but I didn't want to force him to change his ways. He never had a choice. He had guns put in his face, and my parents gave me a choice. You join the military, do something. My dad wanted me to, but ultimately it was a choice. He never had a choice. Oh, he could have went to jail. Oh, yeah, that's fair. You see her roll her eyes.
Davine chuckles. Yes, and I'm sure he's very happy with the choice that he made. The
Let her breathe.
basic. I'm sure he is. You are a wonderful girl. Woman, I should say. And I am happy to have you as a daughter-in-law, because you make my son not just happy, ecstatic whenever I see you with him.
We can hug, She's gonna put her arms out. You can hug me too, not just her. Points.
Davine chuckles, stands up, walks over, and wraps her arms around her in a big hug.
Pequod hugs Davine back. It was hell. I mean, not bad hell, but just imagine to let Davine go and look her right in the eyes. Imagine you want alone time with Hunk on the weekends. She points at Davine. When you guys go off and do something, we don't follow you or anything like that. Or if you guys are just sitting at the table talking, being your lovey-dovey selves, we go about our business. You couldn't get away with that in that small box that me and Julius were trapped in. And I thank Integra, for everything she did. And it wasn't her fault we were there. But, yeah, it was just not easy. When you can't imagine a future, oof.
Davine nods. It certainly makes things a bit more difficult. She sits down next to Pequod. But you got through it, and now look at where you are. 7, 8 years ago now, would it be? 8 years ago, this was your future. And 8 years in the future, that will be your future. You just have to push on through until you get there.
She nods her head and smiles, and when we were walking down the street together, it felt like we were the only two people in the world that mattered. I think that's the only way I can really put it to words. Then I started obsessing over it.
Yes, the obsessing part. Davine tilts her head a couple times. Maybe not that, but she pats her knee. The feeling of you two being the only two people in the world, that's true love.
I mean, I was in love with him before that, for sure. I wanted to be with him all the time. But it was not easy to enjoy ourselves, let's just put it that way. And I think he probably feels the same way, because it's not Ash's fault they had to share barracks. That's how it goes. But at the same time, nobody, the guards at Raven Rock, they didn't care. It was hard to get space. Even Integra would let us, we could turn the vertibird on, waste gas, sit in the vert. That's about it. Oh, God.
Yes, the late nights on the vertibird is what Julius would call them.
We've never actually talked about it, but yeah, it was hard to find space. Me and Julius. He probably feels the same way. It was hard to find the space that a couple really needs, which is why I always say I didn't want the stupid dual airship wedding. She actually and spits on the ground.
So,
Sasha, Jesus Christ.
yeah, Davine pats her on the back. I'm sure he does feel the same way. He definitely enjoys spending time with you, and to have that taken away, other than just, intercourse or something like that, to have a special time with just the two of you taken away was probably hard on both of you. Extremely.
There were nights he'd struggle to sleep, and he'd come to my room, but I wouldn't want to keep him up. Like, let's talk about this. I just wanted him to get rest and relax. It was terrible.
Davine nods.
It was like having a mirror put up in front of you, or glass. She points at Davine. And every once in a while, you can, get your hand through the glass and touch the person. But most of the time, you can't. That's exactly what it felt like, and that's what I wrote in my journal I used to keep.
That's definitely an interesting way of putting it. I would have never thought of it that way. But yes, I can definitely understand not wanting to keep someone up with talk of the future or anything like that. I've never had to. It's never occurred with me personally before, but I could definitely understand it. Not wanting to bother someone when they're tired.
Yeah, and I mean, there's bothering somebody, and then there's they need sleep. Let's talk about marriage. It's like,
Davine laughs. Yes, it's just not the right moment for a deep conversation like that.
no, it wasn't. Sitting in the mess hall, and Ash just sitting down, or whatever. He didn't mean to do anything. It was impossible. And we were like this weird nucleus when we were off duty or something. It was always the four of us, and it's not supposed to be that way all the time. I wanted to say these things just like I wanted to say I didn't want this dumb wedding, but I didn't want to come off as, a troublemaking brat, basically, back then. And I didn't want to come between Ash and Julius. So she shrugs and shakes her head. It's not supposed to be that way. It's just you and Hunk go off and have your breakfast or whatever you do. She gestures over here, and Banksy go off and do their thing, and they come back. It just always bothered me. Suletta, I can understand that. Me and my husband were very, very private.
Davy nods. Yes, private time for a couple is extremely important. She loves that Pequod. But now, you get to have all of it and all of the important conversations that you want. I can also understand if you didn't want to have like a super serious conversation with him because of how he used to be, I suppose. Somewhat immature.
Yeah, he was immature. And I didn't want to change him, like I said. Maybe it was my place to change him back then, but I still didn't want to do it.
Davy nods.
If you love somebody, you shouldn't ask them to change. She looks at Davy and shrugs. Just for me, just because of a last name. I mean, if I was any other how is that fair? I don't think it is. If he wanted to change, then... And he did, but me telling him, you have to, Sure, it kind of came to that when we split for a while, but that was all my fault.
Davy shrugs, looks forward. Yes, you should love the person that you love for them, but you also have to remember you're a person too, and if something about them bothers you, you must bring it up with them. Like, say Julius ate with his mouth open, didn't close his mouth when he ate. Would that not bother you enough to bring it up?
Yeah. I mean, hindsight's 20/20. He even told me if I had just asked him, he would have changed. So she starts laughing.
Davy laughs. Yes, hindsight is always 2020.
If I had a gun put in my face after, and he told us what happened. We don't need to talk about it, but his childhood was rough. And then you get a gun put in your face. Without the context of Gallia, she looks at Davy and shakes her head like the time traveling and all the crap they went through. Jail or military? I just always used to thought he'd been through enough. Just, yeah.
That's quite fair. But yes, it is it's difficult. It's a balancing act with the relationship, I believe. You have to love the person for them, but know when to ask, could you do this instead? It's a balancing act on both parts.
She nods her head. I was very, well, the first time we saw him in his military suit, oh Christ. She throws her hand. Whew!
Davine chuckles. You got even hotter than Lorelai when she sees him shirtless.
Oh yeah. I think my body temperature skyrocketed. Then when she got captain, it was like, yeah.
Davine starts to laugh. I'm sure it was very, very fun night that night.
That, she puts her finger up, and he had been through all that. And you know, I grew up basically having whatever I wanted. And my parents never let me forget that.
She nods. People love rooting for the underdog, and I'd say that's somewhat of an underdog story in some ways.
A very handsome underdog. She puts her hands up.
Davine laughs. One that you'll always root for.
Oh, damn right.
Davine nods and sighs. But yes, he's grown up so much, and not just in personality, but physically and as a person and everything like that. Even from when Gallia. It feels so weird to have to look up at him when I speak. I still remember when he was, and she puts her hand out, about yay tall. It's odd to see someone grow up that way.
Running around pickpocketing the guard. Is that what he did?
Yes, actually, so after I was a rat and everything like that, I couldn't necessarily provide for him, other than taking some bread or something like that with my little rat teeth. She does it like a little hand gesture that mimics rat teeth. So he would have to steal either money or bread, food, anything like that from guards, normal townsfolk, something like that.
And while he was, well, granted, time skip, time travel, but while he was doing that at his age, at my age, I was getting food laid in front of me on not a golden plate, but yeah. So you can understand why. I know it's hard, but I love him, and he's been through hell. That's why now I take good care of him. It took me way too long to learn.
Davy nods, and I do hope he's taking good care of you in return.
Oh, he always has. Just too stupid to see it. She points to her eyes.
Davy laughs. Sometimes it is hard to see what is directly in front of you. It's like when you put your index finger directly up to your eyeball and somehow your mind makes you be able to see through your eye or through your finger. It's like that. It's difficult to see what's in front of us.
Hunk wasn't difficult to see for you.
No, he was not difficult to see, but it was difficult to see him. It's like when you're a kid and you see some hard candy that you really like, but your mother tells you, no, you can't have that. Go set the dinner table or something like that.
That had to be hell. Pequod rubbing her arm.
Davine chuckles. At times it was. But other times, seeing him acting happily with her was enough, because even if it isn't me he is with, he still seemed happy, and that was enough for me.
A little jealous.
Of course, I was desperately jealous of her. So,
Wondering how a hag like that pulled.
I probably couldn't have, but I would have kicked her ass so hard just for a chance at letting him hold me. Don't even. And she starts to laugh.
Pequod nods her head. Yeah. It just... I'm glad she's gone. She shrugs and smiles. Maybe that's mean to say. To let her know, no, it's not. Trust me.
Trust me, darling. She pats her knee again. It's not.
I am aligned with... I don't like drama. And my sister has caused so much drama over the years. Good riddance. Sasha laughed.
Davine chuckles. Leans back. She... Even when I was around, which, in all hindsight, isn't very long. I've only been around you all for about a year at this point. Even in that year, she caused 2 big bouts of drama.
You see Soletta sigh.
So, yes, I would have to say good riddance.
Pequod, yeah. Well, I always kind of thought their relationship was kind of strange, Hunk and Laz's, because she proposed to him. They never, like, actually had a wedding. It was just, like, kind of like a... It almost seemed like a... If you think about it. Somebody clamping handcuffs over your wrist, and then to theirs. That's what it looked like, as opposed to, like, getting the ring on the finger. We didn't see the ring, the proposal happen, but as a metaphor, that's how I kind of think about it nowadays, with hindsight.
That is definitely an interesting way of putting it. And if the way Hunk talks about how that all occurred, it's an apt way of putting it.
I see. I mean, we should have known. I was his daughter for how long? Never saw his face. You saw him how many days in? 3? Pequod starts laughing.
Yes, within the first week of me training him and physical training.
Gotta use what I got. She starts laughing.
Davine laughs. He did say the only reason he revealed his face to me was because he thought I was so beautiful.
Pequod nods her head. Oh, thank God. Good thing he did.
Yes, very good thing, because right after he showed me his face, I started to notice that his ass was very nice.
Pequod starts laughing. But I guess you can kind of see what I was saying about the mirror. Think about it, or glass, or something. You couldn't... Maybe sometimes you could get through, but yeah.
You can never fully grab it.
Yeah, and I'm greedy, selfish. I wanted to grab Julius and have him all the time with me. And now imagine you go to grab, and Ash is just there behind Julius with his hand on his shoulder. It's like, how can you even contemplate a future? And then Ceres is behind him. This weird just disgusting. She spits on the ground again. She let it keep it up. Maybe Mr. Wiseau will slip when he comes back out. What the hell is he doing in there? She starts looking in the window.
Oh, maybe he's just searching the entire place for Ash with his handgun.
I see. She starts looking at the building. I hope not.
She shrugs and looks over at Flavor over here. Flavor, darling,
Ma'am, he turns around.
did one of the Spartans happen to give Mr. Wiseau a handgun?
Negative. He's a civilian. Even if he asks for one, he's not getting one.
Right, of course. Carry on.
Besides, he can buy his own if he wants one. He chuckles and nods at her, and he's just scanning the area for Ash.
She bites her lip. What if Tommy owns one of the big gun-making corporations? Not Max Tech, but another.
Miss Raya Armories? Icy speaks up.
Yes, like a company like that. What if he owns one of those?
Pequod, it wouldn't surprise me at this point.
Neither would it surprise me, but it would be something I would have never thought of for Tommy.
Pequod puts her finger up. Help me out here. Points at Icy, and Icy, Come on, do it. What do you mean, do it? Read my mind. Icy reads her. No, I'm not doing that. Looks at Pequod. Pequod, it's my fucking wedding day. You're gonna say no? Icy just crosses her arms and keeps kicking her feet.
One of Davine's eyebrows raise.
She will listen to you. She always does, so you tell her.
Well, what do you want done?
An illusion?
She sighs for 1 second, stands up, walks over, sits down next to Icy. Istram, what illusion does she want?
She wants me to create a mirror and Hunk there shirtless behind it, and you reach for him and Ash is behind him.
She lets out a deep sigh. Do it for her.
Fine. She snaps her fingers and you see it's in front of Davy and Pequod. Imagine that every day. Sasha, Suletta just shivers in place. But it's not just always Ash, it could be anybody. But, yeah. And then put Saris there, Icy. And looks at Davy.
Davine shrugs and gestures out to the mirror.
Listening to her mom, she will do it, snapping her fingers and imagine that every day of your life.
She covers 1/2 of her face with her hand, shakes her head. Alright, that's enough of that illusion.
She snaps her fingers and gets it, makes it go away, Pequod. Absolutely horrible. What the? As she looks over. Hello, everybody!
Tommy?
Well, the area is secure. Ash is not in the building. I do a whole suite. Everything's safe.
Davine blinks a couple times. What are you wearing?
Oh, 1 second. He'll take the mask off. It's tactical gear. I buy it. A long time ago, I buy it. Maybe I need it. You'll never know. And just to make sure, night vision goggles, IR, laser on gun. I wear these goggles. I see laser. Ash. No, I figure better safe than sorry on wedding day.
Davine blinks a couple times. Well, very good, Tommy. Yes, good thinking.
Pequod's laughing at from priest robe to tactical gear, huh, Tommy? You can never be too sure. You'll never know.
Exactly, Tommy. You never know with how crafty a Sharian can be.
Sasha, do you even know how to operate that handgun? No. I was just going to Ash and try to intimidate him. And then I figure he starts shooting at me, so then I just scream for help. So that's
Davine chuckles. The gun isn't loaded, is it?
No, not loaded at all. See? He holds up the magazine. No magazine in this thing called Magwell, I think they say. Sorry. Yeah, that's intimidating, Tommy. Yeah, well, not in my nature to kill. Tommy, good guy.
Davy nods. Tommy is a good guy.
But outfit intimidating.
Honestly, Tommy, you can be very intimidating at times.
You think so?
I know so, Tommy. You. Just something about you. At times, when you're more frustrated than anything, can give off this intimidating aura.
I see imitating it. Tommy, not my best moment. Points up back.
Dewey starts to laugh.
Well, look at it this way. Sometimes everybody loses control. People are very strange these days.
Yes, people are very strange these days. She nods. So, I've actually, she rubs the back of her neck, been to a wedding before. I'm aware of everything that occurs in one, but I've never had to do something before the wedding.
I see. Pretty much, we're just supposed to sit here, sip champagne, and then get dressed when there's like 40 minutes left. She smiles at David and pats her thigh. I've never been to a wedding either, but I think that's what we do.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems quite simple, actually.
Yeah, so you get dressed and you will head to Watertown. The main portion of Watertown. Over there. But we will secure the area first.
Davy nods. Yes, I actually thought there was some complicated ritual, or not ritual, but tradition we would have to do before the wedding.
No, well, it depends on religion of wedding and what people want to do. Pequod says she just wants to have drinks with friends. Pequod smiles and nods her head. And relax and have a good time, and we count all the beautiful days.
Davy nods, and that sounds like a wonderful plan.
Now, if you'll excuse me, going to check area where boys are going to be sequestered away to. Not seeing the boys until wedding time.
We'll try our best, Tommy.
Very good. Call me if you need anything. He's gonna walk this way, putting the mask back on. I see laughing at him as he walks away.
Davy looks over at Suletta. Do you think he would be able to intimidate a Sherion?
No. The second he raises the gun, hello, Ash! It's over.
Davy starts to laugh.
Ash is. I see Asher's fought xenomorphs, monsters, men, evil men, freaky void dudes. I don't think Tactical Tommy is the. I see. Yeah, stop laughing. This is Pequod Tactical Tommy.
Could you imagine Tommy trying to do a tactical role behind some cover?
Hwah! I see. Doesn't.
Davy starts to laugh. I would imagine he only makes it like halfway through the roll, lands on his back, and scoots the rest of the way into cover.
Oh, my hip!
Davy laughs loudly.
I mean, he is really freaking old. Watching where Tommy walked up.
He certainly doesn't look his age. Well, maybe the years are gaining on him, but he doesn't look 900 years old.
Pequod, no, he really doesn't. So there is champagne in there? She points and Icy shrugs. I think so. Come on, good Ash and friends. Calling good Ash, ready for a drink. They all walk in with good Ash. Pequod, this is my wedding for sure.
Yes, I don't think you would have ever thought that you would have a wedding with a star child, an android, and an ancient automaton soldier carrying around Frankenstein that looks like Ash at your wedding.
All capped off by Tactical Tommy. She starts. I see. It's a good name for her.
It's a wonderful name. He certainly looks like he's ready for any type of battle. against UIR or Ash.
Up until he's got to pull the trigger. Sasha laughs and walks inside.
Yes, up until then. Davina hops off where she's sitting and nods at all the girls and starts to walk in.
Let's go have some drinks. Everybody will make their way inside. Ash finds himself outside of the sequestered Marine Command Center, which is just some type of large living building that they've made their command headquarters. Misread. Headquarters. For now.
Well, this is quite nice.
Yeah, Colonel Curtis looking around. Lead the way.
Yes, sir. Doors here, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Let you in. They see your armor. They got no questions for you.
Nod to the guards and walk in.
This Marine's doing small talk as the three of them follow you.
Take a look around. I'm assuming he can see the colonel from here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sitting there smoking his cigar.
Nod to the two Marines before moving his way over towards the colonel. Colonel Curtis, sir?
Lake's gonna go talk to these two as they're following you in. Yeah, I'm right here, Ash.
Sorry. Shit, give me one moment, I'm sorry. Apologies, cat was knocking shit over. I'm so sorry. Alright, let's do this. General Spears, sir? Hello?
How you doing, son? He gets up from his chair.
Good, sir. Good to see you, sir.
Okay, I think I'm working now. Oh, I think I was muted, actually. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Rangers!
So, yes, sir. We're here to assist on whatever's going on with the UIR, sir.
Chomping on a cigar, he's gonna take it out of his mouth, point it at you. Lorelei said she was sending the best. At least the best she had.
Well, I'd like to say that she had, sir.
Sit down! He's gonna point to the table here. He's got some steaks on a big plate. Indulge, if you will.
Looks over at Colonel Curtis before sitting down.
Oh, he
understood,
sits
sir.
down and starts eating.
Thank
They're all
you,
gonna
sir.
sit down. You're welcome. So, she sent just three of you?
4, sir. Lake is
Okay.
outside.
Okay. Well, UIR, we don't have an exact number, but definitely over 20 men.
Do we know what they're looking for, sir?
Negative. We do know there's strange readings coming from that forest. Energy signal unknown. Not your. He takes a cigar out of his mouth, points it at you. You're the majestic guy, Malcolm, blah blah blah, British accent. I met you a long time ago.
Yes, sir. He'll take his helmet off. Lieutenant Asharion Valorius, sir.
Okay, yeah, right. So it's not void energy. Alien artifact, Star Child. We don't know. Wouldn't be the first time that you find Star Child stuff, but yeah.
No, I would assume not. Not void energy then, but something else unknown, sir.
Right. Well, SOP is to you find it. If it doesn't look friendly, boom, blow it up. Tal, I've got some plastic explosives.
Understood, sir. Well, that's just fun. UIR, an unknown alien tech magic something. Sounds like a good day out, doesn't it?
Well, you know what a backhoe is, son?
Yes, sir. A piece of construction equipment, yes.
Pretty sure we have a drone IR scans of the forest, thick foliage, but it looks like they were trying to unearth something with backhoes, somewhat archaic bulldozers, archaic kind of stuff, not modern, which, I mean, that's the UIR, but they're working on something in there for sure. Now, Echo Squad's already out in the forest. They're trying to essentially takes a drag in this off the cigar, their movement. So you hook up with Echo Squad after you have yourself a steak and some of those peas, and then kill the UIR, find out what they're doing.
Yes, sir. Shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, takes a bite, swallows. The UIR haven't posed much of a threat as of late.
No, I mean, the reason you see a larger garrison of Marines around here is because we figured they'd be attacking. UIR, EarthGov Space, EarthGov Colony, 2 and 2 together, attack. Have an attack. So.
Hmm.
In fact, I don't know how much you've been briefed, Colonel Curtis. We have, well, they usually avoid. They don't even want to. All of our sightings that led to this, they were running away from us, which,
Yeah.
speaks strange things going on.
Well, it speaks to me, if I may, sir. If they were looking to ambush or attack, they would have tried to kill those parties to keep it secret. It's almost like they want to get off the planet with whatever they're looking for as soon as possible.
Well, they're not going to get off, and you, pointing at the cigar at all three of you, you three are going to make sure they don't.
Yes, sir. Shouldn't be an issue.
No, it shouldn't. I have full faith. I asked for Ranger assistance on this. So, you're a Ranger now. When I last met you, I thought you were part of a Arcane Council thing.
Currently both, sir.
Oh, damn. Okay. Not like Lorelei to let one of her Rangers go to her. Or I guess it would be the other way, right? He's thinking, I remember meeting you. Good man. Very good man.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, doing this on the weekends, expanding my knowledge base and working through some things, sir.
Prepping for the future. This is going to be your career after your time on Strike Squad.
Yes, sir. Seems like a good profession to me.
Yeah. Good place. A lot of Marines become Rangers eventually.
Well, then that means it's where the best of the best end up. And there's something to be said about being on the frontier, sir. Freeing, in a way.
Well, you're not quite on the frontier, at least in the boons this time. But you'll have fun out there.
I'm sure I will, sir. Anytime I get to work with the Marines, it's a good time.
Colonel Curtis, you said Echo Squad is out there, sir? Colonel Curtis nods. 4-man squad, recon squad. They're trying to track their movements. They should have an ambush point set up for you. And from there, you have complete jurisdiction, Colonel. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. Colonel Curtis nods. Duly noted, sir. Eat some of this steak.
The energy readings, do we know if they're magic or tech, or do we have any idea?
Negative. Takes the cigar out of his mouth. Not like anything we've ever seen before. Tal, great!
Yeah, great. That's...
Think it's biological in nature. Creature, maybe? Some type of... UIR has been known to create, they call them BOWs. They've been known to try and create these things from life forms. My guess, some type of alien life form that's native to this planet that initial scans didn't pick up. Maybe it lives in the water. Maybe it lives deep underground. They're trying to grab it and spin it into some type of sicko weapon.
That would make sense, and it would go along with you saying they had a backhoe and bulldozers, sir. Underground life form.
Or it's dead and they try to revive it. Wouldn't be the first time.
No, or it's dead and they just want to try to reverse engineer it.
Colonel Curtis, there were these things called Tarasks. They still exist, I'm sure. The UIR, under the lightning count, tried to res one once. Didn't go well, Ash.
No, I can understand why trying to resurrect an apocalypse-causing monster wouldn't be a good idea.
Colonel Curtis, yeah.
If I may, what ended up happening, sir?
Oh, they rezzed it. It killed them, wiped out their bases. I mean, a Tarask. High threat level, for sure. But Apocalypse? No. I mean, Apocalypse on a planet? Maybe, yeah. Hit it with a couple Mac rounds. Lorelei killed one. He points at you. An adult. Alone.
That's true, sir. Perhaps it's still, growing up hearing the legends of them. Apologies.
Oh, oh, they're deadly creatures. They'll wipe you out. But enough modern tech.
It's true. I can't imagine there are many beasts out there that can handle more than a few rounds from some of those weapons.
Either way, they tried. Failed. It was shortly after the Lightning Count took office.
That'd make sense. He was ruthless. So,
Yeah.
well, I've dealt with a few, Max Tech BOWs. Shouldn't be too big of an issue if they are looking for one. Luckily, they probably haven't had any time to do anything with it.
Cigar?
Uh,
Puts a cigar out there.
No, thank you, sir. Trying to get back into the best shape I can.
Copy that. He's gonna take the cigar back. You were with, He's pointing between you two. So that's Julius. Points to Tal. Tal. No. I wish I was there with them right now, but no. I'm Tal. Sir. And he just keeps eating the steak. Right. Been a long time.
Yes, sir. The rest of the, Squad Alpha 9 is away on leisure time, sir.
Good. Good. All right. You want to stay in the thick of it. You want to work.
Yes, sir.
All right. You grinding. Colonel Curtis scoffs loudly. Yeah, he's grinding.
Yes, sir. Doing my damnedest to make sure I have a place to go after our current mission is over.
That's good. I commend the work ethic.
Thank you, sir.
That's good. So they're getting married? Somebody say wedding or something? Tal. Yeah, it's their wedding day. Yeah. That's good.
Yes, sir. It is wonderful. Julius and Pequod, their weddings should be going on before too long now.
Put the cigar in his mouth. All right. And don't you want to be there?
I'd love to be, sir, but can't be.
Why is that? Besides the grinding.
Without getting too much into it, there was a bit of a personal level falling out due to me being a bit of a fool between us. We're still able to work professionally just fine, but I made some mistakes and I would not be welcome there at the moment, sir.
Oh, all right. Well, then you're better off grinding.
Yes, sir. That's the idea. Grind, make yourself the best asset possible, and do good work with the Frontier Rangers.
Do you always serve steaks to your guests? General Spears. Damn right I do. Tal, we need to work with you more, General. And they both just start laughing.
I'm not complaining, sir. It's the best steak I've had in a long time.
You finish it up, eat your peas, get some food in your belly. Don't know how long you're going to be out there, but I want this handled quick, clean.
Yes, sir.
The citizens here are not stupid. You know, they know something's up. A Marine detachment shows up in under, I think, 18 hours. The majority of the detachment was sent here, and then I came yesterday, though it was pretty low profile, been hiding away in here. But these people aren't stupid. They know something's up. So I want this done quick, clean, wipe them out. Don't want to panic. Don't want questions asked. Those are orders from me, and more importantly, from the top, that being Rico.
Yes, sir. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Luckily, we're a little ways away from the population center, so this should be easy to get done quickly.
Good. Very good. He's got to put the cigar back in his mouth.
Well, I suppose we should hop to it then, huh?
Finish your meal. Go ahead. Finish your meal. I'm going to go call Lorelei, let her know you showed up. Enjoy the meal and head out when you're ready to go.
Thank you, sir.
He'll point down to the steak, and I had a fourth one here. You got a fourth member. Yeah. And he put the cigar in his mouth, chomped down on it, and leave, disappearing. Colonel Curtis, pretty cool general, just starts eating.
Yes, he is, sir. A good man. Both times I've talked to him, he seems rather laid back.
Lake coming in steak. Sits down.
That one's for you, Lake.
Thank you. Starts eating it.
Hope I did that all right by your standards, sir.
Yeah, it was fine. Colonel Curtis shifted seats, started eating. It was fine. I mean, he wants it handled quick, clean, quiet, and that's what we do. That's what he wants. That's what we're gonna do.
Works for me, sir. Are we, if the opportunity presents itself, going to get one of them to interrogate, or just ignore that possibility?
Ideally, because if we don't, then we gotta wander around the fort. Colonel Curtis puts his arms out. I mean, I'd like to be back on Gateway within 7 hours at max. I mean, I don't want to be out there the next 4.5, 5 days. Searching for whatever the fuck Nemesis Day has them doing. Yeah, I'd like to be back. So, yeah. But if we can't take one alive, then okay, whatever.
Very well, sir. I'll, not make it an objective, but if the opportunity presents itself, I'll see if I can bag one for you.
I mean, we can. It's up to you, mate, the way you want to play it. You take a risk depending on the ambush type we set up, but if you want to be in the thick of it, grab one, pull him somewhere, then we interrogate. All right. But it's up to you.
Thank you, sir. I'll think about that on the way down. At the end of the day, it's up to you guys.
Lake's eating his steak, or you could try to shoot to wound. I can heal them as long as it's nothing major, like legs, something like that. You start getting into upper chest and arteries, stuff like I'm not little sister. I can't do that kind of stuff. But shoot to wound, then we interrogate him, and then I can heal him so he's not in pain, and we can interrogate. Then we kill him.
That sounds like a better plan, sir. More sustainable, aye?
Tal, I'm going to be manning the M60. So maybe you shoot to wound.
That'll work perfectly, sir. I think the gun...
Take my AK.
Will do. That's perfect.
You like using that?
Oh, it's a very nice weapon, sir. Quite appreciate it.
Make it through selection, you get your arm.
Understood, sir. I quite like it as a secondary or primary alongside Shatter. I think they complement each other.
Yeah. If my weapon, if my AK wasn't a ceremonial piece, I would offer you a trade for Shatter. But something tells me you'd never part with it. So.
Nah, I think that thing's if I can at all help it, it's gonna stay with me for the rest of my life, sir.
Yeah, it's your weapon. It's a good weapon. It's remarkable.
It is, and it's a reminder of people I care about as well, sir.
No shake in the frame, no rattle in the frame when you pull the trigger. That rifle is worth more than most people. He just starts laughing. Colonel Curtis, yeah. You develop a good enough relationship with Buck and JD, they'll get it done for you.
Oh, I can tell, sir. They
match grade parts.
They are wizards when it comes to firearms. They can build things that I didn't even know were on the edge of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if Blaze was there with him, helping him out, but he was dead, apparently, back then.
Yes, sir. Oh, the three of them together? The art that they could have produced, I can't even imagine.
Just take my AK, save Shatter, just in case we need to go loud. Use the AK, wound one of them, try drag him out. We'll probably set up an L ambush, but we ain't talking about that till we get there and see the ambush points the Marines have set up for Echo Squad. Excuse me.
Understood, sir. Should be no issue. Although it's never fun to hear unknown energy source, possibly biological. That sounds terrifying, doesn't it?
Going to be a Taras come out of the earth.
Zombies again? That'll be fun.
Colonel Curtis. Zombies.
A mission I went on with Julius, Hunk, and Lanaya, sir. That's the best way I can describe them. They were BOWs that apparently Malcolm had gotten from the UIR, or Max Tech or somebody, and they, for lack of a better word, they were zombies. They and shambled.
Wait, stop, double back. You just said your own name.
Yes, they all said my name.
Why?
Because they were made slash given to Malcolm. Made for or given to him. And it was
To
a
kill
trap.
you?
It was a trap to kill me, yes.
He starts laughing.
And
What did you think when you walked into it? How did you find out it was a trap?
We walked in, biosensor readings happened, and when I walked in, and the doors slammed shut and locked.
Oh my fucking god, what did you think?
Well, first off, what the fuck is going on? And then when I heard, I got really angry for a second before just feeling mentally exhausted at yet again that idiot managing to put my life in danger.
At this point, it was just par for the course, right? Yeah.
Oh god. What's the old thing from that movie? For a lot of people, getting trapped in a kill box made by your former captain would be an exceptional event. For me, it was just another Tuesday.
Just another day at the office, probably a straight deadpan look on your face.
Yeah. Deadpan or just done with it. I'm almost happy I couldn't see my face, but it was...
It reminds me of this movie, mate, we watched a couple rainfall weekends ago. It was called The Gunslinger Chainsaw Massacre. And in this movie, you played Leatherface. And I don't want to talk too much about the movie, but I will tell you, the climax of the film, this big truck pulls up, and there you are in a fat suit, and even though you're called Leatherface, you don't wear a mask, which makes no sense. But anyway, you're childlike, just running the chainsaw on the door of the truck. You look like you have no enthusiasm, which I don't blame you. And the guy who's driving the truck is Mr. Freetooth, and it just looks like another day in the office for him. It is quite funny. The little Miss and Pequod enjoyed the show.
Oh, I remember filming that. I was unenthused because this was the third slasher villain I'd played that week. Mr. Freetooth, I don't think it was his acting. I think he just was done with it. I don't think he was acting there.
Yeah, it's a terrible movie. Then he picks up the wrench and hits you in the head. But Pequod brought up a good point. Why did he call you Leatherface if it was just you with the lazy eye? And when you got all disheveled looking, did that push him to make you slasher villain?
I would say probably me looking like that pushed him that way. He got in a bit of a kick. I think it's because that's stolen from an actual movie called some state Chainsaw Massacre. I don't remember the name. Where the villain was named Leatherface. I also played Ashton Voorhees in the Colonel the 13th. So
Colonel the 13th! You don't say! I'll have to suggest that one to the girls.
Yes, I wore a hockey mask, and when I took it off, it was there to show his hideously deformed face.
But was it just your normal face under the hockey mask?
It was my normal face under the hockey mask. I think he drew on my face with charcoal around one of my eyes. And that's it.
I must say that the scene with the Mr. Freetooth, the truck driver, and he runs off out of frame as, I believe that is Denaria. Yeah, it's Denaria, because Davine had said she refused to appear at films anymore. This time jumps in the back of a truck, just screaming something about the natural world and how Ash is going to cut down trees with the chainsaw. Colonel Kurt.
Yeah, that's... God. Yes, that is what happened. She tried to run me over in one of the takes because I was injuring the natural world.
There's another girl for you. Colonel Kurt is eating some steak.
Believe me, sir, she tried, but no thank you.
Yeah. I mean, good-looking girl from the civilian dossier she had when she boarded the Majestic. I know she turned out, brain damage and all this stuff, but she was a good-looking girl for a time. Maybe not the brightest, though, even to begin with.
She was a pretty young girl. I will be cordial and say not the smartest.
I bet.
a hell of a tracker. I mean, her abilities in that rivaled some rangers I've met. But aside from that, that girl had no business being on a battlefield.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've told you three the story, but we ended up on a planet that I forget exactly what happened, but it was time warping going on. There were dinosaurs on the planet. And we were engaged with a Carnotaurus, and he'll bring up the picture of it. Do you know what her first plan of attack was when fighting those?
Summon the natural world to defeat it.
No, she climbed on a roof that put her within biting height without the thing bending over.
Now, was she brain damaged at this point?
Not that badly brain damaged as you saw, but I'd assume she was. It just is hard to tell.
And what happened after she jumped? Did she get chunk ripped out of her?
The thing tried to bite her and instead just ran through the small building she was on top of, causing her to tumble into the rubble.
Most of the time she was, like, useless.
Yes, she got swallowed by large creatures on at least 3 occasions, and we had to kill the thing quickly to cut her out. And she had a habit of, despite exclusively using a bow and arrow, which I'll say nothing bad about, it offered some versatility, I suppose, she preferred to stand within close proximity to large and dangerous opponents.
Why? Because the natural world was there to protect her.
Oh, yes. I think one of my favorites was her, she had a, Snarf had managed to make her explosive arrows, right? Basically frag grenades on the front of an arrow that would detonate as they hit. She tried to fire one of them at an enemy standing 10 feet in front of her.
How did that go for her?
She missed, luckily, but it ended up blowing out the wall of the building we were in and alerting even more people that we were there.
Well, Malcolm only chose the best.
Oh, the best of the best. Really happy she missed because Malcolm and I were also within that 10-foot radius, so we would have gotten filled with shrapnel too.
And how did Malcolm take this event unfolding in front of him?
He called her a stupid hick and threw a piece of the wall at her head.
Can't blame the guy.
No, in that moment, I can't blame him either. I wanted to knock her out because, again, shrapnel. But
Colonel Curtis pouring some water. She was into Malcolm?
oh, very. She, I don't know if it was jealousy over him preferring Davine or if it was attraction, but she was very attracted to him.
Even when he was old?
Oh, especially when he was old. It felt like the more cursed he got, the more attracted she was. I swear part of the reason she got older was maybe he passed the curse on to her too. I don't know.
He probably did. Like an STD or something.
I wouldn't doubt it. Honestly, Julius, Scar, and I, we could all probably write multiple memoirs about things that happen on the Majestic and rarely touch on things each other said.
Yeah. Seeing the events unfold through everybody's eyes. Different stories.
Different stories, and we were only there for 2 years, but if you told me I'd been on the Majestic for a decade, I'd believe you. He managed to fit so much bullshit into 2 years.
Well, plenty of time when you're not actually doing your job as an Arcane Council Strike Squad.
Yeah. You know, I really thought being on that strike squad would look great on my resume. Come to find out, outside of about, I don't know, 3 weeks total while we were there, we weren't doing our jobs. And that 3 weeks is being very generous.
Well, it looks good that you survived it, though, after everything came out. So there's that.
I will take that. Although, being tied to the MWF and the airlock murders probably doesn't help.
No. No, luckily it was proven you weren't involved. So.
Yeah. And, again, I'll need to get the general more thank you gifts for it, but turning away military police when they came to arrest me for what happened to the colony Lucas was from was very appreciated.
Yeah, try to stay in her good graces.
Or, as of right now, try to weasel my way into them.
Yeah. Finish your meal, Ash. Get the food in your system, and then we're heading up.
Yes, sir. He's gonna quickly finish up.
They will all quickly finishing up as the boys have found themselves here. One second. Okay, good.
Julius looks around, walks around a bit. It looks like he's pacing almost. He looks over at Hunk, walks over to him, leans against the wall and whispers to him, "Is it normal to be like this nervous? Like, I know she's gonna, like, say yes and everything like that, but, like, I'm so nervous."
He leans into you. Yes, it is. I'll be the same way on your mother and I's wedding day. It's normal. It's a big day. You've been building up to it, whether you knew you were or not, for a long time. A long time.
Julius chuckles and rubs his temple. "Yeah, that's for sure."
Towns jumps down here. So what you talking about, Julius?
Julius jumps. "Oh, Jesus. I'm just a bit nervous right now, and I was asking if it was normal to feel nervous."
Towns nods. Yeah, she's gonna say yes. Everybody knows that. You know it, but I mean, you're gonna be up in front of everybody. It's your moment. You're in the spotlight. Nobody else, besides the two of you matters. That's where the nervousness comes from. I think, anyway.
Julius nods. I think so too. If there's one thing I have to give you your wedding, it's that it's gonna be much smaller than ours. Just family.
Yeah, I mean, me and your mother have the luxury of, it's like, she's not Rico's kid. So,
Very true. I suppose that plays a big part in it. If she's Rico's kid, then you have to invite Rico, and because you invited Rico, you have to invite Lorelai and everything like that.
and good Ash.
We cannot forget about good Ash. How could I ever?
Gar sharpening one of his claws off this big ass Bowie knife he has. Blaze just staring at it with great intent. See, he's not nervous.
No, you know what? It looks like he's ready to fight.
I am.
Julius chuckles. Have you been down to the kill house too?
Many times. Lorelai, like I said, Lorelai's training me at CQB with it's a ranger squad called Green Team. Good teachers. I'm like a sponge taking in all the information, and yeah. You point me at Tewaz, tell me where to go, I'm after him. If it gets the drama over, then so be it. I appreciate Ash living down at the barracks, the ranger barracks, but it's still there. It's like a air pressure change or something. The drama, everything. I broke down and basically told your mother I can't live like this anymore after the Integra moment, and then I just collapsed.
Pequod basically told me the same. He nods. Yeah, we gotta get this over with soon.
Yeah, we will. We will. But first, you gotta get through your wedding day. Up there on top of that, imagine you're gonna be up there on that big stand where the tables are. God, I hope Tommy moved them. And you're gonna be up there with Pequod. They'll all be up there. We'll all be up there. Everybody's gonna be looking right at you.
Oh God! He bends over, puts his hands on his knees. Why am I more nervous for this than I am fighting Tewaz?
Town's rubbing your back in a circular motion. It's okay.
Julie shakes his head, and that's not even like the worst thing that I'm nervous about. I'm also nervous about, like, what if Lorelai objects to the marriage or something like that? It's probably not going to happen. It's probably just me getting in my own head and thinking of a funny joke, but what if it happens?
Scar, look at me.
Julius looks over at Scar.
He's wagging the Bowie knife at you. Would you rather have her object or Ash?
Julius stares at him, stands straight up. You know what? You're right. You're right, Scar.
At the very least, her husband's gonna be there to control her. Theoretically speaking, keep her in line.
He nods, rubs his hands together. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I would rather have one of the most powerful women in the universe object at my wedding than a Sharion Valorius.
At least it would be like an honor. She's hot. Ash is not. Blaze.
Julius chuckles. That is also true, yes.
You're gonna be nervous right up to the moment where you guys say I do. And then, hopefully, it should go away. Lass and I never had a wedding. So, I can't tell you exactly how it's gonna go. I can only surmise.
He shrugs and nods. Yeah, closest thing I've ever been to an actual wedding was I think I pickpocketed a groom one time on his way to a wedding. I did not feel great about that one because I pickpocketed the ring.
Oh boy, he probably got ran out of town.
Yeah, probably. I did not feel great about that one.
It's alright. He's gonna rub your shoulder and pull you in. It's alright. You did what you had to do to get by.
Julius laughs. Yeah, I did.
I'm sure that bought you and Mom a lot of food, and I am grateful it bought you the food because you and Mom are here. Fuck that guy.
Julius laughs. Yeah, fuck that guy. He's dead anyway, so what does it matter?
Screw him.
He shakes his head, runs a hand through his hair. But yeah. And he cracks his neck. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be perfect.
Yeah. I did Euro stand. Yeah.
Julius looks at him. You have Davine, right? I have to make sure. The gun.
Oh, absolutely. I wish I had your mother here, but yeah, he lifts his shirt. It's here, under the tux. Anything goes wrong. Honestly, by the time I draw, and I think it'll be over, but if it happened, but yeah. I implore it to happen.
Julius looks at Scar. You know, would you want me to, have other people sort of, stand down, tell Lorelai someone else will handle this, and then so you can have the killing blow on him?
He's wagging the knife at you. I would actually appreciate that. But if he's coming down from the sky, not much I can do besides the AK, which I prefer to fight with my fists. Either way, yeah. I didn't know a lot of this dumb shit. He's wagging the knife. Blaze takes the knife from his hand and lowers his hand. Sorry. I didn't know a lot of this shit had happened. That back of the headhunters and stuff. Integra told me this type of stuff. I'm just, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it comes down to it, I'll do my best to get him on the ground for you at least. Don't worry, I can fly up and put him on the ground for you.
Blaze, something tells me nobody will get a chance. I'd say the Ranger General will have first dibs. Not every day you see her lift a light machine gun and cackle as the bullets just fall all over the place and the belt. She made me strap a 500-round box magazine onto that light machine gun, and she went through every bullet. Banksy, Jesus.
Anyway you put that woman, she can be scary. With a gun, with a bow, with just her fists and hands. She's terrifying.
Hunk, well, this cycle will probably be repeating for you. Pequod will go into scary mode when you get her pregnant again, and she'll be running at you like a wrecking ball, and there you go. That should be scarier than Lorelei, too.
Oh, it is. Trust me, it is. If there's one thing that terrifies me more than the Ranger General threatening me, it's hearing my wife at the top of her lungs scream my name.
She would always hang on the us. Scar, what? Hunk, Julie, us is how she would all. Oh, God. Town's glad I wasn't around back then.
Yeah. I remember one time. So pretty much all the rooms in the apartment are like soundproofed. You could hear her scream my name when you were in the kitchen. It was terrifying.
Hunk just coming at you like that wrecking ball. Or like a missile. She moved fast for having all the extra weight of twins. She really did. She moved way too fast for a woman in her condition.
He nods. Yeah. Puts a hand on his chest. Ah, I love her.
About time this is all happening. I'm glad
Yeah.
you guys decided to do this now as opposed to wait. Not about the dual wedding thing, just I think it's good.
Yeah, I mean, why wait for it to be over when we already know it's going to be over very soon? And God forbid if we do somehow fail, I at least want to be married to her officially for as long as possible.
Hunk nods his head. Blaze, I doubt we'll fail.
Yeah, I doubt it too. Tewas could barely handle just me by myself. Imagine how he's going to handle both me and Icy together.
Blaze puts up his finger. Probably not the place or the time, but we have nothing but time as we are stuck here waiting. My guess, he tilts his head from what little I've studied, would be this Tewas individual learns from his experiences. I assume he will try to shut down your sister. Be prepared.
He nods to himself. I'm sure he will. Bites his lip. Yeah, we'll have to be prepared then.
At this point, from my limited understanding, it's personal between you, him, and at one time Ash, until Ash devolved. Anyway, that is where don't let it be personal. Let him keep it personal. And that is where foes like that make their mistakes.
He nods. Yeah. For the longest time, it's actually sort of hard not to make it personal between us, but now he's just another face on a target almost.
Hunk nods his head. How's Ash doing with the mobile suit? He's practicing. Blaze taking to it quickly, very well. Allocating as much time as humanly possible. Zap is impressed. I know nothing about these suits, but Zap says he took to it extremely quickly as Suletta. So, should be in good shape.
Good. Yeah, good. It'll be very useful in the final battle.
Blaze nods his head. Perhaps Zap can join you in the final battle. I can't do his laugh.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, with his crutch guns.
It's crutch guns, basically. Take these, motherfucker.
Just imagine he's hobbling along with his crutches. Some cult member walks up to him, doesn't even pay him the time of day because it's a however old Walren with crutches. What's he gonna do? And then, bam! Zap laugh as he shoots him.
Hunk, I honestly thought I was seeing things. One night, I was up pretty late, just minding my own business. I couldn't sleep. And I was kind of in the gym, hiding there, like a nerd, hoping your mom came down for a late night workout so we could talk, hang out. That's unfortunately when Laz was still around. But anyway, I went in the gym, did some stuff. Like, oh, this isn't that fun without her here. I could go eat some oatmeal. And as I walked out of the gym to go into the kitchen, I saw Zap walk by the main portion of the armory, no crutches, nothing on his leg, and I thought, did I just see that? I mean, I thought he was injured. Davine stabbed him accidentally. Right? Like, he must be seeing things. Then turned out the motherfucker was faking his injury.
Julius laughs. Yeah, he was faking his injury most of the time.
Apparently it healed after the first 2 weeks. I just makes sense why he refused help from Nicole and Lorelai.
You
So
know,
he could pretend it was still injured. I'll never forget Nicole, like, just let me help you. No, I don't need it, Chili, you busy. Lorelai even offered once. Oh no, I wouldn't take time from your schedule.
Julius shakes his head. I always thought before it, actually came out, what the reason was. I always thought he didn't accept the healing because he wanted to stay like that for longer, to guilt trip Mom for longer. But then it came out that he was just doing it, I don't know, to guilt trip Mom or something like that.
To guilt trip her and make himself look cooler.
Yeah, I mean, Zap is pretty much the only one out of all of us who could say this. He looks at Scar. Except for you, in a weird way. But Zap is like the only one to ever survive a knife being thrown at them from Davine Rainfall out of all of us here.
Yeah. When you put it that way. Scar, yeah. I mean, I figured going up to that back door was going to end poorly. I did not think I would. I mean, from what I saw, you go up to the back door. We saw that the girls are watching movies, and then I didn't even see Davine's arm move. That's the thing, and she was right in my line of sight. And then Zap just screamed, and my instincts kicked in. And I grabbed him and dragged him out to the ocean. Which, in hindsight, thank God there was no sharks that shallow in the water.
That must have been terrifying to see, because that was also during the point where he was like a bit iffy on his mental state, right?
Yes. Yeah. He really was iffy. Banksy leaning up against the wall again next to Hunk. Hunk, yeah. Yeah. Well, in hindsight, I can look back on that and just tell people, look, I wanted to see Davine in a bikini. That's why I went. So, oh well. In reality, it was just make sure he hits Banksy in the chest, didn't go down there. Banksy just shrugs, shakes his head.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, meanwhile, he was with me and Ash on a hunting trip at a bar, and then we played cards for like a couple hours one of those days.
I remember that. Out on that stupid boat, and there, I was checking out Suletta. I'm not going to make any, I'm going to just tell you like it is. I was checking her out like you wouldn't believe. Anytime you see her, she's always in their military gear, blah, blah, blah. There she is in a silver bikini. And this asshole scolds me. He points at Hunk for looking at her. And then, some things happen. And then a couple hours later, I should say, Dickwad's looking at Davine up on the roof. Hunk, why aren't you looking at your wife? Ask her out. You won't, bitch. Hunk, that is exactly what he said to me.
Julius starts to laugh and shakes his head. Yeah, and yeah. If you weren't with Leslie, okay, let's just say completely hypothetical. Do you think you would have been able to ask my mother out?
Yeah. No, yeah, I do. Because eventually I kind of did, right? I had to make all the advances to her because she felt awkward given the the situation with Laz and stuff like that. And I was willing to do it then, so yeah, I would have. I don't think I would have been able to ask her out when I was dad bodied, though. I would have had to wait till I got a little more clean cut, so to speak.
Yeah, no, that's fair, and yeah. You know, would always tell me the moment she knew you were the one was when she put you in an armbar and you asked for another one.
Really?
Yeah, like the first time. I remember her telling me about this. It was like, I'll try and do an impersonation of her. I put him in an armbar, and he's asked for another one, and I felt so confused because no other man had told me to do that before.
I was just glad to have her on top of me, touching my arm. Come on.
Julius leans back and starts to laugh. Yeah, I mean, if Pequod just suddenly put me in an armbar like that, I think I would fall for her all over again.
As you say that, appearing above you, hello, everybody!
Julius like pushes off the wall, rolls forward, turns around and puts his hand up for a key blast, not charging one up.
No, relax, it's Tommy, everything okay?
Tommy?
Put her hand down, please.
Yeah, sure. He puts his hand down.
He's gonna take off the bat. You'll say it's Tommy.
He pinches the bridge of his nose, shakes his head. What? Where'd you get the suit, man?
He jumps down here. Tactical gear. Bought it a long time ago.
Right. Yeah. She said, "Oh, you scared the shit out of me, man. I thought you were Ash."
Oh, no, don't worry. I was securing Ariel looking for him. He holsters the pistol.
Oh, okay. Right. Why do you have a gun? Where'd you get the gun?
To shoot Ash. Well, not really. Just intimidate him with it and bring somebody who's better at doing this type of stuff. Can never be too sure. Talk of Ash showing up at wedding back at the apartment got me a little nervous.
Right, okay, yeah, fair enough.
This is a magnificent day. The culmination of one of the most beautiful relationships Tommy has ever been privileged enough to witness. I want everything to go smoothly.
Right, of course, and thank you, Tommy. That means a lot coming from you.
You're very welcome. I've seen loving relationships, but yours on a different level than 99.9% Tommy has seen. His with your mother, I think the little one and armor man over there. Well,
Julius nods. Well, again, it means a lot coming from you to be a part of like such a small group.
illustrious club.
A very illustrious club, I'd say.
The guest list is prepared, ready to go. People will be making their way here very soon, but still have time and no seeing the girls.
Right, of course, of course. We can't break tradition.
You can have some beers though. Tommy pulls out a 12-pack and sets it down. Thanks and shrugs and takes one.
Julius will take one, hand it to Hunk, and then take one.
Hunk nods his head, opens it. Towns will pass out some more to, well, Scar. He gives one to Blaze, who just looks at it and, thank you. Just
Julius chuckles, looks at Blaze, opens his up, and puts it up for a toast.
Blaze will toast to you. Tommy, going to be a very special day.
Very special day, a very fun and, I would have to say, perfect day, as he takes a drink.
Hunk takes a sip of his beer. I'd like to go camping again. We had a good time when we went last time. get some use in that RV, and I don't know. I mean, we can't go on a long road trip since we got a fourth of a day and then 2 days for a weekend. We should have capitalized on that week off. See him pointing with his wagging his finger in front of his face, but yeah, I'd like to go camping again.
Yeah, of course. That sounds awesome. That I love camping, and well, you know, Mom loves the woods.
Yeah, we need to go again. And we also need to square away things for Suletta's birthday, which is rapidly approaching. We still got that egg that's hidden under our blanket. I'm shocked she hasn't even noticed. She was standing like pretty damn close to it last week or 2 weeks ago.
Maybe she has noticed. Just she feels bad and doesn't want to say anything.
Maybe it's gonna be hell to get her to celebrate her birthday. She hasn't celebrated a birthday since she was 13? 16, sorry.
Julius's eyes widen. That is a bit of time, but honestly, I'm sure if anyone can convince her, it would be Mom.
Yeah, but I mean, somebody's got to do it. It was weird. She told me all this. I wasn't, around then with her and her husband, but they would celebrate her husband's birthday, but not hers, and that was by her demand.
All right. Okay.
When she was 16, all of her friends came over to the house. Because she had friends, right? She talked to people. And it was apparently a decent party, going well. Then the cake came out, and Laz strolled in, and Kai blasted the cake, and never celebrated her birthday again. Tommy joyless. I would not want to celebrate either.
Julius clicks his tongue, shakes his head, and takes a long sip from his beer. Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Because Kai blasted the cake because she was mad that her sister had people show up to her birthday party. Whereas Laz's birthday party months before, nobody showed up. You know why? Because Laz had no friends. Except her sister and parents who showed up. I didn't know all this I didn't know all this till after I accepted the ring. You know that, right? He's pointing at you.
No, yeah, I wouldn't have expected you to know all this and still go through with the marriage.
Yeah. Yeah, well, she hasn't celebrated her birthday since.
Well, maybe we can convince her to do so. And, if not, we could always still give her some presents. Doesn't have to be for her birthday, just because we want it to.
We either go back to her place, celebrate it there. I mean, God willing, somebody else can deal with Ash for a while, and Tal can be there.
Yeah, God willing. Maybe Lorelai will give him that week off because she made him go to the mission they're going on this week.
Yeah, just find somebody to replace Hunk looks over at Scar. Don't even fucking think about it. He points it out. Just replace Tal for the weekend. Don't even fucking... If you suggest my name, I swear to God, I am not coming to that academy. Hunk, fine. Start sipping his beer.
Julius shakes his head, chuckles.
I'm not a fucking ranger. There's plenty of rangers out there. Pick one of them to deal with him for the weekend. I got better things to do.
Yeah, plus, if we let Scar go on a frontier mission with Ash, Ash will mysteriously have slipped off a cliff face.
When you put it that way.
Oh? Is that enough to convince you?
Well, accidents happen.
Especially on the frontier. Sometimes those mountains can be pretty rocky. Water next to waterfalls are pretty slippery. He shrugs.
Tommy, we'll still have to deal with Sandra the alley walker. But she drop off the radar. We'll lose her. We don't know. Same on Gateway. She can't get to Gateway. So we have to figure out where. If it wouldn't mind, I'll put in the request for some surveillance details. Thank you. Need to find her, finish her off. For the saint.
Yep, for the saint. And not a problem.
Tommy will put his beer up. Let's do a toast and then have a sip together.
Julius will put his drink up.
Everybody toasts with Tommy. He has a sip. Vargor! Here, you'll drink the rest. Hands his can to Banksy, who just, thanks. Tommy puts his mask back on. Slowly putting it up. Jumps up the wall face here while climbs up slowly. Now I have places to go. Secure the area for wedding. I'll come get you in about an hour, okay?
Okay, Tommy, right on.
Vargor! Pulls the gun out of his holster, walking this way, drops it. God darn it. Picks it back up, disappears.
Julius shakes his head. Well, at least he cares enough to try and secure the area.
Yeah, his heart's in the right damn place.
It's in a good place. It's in a good place. I really hope he doesn't coordinate our wedding with that suit on.
No. I'll make sure. Trust me. I will make sure he's in the priest robes, which is another level of disturbing if you ask me. But
Why is that disturbing?
I don't know. It's just strange to see him that way. It's like, I got the same feeling when he walked by me in the scrubs, and I was like, is he going to deliver the babies out of her? Over my dead fucking body. And then he did. Okay, fine, whatever.
Julius chuckles. Well, I mean, it's either Tommy in the priest robes or Saint Guillotine in his saint's attire.
Oh no, Tommy's definitely much better. It's just, never thought I'd see him dressed like that.
Yeah, neither did I. I honestly thought when I first asked him to, like, marry me and Pequod, he would just wear his normal Tommy, like, black tee, black dress shirt. Like,
Mismatching clothing.
yeah, everything like that. I legitimately thought he would just wear, like, a blazer or something to our wedding.
Banksy, about to say something, gonna take lowering the beer can from his mouth. Scar, you gonna drink that one? The one Tommy gave you. Banksy, no, give me it. He takes it and starts drinking.
Julius chuckles. You were saying, Banksy?
He's just looking at Scar. Nothing. He's just looking at Scar. Nothing at all.
Julius looks at his beer can. Do you want mine too, Scar?
No. You're the groom. You finish yours. Just need to take the edge off.
The edge of ash. Of course. He starts taking a sip.
Blaze, hands behind his back, walks over. The edge of ash. That's... Never thought I'd be saying that. One way to put it, for sure, side.
He shrugs. It is definitely a way of putting it, and trust me, I never really thought I would say it either.
You see Blaze's shoulders go up. He's looking up at the sky. Well, hopefully Asherion is out with the Rangers and far, far away. As he just scans the sky.
Hopefully, as Julius looks up at the sky, starts scanning them.
Shifting out to the frontier where Ash actually is, Ash finds himself in the forest, belly full, after a beautiful, we got claymores here with Tal, beautiful, delicious steak dinner.
Well, that was very nice, sir, but work time now.
Take point.
Yes, sir. He's gonna move up ahead and start looking around.
Well, you see the Marines in the bushes over here. They have strobes. You can see them through your visor. Not visible to enemies, though.
He's gonna... I can see the Marines, sir.
You take point. You do the talking.
Yes, sir. He's gonna walk out. Hold the gun up on his shoulder like he was taught to and walk up to them. Hello?
Sir, it's a female. They're all lying prone, just looking off this direction.
He'll move
Guns
up with,
aimed.
he'll move up with them and settle in with them. Lieutenant Sharion Valorius, we're here to help you.
C2 said that there was a ranger squad coming this way. Glad to have you. She'll put her hand out.
Glad to be there. As I said, my name's Sharion.
Sergeant Lyons.
Pleasure to meet you, Lions. What do we have?
We have a clusterfuck. She starts laughing, takes off her helmet. Beautiful brunette.
So anytime we fight the UIR.
Exactly. We have a complete and utter clusterfuck. Their base of operations, base camp, is that away. He's gonna point this way. Every day when they're done doing whatever they're doing, somewhere through that tree line, so that's north, they come through here. Not the best place for an ambush, a lot of tree cover and foliage, but it's not wide open, but this is the best. She shrugs, but you're the ranger after all.
No, thank you. No, but at least we can make use of the tree cover and foliage for the ambush at the very least.
Large contingent of them.
I heard at least 20.
Yes.
What kind of armaments are we talking about?
Small arms, rifles, Galil, G3s, AKs.
Your standard fare then. Nothing exceptional, nothing terrible.
I think in total, at least 30, 32, 33.
That's quite a bit for a UIR contingent. We have any eyes on what they were looking at or what they've been doing?
Negative. We don't want to risk following them and alerting them to our position.
No, that's understandable. Just any information that can be garnered should, right?
The rest of the rangers come up Tal with claymores, just setting the boxes of claymores down.
Well, we were considering an ambush, sir. I don't know about you, but I'd say this is a decent enough place to do it.
He's looking around. Yeah. Gonna definitely be a hell of a knockdown drag-out fight. Which direction they come from?
Their base of operations, she said, was down to the south. She said they come from whatever they're doing in the north. Partway through.
Okay. So we have a general direction of where they come from. If we can't interrogate one, then at least we might not be here till next Wednesday.
Yeah, that is a very nice consolation.
We're gonna set up an L ambush.
Yes, sir?
That's my suggestion, anyway.
I would take your word for it, sir. If you think it's the best course of action, then that is the best course of action.
You know what an L ambush is, Ash?
It's a kill zone where you put your machine guns and your claymore / other mines in an L shape along where the person's going to be coming from.
And how, Ranger, would you suggest we do this? Where are we gonna put the claymores in the L? Where are we gonna put you? Especially if we want you to get a wounding shot, so to speak, on an enemy. Rangers are a team unit, son. Everybody gets a say. Where's your say?
If I were to make a guess, it would make a suggestion. I'd say the claymores being in the portion of the L that is parallel to where we think they're going to be coming from would be best. Get the most of them in that field of fire when they are set off. As for me, I'd say a little ways more towards them. How do I put it? He's gonna draw on the ground and draw the L. If the corner of the L is here, I'd say a little ways forward from the corner is where I'd be. Close enough to where they are, but still covered by ally fire, sir.
He's looking down at your drawing. Alright. I like that idea.
Thank you, sir.
Tal. Pulling out the M60. And where do you want him? Ideally speaking, if we set the claymores up, he comes over here. The Marine's just watching. This one's following him. If we set the claymores along this axis here, we want Tal in a position where if he starts shooting at them, he goes live with that big-ass gun. They're inclined to run into this parallel axis, is my idea. Where would you want to be? Show me where you want to be. You walk over to it.
So if you're standing where the corner of the L would be, I would say hidden right around here, or next to you would not be a bad idea. Close to where the access parallels, but still closer to where they are.
Okay.
As for
Is there any leader? Is there any clear-cut officer? The Marine speaks up. There is one. He wears a turban-esque looking thing. He's usually ahead of the group.
Okay.
I don't know if he's a leader, but he's definitely the one leading them back to where they're going. He has a navigation device on his wrist computer. Most of them aren't equipped with wrist computers. Colonel Curtis, par for the course.
That sounds about right for them. Then that would be my target, I'd assume, sir.
If you can, yeah. But I mean, remember, Tal's going to be opening up. The Marines are going to be opening up. Don't get friendly fire just to, yeah.
Oh no, of course not, sir. My life is, frankly, more important than a UIR soldier's.
Yeah, and I mean, worst comes to worst, we'll just hoof it out here for a couple of weeks until we find whatever. As long as we have a general. About how long does it take? He shrugs. The Marine shrugs. They usually leave sometime around like 8 a.m. planet side time, and they come through. She pulls up her wrist computer. Within the next 2 or 3 hours, it just tends to vary, and we don't have a large sample size to go off of. We've only been here a few days, Colonel Curtis. Right.
Given how fast people can march, even assuming a little lower for the UIR, because they're not the most organized or well-trained, that could be a decent, what, damn near 10 miles in that time range?
You see Curtis thinking for a second. Yeah, it would probably be here till next Wednesday.
Well, at the very least, it significantly lowers things compared to how big the forest actually is.
Yeah, that's true. You see him look up at the trees. Spotty tree coverage here. Wherever they are, dicking around, I'm sure it's thick foliage, so drones can't see.
I would assume so, sir. And I'd assume, hopefully, they're at least smart enough not to take the exact same path every day, so there's probably not a defined trail for us to follow.
Colonel Curtis, perhaps, yeah. The Marine looks at him, orders, Colonel. He looks back at her, assist Tal and Lake with setting up the claymores, the ambush, and then prep your Marines and make sure they got everything ready to go hot. Yes, sir. She puts on her helmet back on. She looks kind of like Laura Croft. Colonel Curtis, watching her walk away, looks back at you.
What are you thinking, sir?
He comes over this way. I'm thinking that is an attractive girl.
Yes, she is, sir. Very pretty girl. Good fighter, too, if she's out here.
Yeah. He just looks at you. Yeah.
What's wrong, sir?
It is okay to move on from Saris if things don't work out. You don't have to be like me. It's okay to move on. It's okay to let life go and try something new. I mean, I appreciate you being professional. You're not hitting on her. You're not I'm not telling you to, but just it's okay. You know that, right? And if anybody's telling you different, they're wrong. But I don't think anybody is. I think you're telling yourself that. You see him cock this shotgun.
Damn, you're able to read me quite well, sir. Yeah. I think a level of it is a bit of guilt.
Yeah, and you should be guilty. You should be, and you will be. But I mean, it is okay to move on if it doesn't work out.
Yes. If it doesn't, I'll do my damnedest to move on, sir. I just would really prefer it does work out.
No, yeah, I can understand that. I was there for a time. Puts his hand up, but I mean, it's okay. Doesn't make you a bad person. Shakes his head.
This may be too personal of a question, sir, but how long did it take you to really move on?
about a year and a half, I just came to the conclusion that I didn't want to deal with it again. You know, that there's a difference between I don't want to deal with this again. I want to be out on the frontier. I want to live my life my way. And I don't want to overcomplicate things again. It wasn't that I never thought I could. Yeah, she broke my heart at the end of the day, but I'm telling you, I thought about it for a while, and then, do you really want to go through all that again? Probably should have, because then I wouldn't be out here with you. Not that I'm complaining, but I'd be retired at my age.
No, that's fair enough, sir.
You're gonna find yourself just like me. Trust me. And nothing wrong with it. But at the end of the day, when I go home, there's a foundation there. I can build something if I wanted to, meet the right gal. You're gonna go home to hopefully something you kind of patched up with some band-aids and gumballs, but yeah, and spit.
Best case scenario, it's held together by hopes and dreams. And worst case, I go home to no one.
Yeah, there's that too. I mean, that is a luxury. I go home to no one. I don't got to deal with anything. But yeah, it is okay to move on at some point if it doesn't work out. If she serves you the papers, is what I'm saying. Because goddamn, I'm pretty sure she's gonna at some point. But I hope I'm wrong.
I do too, sir, but if it comes to that, I'll try to move on. I'm sure.
Good.
I'm sure given time I can move past it. It's just well, I mean, think about it. If we think of this as its own life, away from Gallia, I've spent the majority of it with her, right?
Oh, it is its own life for sure. Yeah, you should have left that in the past.
Yeah. And so I came here and have been with her nearly the entire time. It's been almost 8 years now we've been together. And you get so used to it that even with the Majestic, she was always in the back of my head, so it's something that it almost feels alien to think about not being with her.
I can see that. I just don't think you're gonna have the happily ever after and the wedding and all that stuff you think. You'll probably have a live-in marriage, which is nothing wrong with it. But you seem the type that wanted the song and dance and the parade, and you ain't gonna get it. I hope you do, but you're not gonna get it.
I know I'm not. And honestly, if it makes her happy not to have it, then that's fine. At this point, I've let my own selfishness and foolishness make her unhappy enough. All that matters to me now is making her happy.
He nods his head, watching the Marine help Tal load the M60. Looks over at you. Yeah.
Well, making her happy is the best way to make myself happy, sir. Right? Happy life after all. Happy wife, happy life after all.
Looks back at the Marine, back at you. Yeah. Just laughs again. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do. But, yeah.
I mean, if it doesn't work out, I'm sure there's plenty of
Fish in the universe.
Fish in the universe.
Yep, that's the moral of the story here. Plenty of fish. He gestures with his shotgun, not pointing at her, just his arms in the sea. Maybe not her, but anybody else. Tons of other women. You'd be surprised. Trust me. You'd be surprised.
Hey, maybe another frontier ranger. We're apart enough that she doesn't have to put up with me that much. Probably
Oh
work.
hell yeah! Another frontier ranger. Maybe a stronger woman. Not that Ceres wasn't strong. That's not what I want to say. But that's not what I mean to say. Maybe a woman you actually a strong woman that you actually let lead this time. Because I think that's most of your problem. That's not counting all the other weird, creepy shit you did. But yeah. By the way, did you see this? He pulls up the fucking creepy Ash tiptoeing up behind Ceres. How not to be a ranger clip.
Yeah, I've seen it. Oh gods, from the outside looking in, that looks horrific.
I mean, you've seen the clip. I showed you it a couple weeks ago, but Lorelai leaked this out, so it wasn't any of us. And she had the dignity to cover up your face, but This, where it says how not to be a ranger, you know that's exactly right.
Oh, I do, sir. It is how not to be a ranger.
How do you lift your legs that high? You should have been a gymnastics person or something. You know, you see they get the pole and whoa, like pole vault or whatever.
I could have been a gymnast, maybe. I don't know.
Oldest fucking gymnast in Olympic history.
Hey, we could add another S to my long and lengthy career of ones you don't want.
How do you lift the legs that high? I'm gonna ask. Lake wanted to ask, and he said, "I'm not gonna ask. I don't want to bring up bad memories for Ash." Well, too bad. I get to do it.
To be honest, I learned how to do it back when I was working in that, well, slaving in that gun shop. He had cubbies, right? Think of like the ones you put your shoes in as a kid in like schools. He had those with parts going up to the roof, and I learned how to climb them by shoving my knee up as high up as I could to climb up them. It's just something I've kept throughout the years.
You were prepping for that moment for years.
I suppose so. With how bloody creepy it looks, it does seem I was prepping for it for a long time.
It is pretty disturbing, brother. He pats your shoulder.
That's another lesson learned. Don't do that again.
It is pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
But as disturbing as it is, there's still other fish in the sea that don't know that this is a Sherion, because she had the grace to cover your face. This isn't a Sherion Valorius, and moral of the story, yeah.
No, I appreciate that, sir.
You don't seem like the type that could get along on your own. But you don't, because don't take this the wrong way, but you got what you wanted. You had the family, you had all this, and you just mega creep moded. And I don't think you could get along on your own. So you're either going to stay with Ceres, or you're going to stay alone and become a wreck, or you need to find somebody else. Some people can't be alone. I think you've been alone long enough when you were a kid in Gallia.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, sir. I don't think I can at this point. I think I'd be able to survive. I know I can survive alone. But at this point, I was alone for so long, I don't ever want to be alone again, and I don't think I can live alone, because we both know there's a difference between living and surviving.
Well, if it comes to it, then you got to find somebody else.
Yes, I do, sir. At least to keep the poor boys in the barracks sane, because I don't think you want to be with me 24/7.
No, I don't.
So I guess I'll have to find another person if it comes to that. God's forbid.
Yeah, you should. You should at least consider it. Not now. Not go around two-timing on Ceres, but just in case. Just in case. At least open your mind to the idea of it.
Will do, sir. I have no intention on two-timing her. If there's one thing if there's one moral thing I always had the belief on, it's cheating is one of the worst things you can do. So, she's at least safe from me making that mistake with her.
Yeah. Good. Just thought I'd bring it up. Cute girl. Nods his head over at the Marie.
Yeah, she is very cute, sir. And thank you for looking out for me so much.
No problem. I aim to see people succeed.
And, well, we're gonna have to do our damnedest to make sure you get to see me succeed, sir.
He nods his head. Take ambush position where you want to be. And Gilly, well, not Gilly up, but Gilly up. Get some coverage on you, foliage, natural camo.
So, yes, sir.
Where are you going to be? Show me one more time. Walk me there.
Well, you said we're going to be lining the mines up on this axis, correct?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, we'll just have to guesstimate, because our luck, they're going to walk this way and fucking just walk by everything.
Well, if they're here or here, then I'd think probably somewhere like here would not be a bad place, sir.
What about this tree? He points up here. Could you scale that?
I could scale that. Yes, sir. Looks like a good spot.
Blow his kneecaps out.
Yes, seems like a good plan, and, well, he's gonna start climbing up. If he's a member of the UIR, it's more than deserved.
Damn straight. Comfortable up there? He's watching you climb.
He's gonna try and find, a nice thick branch to get settled in on, pull the AK out, get into a good position. Yeah, this isn't too bad.
All right, then that's where you're gonna be until these dipshits walk through. We're gonna give it. I don't know. She said a couple. We'll give it 6 hours. If they're not through, then we gotta go. Then we'll attack their base camp, which is another story entirely.
Well, let's hope they come through, because I would rather not be here for a few days, sir. No
Yeah.
offense, it's a lovely forest, but, well, you know how it is. Better to be in the barracks than in the woods.
Even with the Ranger General a couple rooms away.
Yeah.
She was cordial to you today. That's a win. He points his hand up.
Yes, it is. And, well, maybe that's a good sign of things to come. Maybe we'll get lucky and I won't have to sit in a bloody tree for 6 hours.
He puts the shotgun over his shoulder, starts just like the picture walking away, turns around. Or she's just excited for you to go to selection. You know she's going to be there every day.
I welcome it, sir. What better way to prove yourself than to excel in front of the Ranger General?
Lucky for you, she won't be there all day every day. But when we get to torture you, she's going to be there.
Well, I hope you hold nothing back, sir.
I hear it's her favorite part. He starts chuckling and walks.
I'm sure it is, especially when it's me.
He walks away. Ash settling in. Here at the wedding, people are settling in, getting ready for the show. Pequod is not here yet. Some of the girls are here. Julius, you find yourself with Icy, Sasha Towns, Scar, and Banksy.
Julius is just looking around, rubbing his hands on his pants, taking a couple deep breaths.
Icy winks at you, grabs your hand.
He holds her hand, squeezes it a bit. Yeah. Everything looks amazing. Tommy did such a awesome job.
Icy, she's in the same outfit she wore when you got her the Escalade, and she had the elf ears on. Sasha, come on! Icy, who cares? It's a stupid tradition, if you ask me.
Julius looks behind him, smirks. Cool. Yeah, I like that dress. I'm sure she's gonna look beautiful.
Look, Julius. Icy takes your hand while she has your head turned your pointing at the saint who's conversing with Brandon Law eating a year.
You know, all those years ago, when I almost ran that guy over, I did not expect him to be at my wedding. In saint attire. And he puts up quotation marks when he says saint.
Sasha, pointing her finger at the saint. I mean, Pequod would call me and tell me, oh, you should have seen it. My Julius almost ran over this fat guy in an umpire. Like, how did we end up? She shrugged. They're just conversing.
Not only that, but afterwards, we saw him getting his ass kicked by this, what couldn't have been more than 20-year-old man, and I had to save him. And then after that, it just all went from there.
Sasha, 20-year-old man that was scrawnier than, looks down at Icy. Icy just meh.
Yeah, he also had less teeth, too.
Blech. She gags.
Seriously, I can count on like 1.5 hands how many teeth that guy had.
Sasha, you need to start, working out with Julius and Pequod and Hunk. I plan to.
Yeah, you should. I remember you used to work out like quite a bit before everything happened.
Nods her head. It was a stress relief. Then I just became de-stressed. So I just felt like I didn't need it anymore.
Julius chuckles, nods. Yeah, I wonder how that feels.
I see. You'll feel de-stressed after you get your kiss with Pequod.
I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will.
And look, good Ash is here for you to comfort you.
Julius turns around, looks at Good Ash as Woodwick is brushing its hair so it's nice and slicked back. Yeah, Good Ash. He starts to laugh.
I see. I think good Ash will get. She's swinging her head like a little kid. Air quotes with a free hand. Lost. Before he makes it to the academy.
Oh, I'm sure Mom would greatly appreciate that. We just can't do it anytime soon.
No, after it's all said and done, I'll send him back to the comic shop. Those poor kids will come into work the next day and there will be good Ash. Thanks.
Yeah, that's an idea. Good idea.
Scar, I'm not really fond of good Ash. Let's just leave it at that, please.
Yeah. You really just want to punch Good Ash, don't you?
Scar, I want to take this Bowie knife and stab it about 50 times. Then, rip the mannequin apart and throw it down there. Points into the water.
Alright, so Icy, let's take a note. Scar can be terrifying when he describes what he wants to do to Good Ash.
Icy nodding her head, looking worried at Scar. Yeah, as you see him look up at the sky, scanning it, squinting.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. He's not gonna show up in the sky as he bites his lip and tries to make it seem like he's not looking up, but he's actually just looking up at the sky.
Sasha unclears her throat. She's got a dress on that has like the cut in the leg of her thigh, and she reveals a pistol strapped to her thigh. Towns, oh, should I have brought something? A gun?
Julie shrugs. No, I'm sure it'll be cool. No, I don't think everyone here has a weapon on them. As he slowly looks over at Sasha.
Just in case. She covers her thigh back up, Banksy patting his, she's in a suit, patting his suit just in case. You can barely see a bulge in the coat.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, I don't have a weapon on me, so I didn't bring one.
You are the weapon. Look, you're like a living weapon.
I see, I'm trying to make him feel better.
Towns groans. Next time I'll bring a gun. It's not like Ash would show up at Davine's and Hunk's wedding. Oh, you see. Oh. Sasha grimaces. Scar, let him try.
Julius bites his lip. Yeah, let him try. But bring a gun to that one, just in case.
Copy that. I mean, I have this railgun thing here on my wrist armor that I have on. He holds it up. That's to charge up, but Sasha, charge it. Okay. Type it.
Yeah. Charge it. We won't use it on Ash. We'll use it on the airship he flies in on.
Duly noted. I mean, it did take down those freaky robots, and yeah, I'll charge it. Sasha waves him off. Go somewhere where people can't see you. Doesn't that thing make a lot of noise? Sounds, yeah. Goes walks off behind the gyros.
He chuckles, shakes his head, checks his watch, puts his hands in his pocket. Yep.
Some guests start arriving. Old Agent O and R from SIS. Didn't bring Lanaya. They come up. Icy will let go of your hand so you can greet them. As down here, Suletta and Davine have made their way. Suletta, walking down the street, hits Davine on the shoulder with her hand.
She looks at her. What?
She gestures up here. Hunk is standing here looking at his wrist computer, looking around. I wonder who he's looking for. Looks like a lost puppy.
Davine looks up at him. It's sort of sweet, really.
Look, he's tapping his foot.
He's waiting, obviously, as she starts walking up to him.
Don't keep him waiting too long. He might start crying. She wants this.
Davine laughs as she walks off, and she sneaks up behind him and taps his shoulder.
Ash! Oh!
No, just Davine.
Oh my god. He puts his arms around her. It's
Davine's-
paranoid delusion. We're all on edge that this guy's gonna show up.
Davine starts to laugh. Yes, even Tommy. Did he show you his suit and his gun that isn't loaded with anything?
He just appeared behind us as we were talking.
Managed to sneak up on each of you.
Yeah, we were just having a talk, and he just came out of the building in this black getup. I think Julius came half a second twitch away from blowing him away.
Right, of course, yes. Well, I'm happy you guys didn't. She puts her arms around his neck, pulls herself forward, and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Hug is going to kiss her on the forehead after she kisses her cheek and pull her back this way, away from the children, and they don't need to see.
I don't think they do.
Well, I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad I'm back too. It was only for a couple of hours, but she cups his cheek. I did miss you.
I think I miss you much more.
She smiles, looks down at his suit. You are looking very good today.
Yeah, the boys picked out the suits. Just when you're not around, I don't want to sound like.
Davine raises her eyebrow. If you need to tell me something, you can tell me anything.
Oh, he's gonna pull her in real close. Hand on her back, arms wrapped around her. I just don't like being separated from you. Eh? When you're not around, I don't feel as good. He shrugs.
Davine,
I don't want to be like Ash. Please don't think I'm a creep.
Davine gets this big smile on her face, puts her arms around him, and squeezes him tight in a hug. I don't like being not around you either. It doesn't make me feel good, and you are a very, very, very bright spot in my life, and I'd like to be near that bright spot.
It's like being half of a hole and then the other half goes away. Not fun. He's gonna kiss her right on the lip.
She kisses him back, starts to run her hand through his hair. That is exactly how I feel about it.
Good. I thought you'd think I was weird.
No. If I thought that was weird, I would definitely feel weird to say what I just said to you.
Yeah. Just things are like desensitized because of him. You know what I mean? But yeah. I enjoyed time with the boys, but would have rather had you there.
Davine smiles and winks at him. I had fun with the girls too, just you're always more fun to be around.
Well, thankfully we don't have to. There's no stupid ceremonies where you gotta be split up, girls, boys, archaic stuff.
Exactly. That, I don't know. Do you want that at our wedding or not?
Absolutely not. Screw that.
Oh, thank God. She leans back. I was gonna leave that up to you, but I did not want that.
I mean, the way I see things, he pulls Davine in. Or keeping her pulled in. The way I see things, we have our wedding, we have this ceremony, we do it, and then if you want a honeymoon, we can do it, or just be with the family.
She shrugs. If we have a honeymoon, I would only want it to be like a night to ourselves, where we have the entire house. Just us two. And then we can spend more time with the kids and the entire family.
Yeah, that's actually not a. That idea somewhat coincides with. I want to go camping again. I say we go camping. We'll be good parents, responsible. We'll set the, help the kids, and they can spend the night at their campsite, and then he'll pull her in and kiss her, and go to our own.
That is a wonderful idea. She continues to brush her hand through his hair. You are so intelligent sometimes.
I have my moments. He winks at me.
She looks him in the eye. I definitely like those moments.
I want to go camping, so I think that's what we should do. Just you and me. Maybe we could just have the whole weekend. I mean, Nicole and Julius can look after themselves, I think. And that's not even counting Auntie, and maybe just the weekend. And then we'll meet up with them like Sunday afternoon or something like that.
Davy nods. Yes, without us, they all can definitely look after each other. And since it's going to be, when all is said and done with the colt, I believe that's around the time that Tal is going to be retired, so they would even have Tal around to help them out.
He can keep an eye on things, and we will have our private time.
Yes, we'll have our fun.
No kids, nobody, no infants, nothing. No ring-bearing dogs or drakes.
Davine tilts her head. I do like the ring-bearing dog. We'll give them that one.
Oh, it's a cute idea. Goes along well with Good Ash.
Davine turns around. Yes, good Ash. It was extremely weird when Fwedwick was giving Good Ash a drink of wine. She shakes her head.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't want that. So it's your decision. The way, dads are head of the family, but I don't like the saying, because I don't like the saying. My mom actually hated the saying, because it implies something. But they say behind every great man is a even better woman, as if women should be behind the man. That's why my mom hated it, but ultimately, whatever you want, you get. You make the final decision, no matter how angry I get and say something. I'll go with whatever you want always. I really don't want that thing. He's gesturing at the academy. I'm hoping Nicole can just help us get rid of it.
Oh no, yes, if I could burn it, I would.
So then we'll tell her to make Good Ash vanish from wherever we got it from to begin with.
A mysterious accident, if you will.
Maybe it can end up down at the kill house and, oh wow, we thought it was one of the targets, kids, sorry. Frederick begins crying. Krellin having a burial ceremony.
Oh god, I don't think I could put those three through that.
21 gun salute for him.
I mean, I would like to see...
Ash is accidentally listed as KIA by Lorelai.
I would like to see Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel all as a part of a 21-gun salute.
Jesus Christ. Well, we know Samuel's good to go with that, but something tells you Krellin would probably shoot his hand off and Frederick's liable to lick the gun.
I imagine when Frederick first shoots the gun, he gets knocked on his ass from the recoil.
The fat ass.
Davine chuckles, cups his cheeks with both of her hands, gives him a big kiss. I cannot wait to be married to you.
Yeah, this can't come soon enough.
It cannot. It truly cannot.
Good, I was saving that half of a whole thing in case you thought I was creepy.
No, I definitely happen to agree with it. And the way I always heard the saying was, the man is the head of the house, but the wife is the neck that turns the head.
That's That's the gospel. He starts chuckling. Yeah.
Davy nods and smiles at him. But yes, I think we've both done quite well for ourselves.
Oh yeah, we got 2 successful kids who married or who are with and or marrying or married excellent people. We got each other. We made a family. Yeah, and then we got each other, which is the most important part.
Davy smiles at him, gives him another really tight hug. Yeah, we have a family. All right.
Kisses her forehead.
She takes a step back. Shall we go help the kids out with greeting and such?
No,
Oh?
Julius is fine. Julius is fine. He doesn't need it. Look, he's doing great. Gestures over to the Arcane Council, coming to say hi to Julius. Look, he's only sweating bullets. He's fine.
She looks at him, nods. He only seems on the verge of a panic attack a little bit.
He's a grown man. He's faced down demons, monsters, is braver than I'll ever be. He's fine. He'll pull Davey back this way. I mean, the ceremony hasn't started yet. Come on.
She starts to laugh. I mean, you're right. You are definitely right.
Let's just take 5 for us.
She nods. I like that idea quite a bit.
Poor Julius up here. Everybody in the council's greeting him. They're all gawking over at Good Ash. Suletta comes up, fixes Julius's coat on the tuxedo.
Julius points at the Arcane Council. They all actually came to my wedding.
You look very good in this, by the way. She's fixing you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Auntie. He takes like a little handkerchief from his pocket, wipes his brow, and puts it back.
There's nothing to fear but fear itself.
Yeah, that's true. And also, I actually don't know what I'm scared of.
Nothing. Just the moment in time where you have to wait for her to say I do. Which we all know she's going to, as she looks out of the corner of her eye, going to. She'll move out of the way. Lieutenant Rain, how you doing, Julia?
Maine, how are you?
Come a long way from assault plastique and combo move.
That we have. That we have. And you know what? I can never thank you enough. Some of those combo moves got us through some tough spots.
You know where to find me. He gives you a thumbs up. Dr. Country and Hamer, they're greeting you. Dr. Country, Julius.
Dr. Country.
Looking sharp.
So I try my best, Doctor. I always do.
She's gonna lean in, give you a light hug, pat you on the back. How are things going with Ash and the Ranger investigation? Hamer,
Oh, well, we've given Tal all the information that he asked of us. I'm not sure how much I can give away, but as it turns out, if he does not pass Ranger selection, he will be court-martialed and sent to jail, possibly executed.
You see her nod her head. Oh. He's not here, is he? She points at the ground, Suletta. No, trust me, he's not here. Suletta looks up at the sky. Here.
Yeah, no, he's not here. Only a mannequin that looks a little bit like him is here.
A mannequin? Where? Oh! She turns around. Oh! I see. Good Ash.
Yeah, that's what some of the members in the apartment have deemed good Ash.
Ah! I see. He looking at it very nervously.
Don't worry, it's just an old Frankenstein statue that's been repurposed. Nothing to worry about.
Right, yeah. And I can deal with the Sherry on a day-to-day basis. I am used to it. Just it, you know.
He nods. Yes, yes, I do.
Good. Well, I'm. Thank you for inviting us.
Of course, you were there at the beginning of our relationship. You saw us throughout the years. It's only fair that we invite you both. You three, I should say.
She smiles at you, and her eyes dart out of the corner of her eye. Rico says, "Oh, best of luck." She'll wink at you. Her neighbor will walk away.
He looks over at General Rico. He automatically stands up straighter.
He comes over, puts his hand out. About goddamn time.
Yes, sir, about time.
You got
shakes his
JJ
hand.
Cool J at your damn wedding?
Yeah, Tommy and him are pretty good friends. Best friends, even.
You guys got all the right connections, don't you?
It's worth knowing all the high people in the high places.
Yeah, that's the goddamn truth. Looking around, so Watertown. You didn't want to have it on my private property or anything yet. Watertown. I mean, I like it here. Don't get me wrong. It's just why here? I never asked.
It's where I bought Pequod her first scarf, and where we got some euros for each other. And he gestures over to the euro truck stand.
You don't say. Was there a Euro truck like that here back then, or some?
No, it used to be a stand over here, and he points to where it was. Some of the best goddamn euros I've ever had, but it was taken away, relocated to a different part of town.
Okay, he puts his arm around Pequod's mother's hip. My wife and I, we met. She cuts him off in Orange Twist City. It's this place where they've been there. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Orange Twist City. That's where we met, down there. That's why we had at Lorelei's place, but yeah.
That's awesome, yeah. Great minds think alike, I guess. Well, we didn't meet here, we met at Raven Rock, but I don't think all the guests would like the wedding at Raven Rock.
No. And besides, we would always go on dates down there. Lorelei would take me down there to scold me sometimes. See him grimace when he thinks about it. Still gets scolded to this day sometimes, even though I outrank her.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, I've definitely been on the receiving end of a few of her scoldings.
Not fun.
Yeah, no, not fun. It's, especially when she gets into your mind. Those parts are not fun.
You used to do that to me. And how are the kids performing for you? The Ash Hit Squad, Reaper Squad.
Well, Reaper Squad is doing very well. They've, and he gestures about to where at least you could see Cluster and Flavor in the immediate vicinity. They're all set up, ready to protect us if anything happens, as his head starts to move up instinctively towards the sky, and then back down at Rico.
What you see up there? Even Pequod's mom looks up.
Nothing, sir. Thank God. But nothing.
I'm kept in the loop. I know there's a date and time for all this to come to a clash, and I have full confidence your squad will succeed. But that date can't come soon enough. Is that what I'm picking up from you?
No, sir, it can't come soon enough.
Yeah. Doing some digging into the topic at question here. And, you see him looking over at Dr. Condry out of the corner of his eye. You can't have a no talking policy, right? You gotta speak up if you see something.
Yes, sir. We all understand that greatly now, sir.
Yeah, and I completely get it. I covered for people in my squad. I mean, you fight next to these people. You could potentially be lying dead next to them. Look, I get it, but I mean, I don't know. I was requested to bring my Marauder suit. I don't. By General Lorelei. Oh, you don't really think he's gonna show up, do you?
No, but just in case you did bring it.
Yeah, it's back on the ship.
Okay,
It's a forward. It's a forward. It's in forward deploy state. So all I have to do is he pulls out a key ring, but there's a kind of looks like a futuristic key fob. I press this, it will come to me.
Very good, very good. Just in case something comes up.
Yeah, and why is he dressed like Rambo? Scar looking at him. I mean, is it? Oh, whatever. I mean, what the hell is it? Huh? And he notices Good Ash. What the fuck is this? He points over at it. What? Krellin noticing him pointing. Time. Fledwick, come. Present Good Ash. Rolly, outweigh. Be safe. Rolly, okay, moves out of the way. And they bring Good Ash to General Pequod's mom, just like Pequod, starts cackling. And Krellin will present Good Ash to General Rika.
Julius has his hand over his mouth as Fledwick. Hello, Sir Rico of the general status.
Yeah, hi.
I am President Fledwick.
President, you say?
Yes, President Fledwick. I am newly appointed as a knight of the Rainfall family.
Okay, and where are you the president of?
Formerly of YouTube, but now I am just a knight.
Oh, I see. Okay. And, you're responsible for, as Krellin lifts Good Ash's arm, General Rico looks down at the... You three are you two plus ancient alien robot are responsible for this thing being here at my daughter's wedding. And he looks back at you.
Julie shrugs. He said she wanted it here.
Well, what she wants, she gets. He'll reluctantly shake Good Ash's.
Fledwick leans over to Krellin. Krellin, I believe it is an hit with the general.
Morale raised, General? General Rika, I'm sure. If it makes you feel better. Big Red. Krellin, very good. Good Ash. Yeah. Can I let go of the hand now? No. Just keep shaking his.
Julius is looking down at his feet. Oh God. As Fledwick gives Samuel a high five. I am sure Good Ash is very thankful to make your acquaintance, General Rico. We did not give him a voice box because we did not want him to talk, because that is what makes him Good Ash.
He looks over at Frederick. A president, an idea only a president could have. President Fredwick. Do you prefer Frederick or Fledwick?
Fledwick is the correct way to pronounce it.
Fledwick, so insert W where the letter makes no sense. Got it. You mind taking this guy away from me now? I'm tired of meeting Good Ash. He's a great man. I appreciate it. We'll make a recruitment poster out of him. Gives Fledwick and Krellin a thumbs up. Krellin clapping.
Yes, of course, General. We'll take him away now. Come, Good Ash, as he helps pick up Good Ash and carry him off.
General Rika turns around. What the fuck is this? You've got the only Star Child, both of you, Rainfalls, captains. You've got the only Star Child left, a short bus robot, and an ancient alien construct from a time we can't even begin to understand. And you've got them fucking around with a glorified crash test dummy. He starts.
Julia shrugs. Whatever keeps up the morale at the apartment, sir.
Alright, well, if it really helps, then fine. Good Ash. I guess. Good Ash. He gestures with his hand. I see. Recruitment poster would be a good idea. General Rika. Sure.
Julius chuckles, looks down at his feet. Maybe it can be, this is how you be a ranger, or the correct way to be a ranger, or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, the footage of Ash. I've seen it, grabbing her and all that. Yeah, look. You should always look to take the high road from people like Ash. I don't know why. I assume you guys leaked it.
Julius looks up at Rico and shakes his head. No, sir. None of us did.
Nobody on the squad. I mean, who would leak the foot as Lorelei appears right here? I did. Oh, you see him jump immediately.
Julius turns to her. General, how are you?
I covered his face. She puts her hand up. Honestly, you look ridiculous. Why would you wear your military attire? She starts fixing his tie. This is tied improperly. Oh, I see. Oh, watching her. I'm surprised you. Oh, you got your cufflinks right, Johnny. Yes, ma'am. I see in your head, kind of like how she treats you.
Julius thinks back to her. Yep, there are definitely some striking similarities, aren't there?
And this ridiculous eye patch, she lifts it. Rico, stop! Puts him down.
Julius is just looking between the two of them, looks over at Sasha and nods over at them.
Sasha shrugs. Where did good Ash get Ash's? That's Ash's sneaking suit. I gave it to them. And the guns. They can do what they want. Ash is out on the frontier. He won't be arriving. You hear everybody let out a collective sigh of relief. At least as far as I know, he's out on the frontier.
Oh. Julius looks over at Scar. Keep an eye on the sky just in case.
No problem. Scar looking up at the sky, sharpening his claw off the knife. General Lorelei continues fixing Rico's tie, manhandling him this way. Icy is a lot like you.
Yeah, he is. He
I wonder
starts
if
to...
she was thirsty for him when he was younger. You see her stroking her chin, saying it under her breath.
He thinks for a second. You know what?
Look, she's
Maybe
stroking his cheek.
Oh god. Next thing you know, she's gonna be grabbing at his abs.
Ah! Sasha starts laughing. Down here, Hunk pulls Davine out of the alley with him. Ah! Lets her go. Fixes his tie.
She wipes her brow, pats down her dress a bit. Well, that was a certainly good way to spend some time.
Yeah, no. That escalated quickly. He's looking at Davy and then looks out here. I mean, us. And then there's a lot of people.
Yes, quite a few more have arrived in such a... what's in reality a short span of time.
Tommy coming down this way to see Julius. Oh, thank God he took off the Spec Ops gear. I don't even know what to call him when he's in that.
Agent T, maybe?
Agent T and Tactical Tom.
Tactical Tom. It almost sounds like an action figure.
Tactical Tom, $5.99.
You can get it at your nearest, I don't know, Snoff's Workshop store.
Batteries not included. He'll put his arm around Davine's waist. Now we should go help Julius.
Yes, I think so. I believe I see the general there.
Yeah, I think she's manhandling Rico.
Oh, is she now? Interesting.
Looks that way as Tommy pulls out a remote and music starts playing. Yeah, well, I guess that's our cue. We better go up and be good parents for a few minutes.
Yep, I suppose so. She puts her arm around his waist too and will start walking up.
As they walk up, the music, Tommy leading them up to see Julius. Music starts playing. People are still shuffling around, getting ready to go. As Ash is still in his spot, only as Ash has been sitting up here, waiting Ash, you see this large contingent of men slowly making their way, and their UIR making their way through. Now, Curtis is fucking just like soldiers in real life, but snipers can hide in plain sight. He's covered himself up with foliage. You're up in the tree wondering if they're walking over him because they're that close.
He's settled in and just staring out at it.
They make their way slowly, unaware. Curtis, on your go, Ash. Really on, you barely can hear him.
Understood. 3, 2, 1.
Just roll any gun you want.
Okay.
Goes through. I imagine you have a silencer on. I like to imagine. Goes through his kneecap. You see this guy fall. They start looking around in random. Tal comes up from. He's covered in natural foliage too. You hear the sound of another AK, just like yours. Silence, letting out on these guys and the Marines. This Marine, maybe not so as well hidden. The Marines because they're Marines. They're not expert A+ soldiers like you guys. Just wildly start letting out with their weapons. They were not in the perfect camouflage. This guy does fall over here and starts crawling this way, though. Tal just lets it fucking rip as everybody lets it rip. And these fools start scattering. And Ash, it's like watching popcorn. Boom! For they scatter and Tal does not let off the trigger. He's emptying the entire magazine. Colonel Curtis comes behind them, starts shooting the shotgun, and they are getting absolutely, as you predicted, shredded because they're the UIR. And they lie. I'm not going to delete all the tokens because they did try to scatter. I like to imagine this one ran into the mines down here. They tried to scatter as what you would do in an ambush, and they absolutely got slaughtered because it was a textbook L ambush. And here they lie. But the leader's still here. We'll air quote the term leader. Crawling this direction, trying to get away.
Confirm the rest of them are down, sir?
Sure. Blows this guy's head off, who is most likely still alive. Sure is. Yeah, they're down.
Well, looks like that went perfectly, and our good friend seems to still be alive.
What a fucking rush. He's all bare, holding up the machine gun with one hand. Kind of looks like an action star.
Look like you're having fun, Tal. He's gonna start climbing out of the tree.
When I'm gone, this is yours to man, mate. He's holding the M60.
Gladly. Look like a hell of a time.
He sets the M60 down by the tree. Let's get this wanker. He's gonna walk over here.
Slide down. Carefully make his way through, making sure not to walk near any of the claymores. Lions, boys, damn fine shooting.
Thank you, sir. She salutes you as the other Marines go around. They're making sure they're all dead. For sure. Blake jumping out of the tree, picking up the LMG. Colonel Curtis. Yep, that was a slaughter. Like punching babies, really.
Like I said, you almost feel bad because of how unsporting it is.
This guy starts crawling this direction. Tal will grab him from behind. No, mate. There's a claymore there. You don't want to do that. Not yet. You'll have your chance. Don't worry. And he'll throw him back this way, letting out a thud. And a
What do you think, sir? You think Lake should fix his legs so he doesn't bleed out before we can finish talking?
Yeah, Roger. He gestures for Lake, who comes over, and it's not like Icy. It's not super fast. But he does begin healing the guy. Tal will come behind him and put a gag in his mouth, like a bandana. Take the mask off. Just a normal looking dude, but gag his mouth. The Marines are watching. You guys are like Jedi Knights or something. Colonel Curtis, what? What's a who? Jedi what?
From Star Wars, sir.
Is that an insult? He starts chuckling, or is that a compliment? Tal, you really need to brush up on your pop culture, mate.
They're like space wizards who fight with laser swords, so it's a compliment.
Oh, okay, yeah, great. Yeah, it's laser swords, Ash.
Early 20th century, late 20th century, I should say, science fiction, sir.
Yeah, they tried. I think they were. Anyway, yeah, Malcolm was something. I'm surprised that didn't happen. As he pulls back on the guy's gag in his mouth. Like, keep him still, please.
I'll let you know it was in the pipeline of movies he wanted to make.
Why am I not fucking surprised?
Yes, I would have played Ashy One Kenobi.
Fucking Ash Vader.
Him too. I would have somehow fought myself and killed myself.
Malcolm's dream come true. He torques the guy's head again.
Yes, it would have been. Should I start looking through his wrist computer, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Maybe we don't even need to talk to him. Actually, let the Marine do it.
Understood, sir.
Show me? Yeah. Take off the helmet and go through his wrist computer. She'll take off the helmet and kneel down right next to you and start going through the wrist computer.
Getting anything there, Lions?
I gotta hack in. Old system.
Fair enough.
Do I even need to heal him? You see, like, shrug. I'm not sure. Give me a minute. Tal, yeah, no problem.
Take your time.
Not very well armed. He's looking over here at this dead one here. What's Namaste got you doing out here, mate? He'll take the gag out and the guy spits on or leg. Yeah, thought so. Put the gag back in.
No, man, that's not nice. He's the one who's trying to keep you from bleeding out here. If you're spitting on anyone, it should be me or Tal.
Tal, yeah, go ahead, be my guest. Spit on me. He'll take the gag out of his mouth and the guy closes his mouth. Tal will, smart decision. Pulls the gag back into his mouth.
You see, I knew the UIR could make the right choice sometimes.
Some of them have brains.
Just not their leadership.
Oh, Lions goes through the wrist computer. Archaeological dig.
Okay.
Orders from High Confessor Nemes.
Hi, Confessor. Okay.
Yeah, that one's probably one of the more insulting ones I've heard. I think the Nemes days that have like Colonel, especially given the fact I'm a Colonel, it's insulting to me. General Nemes, that's insulting. High Confessor, for some reason, that's just like insulting to my intelligence. Lake starts laughing.
I'd say it's an insult to intelligence, and it almost feels like they're making fun of religion in general too, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. My mother would not have liked High Confessor Nemes Day.
Alright. I don't
This
think
guy,
you knew
fuck
those-
your mother. Through the guy.
Well, that's not very nice.
Search his maps, sweetheart. She's looking through his wrist computer. Colonel Curtis tells her. Dig site. That a ways. 4 clicks.
So we know where it is.
You have an exact longitude and lat. Yeah, got it. Good. He looks down at the UIR guy. We could take him back to C command. Colonel Curtis now. What? She just looks at you guys.
No. Under orders. Take them all out.
She looks at him, looks at you guys. But we could interrogate him.
What do you say, buddy? You gonna give us any info we want?
And the Marines, I'm sure General Spears tells you. Yeah, you go out, you get some POWs and bring them back. Try being a ranger, you don't take prisoners. Who wants to do him? This guy would literally gut your sister, darling. Like, he looks at her and she just, I don't feel bad. She steps out of the way. I guess rangers can do what they want.
Do what we want and what we're told.
Go ahead, Ash. I'm not wasting the shotgun shot.
Understood, sir. He's gonna put the AK to him. Nothing personal.
Falls over dead. Tal, honestly, pull off the mask. I was kind of hoping it was a Nemesis Day. Just another fucking clown.
If it was, we would have actually shared the pot this time.
No. You always get the pots on Nemesis Day. You need the money.
At the very least, I'd have had to buy you drinks once we got back.
That I'd go for, especially since right now there's a beautiful wedding going on, and I'm out here fighting the Nemesis Day elite, which was essentially like fighting a mentally challenged chimpanzee.
I think a bunch of rookies fresh out of boot camp would have put up a better fight.
Yeah, that's what happens when you arm teenagers and indoctrinate them and give them guns but no training and discipline. You get the UIR.
Aye. I gotta ask, did you get any information on what they were digging for on the computer, Lions?
She looks down at her computer, downloading all the data. Some type of Spire. Just says Spire artifact. Here, she'll come closer to you and show it to you.
He's gonna take a look at it. Anything sound or look like anything he's heard of?
Nope. There's a drawing of it. A poor drawing, but like a drawing somebody made very quickly. Scribbles,
You ever seen anything like this, sir? You've been on the frontier longer than I have.
Colonel Curtis, huh? He's gonna come in and look like, Tal just inspecting their bodies, making sure there's no booby traps or suicide vest. UIR has been known to wear them. Colonel Curtis, nah. I mean, it looks like a 4-year-old drew it.
Yeah. All it says is it's a spire, and it looks like whatever that is, so... Not much to go off of. It doesn't look like anything I've seen. It doesn't look like... Well, we didn't sense any void, so it probably isn't connected to that.
Looks kind of more like Tal's looking at it from a distance. Obelisk or some shit. I don't know.
Like that old movie? The crazy computer?
Which one? I'm not that versed in movies. Not as bad as him. This fucker doesn't even know Star Wars.
I don't remember the full name, but it was 2001 something.
Space Odyssey? Good movie.
That's the one. Like the obelisks from that?
Spiraled, really? I don't know.
Neither do I. All I know is we know where it is, and well, at least we know it's not alive. Probably.
Curtis, yeah. They must think it's important if they wanted to risk this. I mean, they had to know this was a possibility, being this close to an EarthGov colony. Which means it's either really important to them, or they're really stupid. I lean more towards the latter myself.
I'd say a little of column A, little of column B.
Little column Nemesis.
But that... You see him kind of shrug for a second, kind of rub where his chin would be on his mask. But that doesn't make sense, sir. This says it's a structure, an obelisk, a spire, whatever you want to call it. But the general said that they thought it was biological.
Curtis tilts his head. Yeah, he's just scratching the side of his helmet.
I don't know. Just, not the best of feelings from it, sir. Apologies.
No, yeah, we will approach with caution.
That was my thought process. I don't know. I just know I have never heard of anything like this, sir.
No, neither have I, but there was a time where I didn't hear... I've never heard about things like Dudley or werewolves or... Yeah. So, you get to a point where it's hard to be surprised. Or aliens in spheres that can suck the sphere into their hand. You just get to a point where it's like... Yeah.
Giant space bugs made by a dread deity?
Yeah. Yeah. Or a place like the Dread Forest.
Honestly, we've got quite a few campfire tales that we can tell the Marines tonight, don't we?
Yeah. Well, hopefully the general will have another steak prepared for us.
That is something I really hope.
Yeah, we will most definitely. He looks at Lions. Most definitely tell the general you guys performed excellently. That was a well-performed ambush. We didn't even trip most of the claymores.
No, it was beautifully done. Over and done with in, oh, what was that, 10, 15 seconds, sir?
Now, I got through about 200 rounds. I had a good time.
Done clean, no casualties. I'd say that is about as good as possible, eh?
Yeah. Curtis looking around. Sweep their bodies. Marine. She looks up at him. Have your Marines sweep their bodies, make sure there's no suicide vests, anything like that. Scan them before. As he's looking over his shoulder and this one's leaning down, touching one of them. Yeah. Right, sir. And then we'll collect our claymores. And the big gun. He looks over here and we'll head to... You can accompany us to whatever this thing is. And then we'll take you back to base. She nods, or she salutes, and she had her helmet back on, takes it off one more time. Beautiful brunette, kind of reminds you of Hex, Captain Hex from the Ranger, and she walks away. Curtis watching her the whole time, putting the helmet back on.
Just me, does she remind me of Hex, sir?
Colonel Curtis looks at you. Is that the first thing that comes to your mind?
No, the first thing was she's pretty, but no, it's just she looks familiar, so...
Yeah, she does kind of look vaguely like her. Yeah, I mean, yeah. He's just looking at her, telling the Marine to scan them. They're going around body to body. Like, what is this? Hit on Marine hour? Looking at Colonel Curtis. Colonel Curtis. No, trust me, I'm too fucking old. I'm just trying to help make a point. Now, and what point is that? Marines are attractive?
If it comes down to it, there's other fish in the sea.
For what? What? Say what? Oh, for you? Or the Colonel?
For me. I mean, the Colonel, he's a smart man, well, experienced, well respected. He could get any girl he wants.
I'm pretty damn old. And any middle-aged woman I want. And I'm talking 50 and up, son.
Don't sell yourself short. I have seen men 20 years older than you date women 15 years younger than me, so...
Yeah, I could, you know, I don't know if I'd have anything in common with a girl that young, but yeah, the point was to Lake and Tyler just looking at Colonel. The point was to, you know, show Ash that, I mean, not hit on her, but I'm not trying to undo our work of making him we're not trying to turn him into a creeper. Just tell, no, I get it. I do. Yeah, trust me, I know. Ex-wife gone, Miss Suletta, happy man now. So I get what you mean.
If things don't work out, he's trying to teach me that I can move on.
Can and should. Should being the key word, probably.
Yes,
Colonel
sir?
Curtis, exactly.
Yes, sir. I would agree there. Just, really
I
don't
mean-
want to.
Yeah, I don't want to, yeah. Look good with her, not her. Maybe she's a bit too young, but somebody like her. Yeah.
No, I'm sure I would. I'm sure I would. Thank you.
Trust me, Ash is not going to give Cyrus and Integra the pleasure of being released from his torment. He starts chuckling, rolling a cigarette.
Now. I won't make the choice, but if they want to, I will. Hell, I'll keep paying for the house even. Is what it is.
Did you really have to use that much ammo? Tal, it's not very often you get to let loose with this thing.
I'm sure the General's not gonna mind. Let him have some fun, eh?
She said take no prisoners. I'm just making sure.
And, I mean, I don't... Given that he's here instead of where he'd rather be, I'm sure she's happy to let him let loose.
He'd probably be good with a Marine.
You think so, sir?
Yes. Yeah. separation of like where you work, so there's natural space, and yeah,
If it comes down to that, I'll take that under advisement, sir.
not that one, and definitely not on duty. God, if you started hitting on somebody in front of us, we'd have to tell Lorelai.
Oh, gods no. First off, happily married, but second off, well, not so happily at the moment, but you see what I mean. Second off duty. Maybe drinking after the missions, not on duty.
Yeah, mate, that's the way to look at it. It's just good to explore possibilities. That's all. He's looking down at the M60.
No, I'd say so. I would say so. Just, there's quite a few more possibilities than I really thought about. Or wanted to, I should say.
Yeah, well, as I said, I doubt it, Colonel. He isn't going to release them from the torment. He will torment them till they die, probably. Starts chuckling.
Or till I die. I mean, like you said, the frontier ain't the, most forgiving place.
No, it is not.
With any luck on their part, I'll have paid off the house, we'll own it outright, and then I'll get gunned down on the frontier.
That's one way to look at it. Probably not the best way.
That'd be just the way to cap off everything that's happened in my life.
Maybe if you had like a loving relationship, you had moved on and grown, you wouldn't feel that way. He's cleaning out the M60. Get the fuck out of here. Kicks this guy's body over.
Yeah, maybe. Damn, you pretty much cut that bastard in half.
Yeah, well, phased barrel. Top of the line ammunition. Match grade parts. Zeroed for 200 meters. Not gonna miss much with this thing.
No, you're not, and with the amount it pumps out per second, if you do, the next one ain't gonna.
Colonel Curtis hits you with his hand, back of his hand, your chest. Just as she's taking off her helmet again, just think about it. Keep it in your pocket.
Will do, sir. I'll keep it under advisement. Thank you.
Good. I'm gonna go scout ahead. I'll be right back. I just want to pick up their trail. He walks this direction.
And who knows if there's more of these idiots. I'm gonna be just like the UIR to have, scattered idiots all about instead of staying together.
I counted about 30. 32, I think, exactly by my count. I think we got them all, unless there are more that we don't know about, which is a possibility.
I'd assume. I think that's about what the Marines said they had, give or take one or two. But, it's the UIR. If this were any other force, I'd be confident we got them all, but... You ever heard the phrase, you can't knock out stupid? With the UIR, it's... You can't predict stupid.
Blake nods his head. Which one is he? Which one is her, right? He looking over this way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she is kind of cute. He shrugs and starts going to disarm the claymore.
Yes, she is. She's very cute. Do you need some help?
Hal, hearing you say that, looks up at you. Yes, she is.
Yeah. Yeah. Almost feels weird to say. I haven't really thought about another woman like that in a long time.
Failing to see the devil beside you. He's reloading the M60, which in this case is you. Not that dead body over there.
That's fair, sir. That's fair.
Rearm the claymore, or disarm the claymores, then we gotta catch up with the colonel.
Yes, sir. He's gonna go down here and start disarming him.
As Ash will do that, shifting back to the wedding. The ceremonies have officially begun. People have moved around. Some people have went inside the buildings, General Rico, to see Pequod, stuff like that. The whole group is here. Now that the music is reaching its crescendo, they all come out. There's some light hors d'oeuvres in this building. They all come out, good Ash being carried the whole way. I see, finally lets go of your hand. time to take position. She points up here.
Yep. Wish me luck. As
You'll do fine.
I'm sure I will. He pats her on the shoulder and walks up and takes his position.
Hunk is out here with Davine, looking up at the sky.
Well, so far, so clear. We're all good.
Yeah, we're good. He's gonna pat her on the butt. I think you gotta go with the girls to get up there soon.
I believe I do. Yes,
Have fun.
I will. She stands on tip her toes, gives him a kiss on the cheek, and walks up beside Icy.
Rob makes his way up to Julius. Long time no see.
Rob, how are you, man?
Good, good. Working at Cadillac, Chief Marketing Officer.
Yeah, you've been doing well in that job?
Yeah, I mean, I still get my military pay and pay from Tommy.
Well, hey, that's real good. I'm pretty sure you'd be making more than me at that point.
Yeah, definitely. Don't take it the wrong way.
No, I know how much Tommy pays.
He pays good. Things really have a falling out with Ash, Tommy told me.
Yeah, big falling out. If you notice him here, not the mannequin one, he points over at Good Ash, but if you notice him, say something.
Yeah, of course. That bad, huh?
Yeah, that bad.
And as he sees Guillotine approaching, and who's that? As the Saint comes up and takes his position.
That's Saint Guillotine. It's a long story, but he's a friend of Tommy's.
Oh! Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Why is he... Drags you this way. Why is he up here? At your wedding? Is that a cross on his helmet?
Yeah, that's his saint's garb. I believe he's a ring bearer along with our dog, Honey.
I've missed a lot, haven't I?
Yeah, you've missed quite a bit.
He's looking around. I mean, you got Spartan guards. He's just mumbling to himself.
Yeah, we got the Spartan guards. He gestures over to Krellin, a star child. There's a lot of things that are way different now.
Short. Seems that... Hey, better weather than Raven Rock. Who the hell cares after that, right?
Oh, that's for sure. I'd take all of this over Raven Rock any day of the week.
He pats you on the shoulder. As he's patting you on the shoulder, Krellin and Frederick bring up Good Ash. Should be in Best Men. Points over here, Hunk. No. Just points at them both and they look sad. Julius, no. He looks at you. It's your wedding, but please, no.
Woodwick looks down at his feet as Julius looks over at them. I'm sorry, guys. No, I can't do that to Banksy.
Banksy, it's okay if you want it up here. Looking at Good Ash.
No, I'm good.
Hunk gesturing to Davine, who's up here now. Such memory and one of the bridesmaids.
Krellin, Fredwick. Perhaps Good Ash could take a front seat, one of the front seats.
Jesus Christ, just bring him down here with me. General Rico like Good Ash.
Good Ash is wonderful, and General Rico thinks so too. You should bring him down there with him.
Fine. He'll take you down. Front row seat, Good Ash. The Saint even looking disturbed down at Good Ash.
Julius shakes his head and rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, I'm happy everything's been going good for you, man.
Yeah, going great. Can't say as good as you. He's looking around. Where is Prequar?
She's about to come out, I think. The music is reaching that point.
Okay, Tommy's getting nervous. I can tell he's sweating. I'll get off the stage. Congratulations. He'll shake your hand.
Yeah, he shakes his. Thank you very much.
He'll jump off the stage, try to work Tommy up, who's a little nervous about it. It's been a while since he's done a wedding. Hunk, quite the crowd, looking down at people moving to get the, clear space for Pequod.
Julius looks at all of them. Yeah, quite a crowd. Some of the Arcane Council.
All of
General
the Arcane
Moreland.
Council.
Yep, all the Arcane Council. That's what I meant.
Look at that. Look at them, Julius. And they're leaving. Wow, that's great. They're leaving Good Ash right there. That's just what we wanted. General Rico disappears because he has to walk Pequod down the aisle.
Julius rubs his face. I'm sure she'll love it. I'm sure she'll love it.
Yeah, she probably will. He lightly puts his two fingers in his mouth, whistles, and Honey comes up. Here she goes through the building. She's gonna stand at the doorway. Okay, ring bearer, Saint. We got everything we need.
Yeah, I think so. The terrified puppy that is our ring bearer and Saint Guillotine.
I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I see stuff.
Have you, Saint?
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
I'm sure it is, and I'm happy you're here with us.
I will always protect you, Julius.
Thank you, Saint. That means a lot.
Tommy coming up in his priest robe, walking, standing here, looks at his wrist computer. Var son, Julius. Are you right? Get the fuck out of here! He points out of the way. Bride, come down. Julius, this is not fucking clown show.
Tommy, are you okay?
I'm sick of seeing it.
He looks over at Icy. Icy, could you teleport it down near someone?
Yeah, she'll teleport it behind Scar. You see Scar just aiming the knife at Good.
Julius looks at Scar, looks at Icy and shrugs. Good choice.
I see. Now all we have to do is tackle the final hurdle of General Lorelei not objecting to your wedding.
Yep. Hopefully that does not happen.
Where is General Lorelei? I'm probably eating more hors d'oeuvres.
He shrugs. Yeah, I made a couple things on the table, so she's probably eating some of those.
She comes out, finishing her last bit of hors d'oeuvres. Brandon Law getting in position with the camera because he wants to get Pequod coming down, actually out of this building, coming all the way down. A nice long shot, wide shot with his beautiful camera. And then you see it. I don't know how nervous Julius is, but you see General Rico walking Pequod. Everybody smiling, clapping like.
Julius is extremely nervous, but as soon as he sees Pequod, a lot of his nerves fade away, and he manages to stand straight up with his arms behind his back and smile right at her.
Big smile on her face. They go up this stairway and disappear for a second because they've got to come through the building. And the general will take his daughter, give her a kiss on the cheek, and leave her at the door because he's going to go back down. And she's going to take her position here. Big smile on her face. He'll come back down here. And Ruger will stand out of the way so he can stand near his wife.
Julius smiles at her and gives her a wink.
He winks back. You hear the saint sobbing lightly. General beloved. Oh, go ahead.
Julius has to look away from the saint to hide his small laugh.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in the sight of God to witness and celebrate this holy union of Patricia Rico and Julius Renfro. Tommy gestures with his hand, and you see Honey just starts slowly walking out. Brandon will get out of the way. He's gonna go up here on a little ladder to get the whole view of the place as Honey approaches. Marriage is a sacred covenant, a lifelong commitment made before God and Tommy and the church. It is a union founded on love, trust, fidelity, and not being stupid. Pequod snickers. Let us pray for God's blessing upon this couple as they embark on this journey together in life, sharing in the joys and challenges of married life. May your love grow stronger each day, Julius. He's looking right at you, rooted in the grace as he looks over at Pequod of the sacrament of matrimony, bearing witness to God's love for his people and Tommy's love for everybody here. Honey comes up, the saint bends over, takes the ring off of her back, patting her. He's sobbing all the time. He hands you the ring, Julia.
Julius takes the ring, holds out his hand so he could take Pequod's.
Tommy will gesture with his hand so Pequod moves closer to you. Patricia Rico, do you take Julius Rainfall, this wonderful man, to be your husband forever? She puts her finger out. I do.
He smiles at her and slides the ring onto her finger.
She looks up at you and smiles. And Julius Rainfall, do you take Patricia Rico as your lawfully wedded wife? You vow to love and care for her and protect her from now until your last breath in this universe.
He smiles at her. I would like nothing more. I do.
And I'll pronounce you, she's crying, man and wife. He puts up his hand. You may kiss the bride very passionately, but please remember there are children in the crowd. She just grabs Julius and kisses him.
As she pulls him into the kiss, he spins around and kisses her into a dip.
Oh, she takes the dip, kissing you back. Everybody starts clapping, saying, "Get."
Davine wiping some tears away. Yeah, I have to give him that one. That was pretty good.
Hunk. Count, you okay? Hunk. Yeah. I'm gonna cry. Pequod will let go of the kiss and you pick her back up and she kisses you again. Tommy, well, I guess we don't care if there's children in the crowd. Oh well. And he just starts clapping.
Davine will start clapping along with Tommy as Julius just holds Pequod close to him and gives her another kiss.
Her fist is gonna lightly hit your chest. Our wedding.
Our wedding totally just won. They cannot top this.
No, Julius. She pulls you in, looks your suit up and down. You look really good in red.
Oh yeah, thank you.
But no, Julius. Are me and you. And she gives you another kiss.
Oh yeah, that's also very much true. Just ours. And he gives her another kiss.
Tommy, Flip fixing his hair. He's gonna walk down. He has to take the saint's shoulder. Just fucking crying. Walk him away. JJ Cool J consoling the saint. The dog following Tommy.
Davine, through her tears, having to hide a snicker from Tommy and the saint as they walk by.
Pequod's gonna put another kiss on you guys and then come out here as Brandon is hustling. Excuse me? Getting around Mama Lan and Sergeant Haver. So he could get the perfect shot. Tommy directed him. Brandon, right here. I'm up there. And he's filming everything. And everybody's clapping, including Krellin and Scar. Or I'm sorry, Samuel's making good Ash clap. General Lorelei, just looking at good Ash. And she didn't fucking object. Wait, Tommy didn't give her a chance. What a smart guy. Looking down at Tom.
Yeah, that was That was pretty smart on his part. He leans closer to her. So what do we do now? Do we, like, give a speech or something?
No, that's at the reception. We just stand here and let that terrible kung fu artist film it.
Right, yeah, of course. And he stops leaning, just plasters a smile on his face and holds her hand.
This is our day, Julius. Our effing. She's whispering to you, kisses your ear day.
He holds her hand even tighter, moves her chin to look right into his eyes. This is our day, and no one else's.
Damn straight. She's gonna put another kiss on you as Brandon, continuing to film and shifting out to the frontier. Ash, Marines, Rangers, have, the one Marine has found their way out to whatever this thing is. It's glowing. It's like, kind of like you just see in the picture. It's been unearthed. You can see they were just dumping. It's not a stream. They were dumping water on it to clean it off. The Marine, Rangers first, stands out of the way.
Yeah, I can't blame you for that.
What is the saying? Rangers lead the way? Colonel Curtis, always. All the way, yeah. It starts walking.
Gonna follow. Never seen anything like that.
You see him stop for a second, look at it. Cocks the shotgun and keeps walking towards it.
You sensing anything off that lake?
He looks up at it. You mean magic?
Yeah.
Negative.
Joy.
What the fuck is this thing? He's gonna walk up to it and press it with his shotgun. Hard as rock. Still half buried. And they were out here looking for this. He turns around. Lions, yeah. She's going through the risk computer data she downloaded.
Looks like the scribblings, huh?
It glows. Glows in the dark. Glorified glow stick? I don't think so. He comes up looking at it.
No magic according to Lake, sir, so... I don't know, tech, maybe?
Give it a carbon dating, Ash. Carefully. Do not touch it.
As carefully as he can, he's gonna do a carbon dating.
300 years old, give or take.
Only 300, sir. Give or take, of course.
Okay, so that's not what I was... He nods his head. Not what I was expecting, but... I figured 400 million years old, then, from back then, and void, things ain't what they used to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that was my first thought when I heard they were digging for something, but... The general said not void signature.
When was this colony founded, exactly? The Marine, I think about 200 years ago? Colonel Curtis, yeah, okay, right.
So it predates the colony.
By at least 100 years.
Were people at least in the system 300 years ago?
Colonel Curtis, absolutely. Oh, yeah, definitely. On the planet, most likely, yeah.
Okay, so it could just be a leftover from them, maybe? But then why would the UIR want it?
How did they find out about it? I mean, how did they know it was here? The Marine frantically going through a risk computer. I don't think a UIR grunt would be clued in on that kind of stuff. Yeah, you're probably right, darling, yeah.
Maybe they were doing some readings and they came across the energy signature? That's all I can think of. Or they found something talking about it, but where are you going to find that?
He's just, Colonel Curtis, just staring at it. Kind of reminds me of, you ever see deep ocean fish on Earth? Like documentaries like bioluminescence? He points, or with his head gestures, like bioluminescent sea life.
Yeah, like those squid or anglerfish, yeah.
Jellyfish? He snaps his fingers, something like that. Like,
Yeah.
the way it glows, it pulsates almost, but lightly, slowly. I don't. Not like a strobe. Like, no, not like a strobe, but almost like a rhythm, like a heartbeat or something.
Yeah, it does. It looks. Now that you mention it, it looks almost alive.
Colonel Curtis, I take the masks off. Just get a sniff without the mask on. He's gonna take his off, and ever since I started smoking, my sinuses are fucked. But he inhales deeply through his nose. Doesn't it doesn't smell like any. Lake will do the same, and yeah, dirt. Towel will do it.
Ash will follow suit.
The Marine does the same thing. It doesn't smell like anything. It doesn't. I mean, it looks fucking alien. Curtis putting his mask back on.
It definitely looks alien. A twisted spire. Um, if it is bioluminescence, that would explain why they thought the energy reading was organic, sir.
You see Colonel Curtis knocking on it with his knuckles. Hard as piss. Scan the material. Material scan. See what it's made out of. Iron. What is titanium? Magnesium? I don't fucking know.
Gonna do a material scan.
No registered material.
You're not gonna like the answer, sir. Doesn't know.
Doesn't know. He looks over at you.
No.
Let me see that. Let me see that wrist computer.
No registered material. Just doesn't know what it is.
You see him bob his head back and forth. Okay. Right. He shrugs.
Sure.
Tal, I don't fucking like this thing. He's just looking at it.
No, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. Should I scan for life signatures, sir?
Do it.
Gonna do a life signature scan.
Immense level of life energy coming out of it. Scattered all throughout it. It's about the size of your average house in our world today. So like your typical 3-storyer.
Oh, bloody hell. He's gonna show Colonel Curtis. I don't even know what to say about that.
Is there something inside it? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I have no clue, sir. Either there's something inside it, or it's alive, or something underneath it. I don't know.
The Marine who's looking at Ash because he had his helmet off as Ash is putting it back on, or whatever, puts hers back on. If there's something inside, maybe that would explain the glowing. Colonel Curtis. Yeah.
Yeah, but that begs the question.
Tal, what if it's like a giant fucking egg? Those dragon eggs, they kind of glowed like this. Think back, Ash. I've seen them. I've been with the little miss in Pequod. You were there in person.
They did glow similarly, but I don't know. This is just my gut. I have nothing to go off of, but this doesn't feel the same, sir.
So a fucking evil dragon ain't gonna come out of here?
I don't know. I don't know. If it is an egg, this just... I know it's just a gut feeling, but this feels like something else, and I just don't know. I don't think it is. I've never heard of one shaped like that, or this big, but there's plenty we haven't heard of.
Lions, how are we gonna get this back to the general? Colonel Curtis, we're not. Tal, yeah, no. SOP, boom. The general wants it, boom. It's a life form that kind of complicates things, but
Should we radio back to the general and ask for further orders? Because what if it's alive, then what if cracking it open releases something even worse?
I mean, what time is it? He looks at his wrist computer. I mean, she's probably at the wedding. It's priority calm. I will leave that decision to you. She made our orders very clear.
I'm Not gonna say one way or the other, that's not my place. I just. Whatever you think, sir. It just worries me.
Now, I've got enough Bubon Castle and place. I've got enough explosives here. He pats this big satchel on his side to blow up 45 of those mountainsides where the castle was. So I think we're okay. We're just going to use everything.
That's for the best, I'd say, because.
It's gonna fuck up the forest, but fuck it, get rid of this thing. Like, I concur. I don't think calling the Ranger General is a great idea. And if it is a life form and they were after it, they probably wanted to weaponize it. We should take it out of play. We don't weaponize life forms in EarthGov. So there's nothing we can do with it besides house it.
That's true. Just.
Colonel gives me the fucking creeps. He's just looking at it.
I agree. The only reason I brought it up is. If we do blow it up and it shoots some shit into the atmosphere, there is a population center not too far away. That's the only thing that gave me pause. Apologies.
I mean, win, lose at that point, but
I trust you if you're confident. That's all that matters. I trust you.
I'm not confident looking at this thing.
Whatever you guys decide is best. I'm just trying to advise as best I can, but what do you advise about something like this?
Yeah. You blow it up. I mean, what? I've got enough explosives blowing in the atmosphere that's just worrying about things that are out of our fucking control.
You're right, sir?
If it wasn't so creepy looking, maybe I'd feel different, but our orders were clear. We've got a job to do, and if you don't have the balls to call Lorelei and ask for guidance, then I'm blowing it up. He starts setting explosives down.
Well, we're blowing it up because if I'm the one to call her, I think she'll unmake me from across the galaxy, sir.
Colonel Curtis, looking around. I'm gonna give her a call. She likes me. You see him gesture with his hand.
If you think that's the right choice, sir, go right ahead.
I mean, what's the big deal? She won't be that angry, right? Right?
She's got a picture of him in her office, and it's his wedding.
Alright, we'll blow it up.
Yeah, that's probably the best case. I think this is a better to, if it does go wrong, better to ask for forgiveness than permission moment.
Yeah! Marine, come on, come give me a hand. She comes over, starts giving the Colonel a hand. Ash, Ash, stay here. I want you,
Yes, sir.
just watch the area. Make sure, like you said, there could be, I doubt it, but there could be more of the, he sets a charge, beep, beep, onto the thing. More of the UIR as the Marine is helping him. They're just setting it around the base and as high as they can climb onto.
Understood.
Like, maybe it's some type of Precambrian life form. Something that was, I mean, it looks fossilized. I don't think there's anything alive in there. But I have read that some fossils, like from a nova, that still have life in them, a bit of that, because they were powerful mana creatures in life. So their fossils still have life. Thus is why they could be revived, theoretically speaking, by somebody not like me, but in the same vein, Ash. He looks back at it. But 300 years old,
Maybe it's something to do with that amount of power fucking with the carbon dating?
could be. Girl Curtis looks back at you.
All I know is I don't like being near this thing. It just, the vibe it gives off feels off, sir.
And that is why we are going to blow it to Kingdom Come. He's put all of his explosive.
You ever seen like a Jerusalem cricket, or I think they call them potato bugs, those little ugly bastards?
Yeah.
You know that kind of feeling that you're looking at something wrong that you get when you see them?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting looking at that thing.
Colonel Curtis looks up at it. Faster, Marine, please. Yes, sir. She quickly put it down. Well, this is gonna leave a big crater. We have to get to minimum safe distance. Boom. We'll let you do the honors, honey. He has the detonator in his hand. She chuckles, and then, uh, trust me, this tree foliage is going to be gone with this explosion, and then we can send a drone in just to make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, it'll be a nice big explosion. If there is anything alive, it should be vaporized on, well, cracking.
Colonel Curtis blow it up. Giant. What was it? How did it work back in the old world? Old world. Colonel Curtis, don't ask. It was. What'd you guys say from old texts I was reading on Gallia? Metallic and what dragons? Which ones are evil?
Chromatic, sir.
Chromatic are evil?
Yes, sir.
Giant chromatic dragon comes out of here. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Based off the color, it'd be either green or black, so Joy, we'd either get to deal with acid or poison. Wonderful.
Well, luckily, Marine Air Cav came here when the Brigade of Marines got moved in, so I think we'd be okay. Seeing a dragon would be cool. Colonel Curtis, we'd be okay.
Oh, I'm sure we'd be fine, although it is cool to see one, but gods are they scary fuckers.
Ash actually fought and killed one. Really? She looks over it. Yeah, he did, didn't you, Ash?
Yeah, Black Dragon back on the, let's call it colony I came from. Things seem to be in a craze, but yeah, big scary fuckers.
Live dragon. Ash fought it almost single-handedly.
I wouldn't go that far, but yes, we took it down.
He's very modest. That's amazing. She's looking over at Ash.
It's nothing. You just do what you gotta do to survive, eh?
You took him down. Great story.
I mean, it was a hell of a story. Lucky shot knocked it part way out of the sky. That was something else, especially with what I was using at the time.
Go ahead and run that det cord over there, Dolly. Tal points over here. She starts running the cord this way, coming past Ash. If you ever want, I can buy you a drink sometime. Sir, under her breath.
Yeah, possibly, yes, thank you.
She keeps running the det cord. This direction. Possibly.
Possibly, I suppose.
Keeps running the det cord far away.
What else am I supposed to say?
Colonel Curtis, whatever. Setting more explosives.
I mean, I am still married at this point.
Are you?
Maybe?
He shakes his head.
I don't
No,
know.
nobody knows. That's the truth. Nobody knows.
But if there's a possibility, I'm not gonna say yes to anything. If that question still's up there, I can't cheat on her, even if it is questionable.
Tal looking at all the explosives, looking up and down at the thing. Yeah, well, I was just trying to prop you up to the Marine girl. See, they're all still women that could be interested in you. That's the point. Colonel Curtis, yeah, more or less.
Thank you. I appreciate it. At least I know if it does come down to that, I have wingmen here. If you want to call yourselves
you do.
that.
You do. I mean, there are all fish out there that, would see you for something.
Yeah, there are. For better or for worse, they'd see me as something.
He's gonna climb the spire, start setting explosives. Colonel Curtis jumps down. Yeah.
Oh, gosh, just imagine we crack it, and then that's when the half Tarrasque, half dragon crawls out.
Yeah. We'll deal with it if that's the case. It'd be more fun than punching the babies.
Oh, it would. That would just be our luck, right?
She did ask you to buy a drink. Now, you're not going to take her up on it. He puts his hand out, but you remember that. He puts his finger up at you.
I will, sir.
Maybe not her. She's too young for you. Yeah. You're a ranger, and she's a Marine. Marines, excellent fighters. An honorable service branch. But I don't know what Jedi Knights is, but, other branches tend to look up to us. So, with her, that's probably part of it. I don't know. Can't read her mind, but either way, you remember that. but just because you started with one doesn't mean you got to end with the same one, no matter how bad it gets.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Like over here, setting more charges and running some wire this direction. Yeah, looking at you.
Yeah. Like I've said, I'd rather it end with her, but... Well, in a way, I have to get used to that possibility no matter what at this point, because I'm probably going to outlive Ceres by another 100 years. So there's that.
Maybe somebody that he shrugs would take the longevity spell.
Or would at least live to the same lengths that I would.
That's you could do that too. Yeah, there's that.
Uh, just messes with shit, doesn't it?
Huh?
Ah,
You mean this
biology.
thing?
Well, that, of course, but biology. The age thing, it's something to keep thinking about.
Yeah, well, I would too if my wife and mother, who's looks like she's about to keel over and die, didn't want it. He slides down.
Yeah. I don't know. At this point, the best I can do is make sure they have a comfortable life as long as they want to allow me to stay around.
Colonel Curtis, yeah. Yeah, he keeps saying that, like a broken record. Trust me, we know.
I mean, what else can I say, sir? There's not much to be said.
I don't know. Pursue other opportunities. Look in the direction the Marine went. Or not. Or not.
Not gonna make her do anything. The ball is in Ceres' court, sir.
And I think if you want your marriage to at least so you can live out your sick fantasy, I think it's gonna have to stay in her court forever. He nods his head at you, and you will never get your fantasy. Points at you. But maybe you'll get a kid. There you go.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'd love a little boy or little girl. Try to do better by them than make sure their lives are better than mine was, sir. Do good by them.
Maybe it will turn Integra around. I mean, it's not some miracle of medicine, but give us some life, something to do. Eh? Hmm?
That would be wonderful. Get to see her have some spark in her again, and get to see her with a little one. I think she'd love it.
What is that lullaby? It's like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. You walk into the baby's room one night, Integra cradling, I hate Ash, I hate Ash, I.
Oh, I can only
The
imagine.
child grows up to despise you.
Oh, God. Knowing me, I'll fuck up somehow, and they'll grow up that way anyways, but... I don't think she'd do that. Right?
I don't think so. Probably just want the child to have a good life.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Singing a lullaby of I Hate Ash would be pretty fucking weird. Like, looking up at the...
Almost... I hate thinking of him again, but almost Malcolm levels of weird.
Vindictive? Colonel Curtis shrugs.
Vengeful?
Vengeful? Well, I'd say she's earned it. Have you seen her? Sorry, Ash.
No, she's earned it. Honestly, she's earned it if I walked in and she stabbed me when I came in the house.
Tal, you know, they've got this thing called Good Ash going. We were discussing the mannequin thing, you know.
Yeah.
I've been kind of thinking we get our hands on it, bring it down to Integra, hand her the saber. You know, I don't want to be down there, but you think it over. Maybe she's chop it up, feel better. Give her some energy. Because, man, the way she talked to you last time I saw her, that was the spark of life. Just, it was pure rage directed at you.
It's not a bad idea. Although I...
Take her out back, give her the saber, put some elbow pads on her, let Grandma go to town.
If the Rainfalls don't want it, I might take you up on that idea.
Something, I don't know, but something tells me they probably don't want it.
Now I just need to figure out how to get it away from the trio that guards it.
Oh, trust me. The little miss, she's a sweet little thing. I'll ask her. teleported right down to your home.
Please do, because I think that would be good for Mum.
I will run it by her. I think could give her a good time, and you know, let her let out. You hit a punching bag. So do I. You know, we exercise, let out frustrations. Let her let her frustrations out. It's goofy, but if it works, who cares? Colonel Curtis, whatever works, works, in my opinion, in a situation like this.
I would agree, and anything to get a bit of a life into her. Hell, maybe it'd be almost like therapy.
Put her on the bike, she rides by, chops the mannequin's head off.
Cavalry.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe we get our horse.
Maybe. Yeah, I think it'd be good for her therapy. Get a bit of that internalized hatred out on me, just without killing me.
She's out of the military, but you could even record it, use it as recruitment, you know. Look at the great Commander Integra in her old age, still ready for battle. Colonel Chris.
We build, here in EarthGov, we build legends.
We build legends that last forever.
What's that old movie? It was called something like Sandlot. There's a phrase in it where he goes, "Heroes live forever, but legends never die." Maybe we'll use that.
It's like that Malcolm movie he made where he was building the baseball field and you played the ghost and he just painted you blue and you was telling him, if you build it, they will come. And then he looked like he was fighting back gagging.
Yes, Field of Colonels, yes.
If you build it, they will come to promote you, I believe was the full lie.
Yes, because I believe on building it and the game happening, he was promoted to double colonel.
Double colonel? You
Yes.
make this shit up? No, trust me, he doesn't. I watched the movie with the girls.
I'm pretty sure the idea was he was now a colonel in 2 branches of the military, sir.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
No, it's not. But then again, I'm not the cursed, crazy old bastard who wrote the movie.
It's not that bad of a movie, actually. Ash Painted Blue was a sight to behold, Colonel. You should brush up on the pop culture. We should watch some. Colonel Curtis, yeah, alright. I'll watch a Malcolm flick or two, why not?
That one was fun. It was glow-in-the-dark blue paint, so my beard glowed for 2 weeks afterwards, even after washing it.
And now I gotta fucking see it!
Oh, can you imagine how fun that was, getting to sleep? You're about to sleep, you hear a noise, open your eyes, and you can see your own facial hair glowing.
If you build it, they will come and promote you. It's the tagline of the movie.
Yes, it is. Double colonel.
And at the end of the movie is excellent. Mr. Freetooth comes to promote Malcolm.
Hands him a colonel insignia, except it has 4 wings.
4 wings, and he's wearing this like Somalian get up from Colonel Hawk Down. He looks like a villain coming. He looks like a militiaman coming to promote Malcolm.
Yeah, we filmed those movies sequentially, and he never. I guess Scar got knocked out in the stunt that won him the Oscar, and Malcolm just never let him change, woke him up, and told him what he needed to do.
Well, all he ended up having to do was walk up on the stage, or excuse me, on top of the dugout, because it was a baseball. And give the Colonel emblem to Malcolm.
Mind you, Malcolm didn't know how baseball worked, so I believe his team in the movie won by a touchdown, was it?
Yeah, it was actually 2-point conversion. They tied on the touchdown.
Yep, that's what it was. They won on a 2-point conversion in baseball, sir.
Now I'm actually kind of interested to see it. These Lakers.
I've said it before. There are worse ways to spend a night than drinking and watching a Malcolm movie with friends. It's almost fun.
Alright. Then let's do it. We gotta get to minimum safe distance, go round up the Marines and the cute lions and blow this place to hell, and then send the drones in just to double check the area. They can take air readings, all that kind of stuff. So if we blow up something we shouldn't, we'll know pretty fast. We'll have confirmation.
Understood. And hell, I'll be the designated driver for this little excursion.
Copy that. Let's book it out of here.
Yes,
You guys will leave as flashing to Tommy's the reception is in full swing. Pequod and Julius sitting up at this table. Pequod just holding your hand. She's eating. The dinners have been passed out. Steak, fish, lobster, a plethora of options. Euros. You did take the picture with the euro before you guys left.
Julius is also eating his food the entire time, just looking at Pequod, smiling to himself.
She looks out at everybody. This is what I dreamed of. Except that. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that part was never part of my plan for the wedding. The mannequin. Yeah. But yeah, this is... Honestly, it could have been anything other than to do a wedding. As long as it was with you and some of my family, I would have been perfectly happy with it.
You see her squinting, squeezing your wrist. Is that Contri? I haven't had a chance to go around and greet everybody. She came! She smiled.
Yeah, she came. She brought Hamer, and Maine is here somewhere too, I think.
How's she doing, Julia?
Oh, well, when she saw Good Ash, she immediately jumped and let out a yelp, so I'm pretty sure that doesn't mean she's doing good.
Oh, she groaned. Well, at least she's safe at our wedding.
Yeah, she's safe.
And look at you. You were so worried Ash was gonna show up. No airship, no parachute, nothing. I wasn't worried.
Yeah, sure you weren't. You
Banksy got my flamethrower, right? He didn't leave it there.
Yeah, I made sure he grabbed it for you.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
Yeah, I was the one who was worried.
I was a little worried.
I mean, I think we were all a little worried. Everyone from your mother and father to Mr. Pat Contri over there was probably worried about Ash showing up.
It was the most important, best moment of our lives. Didn't want it to get ruined.
And he rubs her knuckles with his thumb. It definitely didn't.
She'll take some of the mashed potatoes off her plate and try to feed Julia.
He'll lean forward and take the bite.
You see her blink and look out at everybody and shake her head for a second. It actually went perfectly, which is, for us as a family, it usually doesn't go that perfect. Things are usually a lot harder.
Yeah, there is usually always a hiccup, somewhere in the plan. He'll take some of his steak and feed it to her.
She chews on it. Yeah, I mean, that's why, yeah, I figured that hiccup would be, but she's looking around.
Yeah, but luckily everything seemed to go correctly today.
Did you see the saint sobbing?
I am pretty sure he stained the robe with his tears.
She starts laughing.
I could barely even look at him because I probably would have started to laugh because of how much he was crying.
I could barely see my mom, but I'm pretty sure he was crying more than both of our parents, all of our parents.
Yeah, he was crying harder than my mother, who told us she was probably going to cry, and your mother, which is... It's honestly impressive how much he cried.
My dad said he didn't feel like crying at all. He was happy for us, but didn't feel like crying. And then he saw Good Ash. When he came to get me and walk me down, Good Ash made him want to cry.
Oh, trust me, Good Ash made me want to cry too at some points.
Made Contri want to scream, probably.
And she did scream just a little bit.
Doctor.
You're so good at your job, doctor.
He starts
He chuckles, shakes his head.
somewhere. Well, he's alive, but I would like to say somewhere Ash might be rolling in his grave knowing the dual wedding never got off. I hope he's not dead.
Yeah. I don't think he's dead. He taps the table a couple times. But I could just imagine him, if he is alive right now, on his hands and knees, screaming at the sky, "No!"
She was drinking some water and almost spits it out on the table. Little sister!
Why, little brother?
She shakes her head. Yeah, when we were split, we were talking about it. I was telling your mom, the moment I knew I wanted to be married was when it was just me and you, and not because we ran into him and his goofy son. She gestures down to the saint, but because it was just you dressed nicely, me dressed nicely, and we were walking down to that. You remember the restaurant Leslie would take us to? That place.
Yeah, I do remember.
That's when I knew. Because I was trying to tell your mom, it was like at Raven Rock, how could you even really think about the future? Because it was like there's always somebody, not between us, but there's always something there, somebody there. And when we did have private time, it was we were either having sex or watching movies and TVs, or one of us was exhausted and having a talk like that. It just couldn't even think of a future.
Yeah, like you said, it wasn't like someone was between us, but like behind us, almost.
Yeah, and I mean it was a small base. There was always somebody around. It was like I described it to your mother like this, and then she got Nicole to make the illusion for a visual. But like you have a mirror or glass, like the Matrix where he puts his finger. It was like that, and I'd see you on the other side and want to grab you with both hands and just pull you in, but you could only do that sometimes.
Yeah, and then other times you couldn't reach through, or someone was holding on to me, not allowing you to pull me through.
I have a limited. I won't claim to know what Davine felt like, but I think I do have a limited understanding of what she went through with wanting Hunk but couldn't have him. Though I could have you. We had each other. We had a great time. We always made the best of our crappy situations, but sometimes you just need your privacy, your space, And that short walk was some of the and we hardly talked. But it was some of the best time. I think it was one of the best times I've ever had at Raven Rock. Or in the Headhunter.
Julius nods. Some of my best memories with you, we weren't even like talking or anything. We were just sitting together. I had my arm over your shoulder. You were laying on my chest, and we weren't really doing anything. I think I was reading a book or something. But we were just sitting there. There's solace and peace in silence. If you're able to be silent with someone, it just means your connection is very deep.
She nods her head. Maybe we made Ash feel the same way, though Ceres wasn't around all the time, but just the living arrangements, the confinements, but that was back when I didn't want to come in between you and Ash, because I thought you guys were like, brother. He says in her Ash voice.
He chuckles to himself. Yeah, I could definitely get it at the time. We were closer than we are now. Let's just say that.
Hands up to the air, screaming no. She starts laughing.
On his knees, like Planet of the Apes at the end. What did you do to her, little brother? You married her. No.
That poor Colonel guy. Ash, what the hell is wrong with you? Come on, Ash, we gotta hike up this mountain. For God's sakes, collect yourself, son.
You're gonna give our position away to the enemy. What are you doing?
Little brother!
Why?
Oh, thank God it all worked out. Went off without a hitch.
Yep, and everyone seems to be having a good time right now. He looks over at her, smiles. Although I couldn't really care about that. All I really care about is I got to marry you.
He looks up at you and gives you a kiss. Likewise. On our terms, on our day.
On our perfect day.
I was stressed, honestly. Don't know why. It's just like, do I look good? I fixed my hair for 45 minutes.
He looks at her hair. I think it looks beautiful.
You weren't nervous?
Honey, I'm gonna tell you this. I was more nervous before the ceremony than I am to fight Tewaz.
Being up in front of all those people.
Yeah, having to... Yeah. All those people, and it wasn't even like the amount of people, it was who the people were. It was like my big issue, like, oh my god, the Arcane Council's right there.
Right? It's like, hey, we stormed into their office. I acted like an idiot. I showed them risque pictures of Julius. Oh, then there's Lorelai. She's probably going to object. Oh, hey, there's those nerds from the podcast who, I mean, I guess we didn't do anything weird to them.
Well, I mean, other than almost having sex on their podcast.
That's true. Agent R, Agent O. I saw them and I was happy, but I was really afraid Lanaya would follow them. Thank God they had the foresight not to bring her.
Yep, because my parents would have definitely just went at it.
A cat fight at our wedding. That's what I was concerned about. A big cat fight. And I would have jumped in on Davine's side.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. I'm sure Icy would have too.
Yeah. And now we get to be on the spectating end of the next weddings. Icy's and Nicole's, or Icy's and Banksy's whenever they have it, and your mom and dad.
Yep, there's multiple reasons why it's always good to go first, especially when it comes to something like marriage.
She does not respond. You see her just looking blankly down at the table.
He looks at the table and up at her.
No! Why would you say that? No, I can't stop thinking about it.
What? Well, I'm sorry.
He takes the ranger helmet off. No!
He throws it in a fit of rage, punches the ground a couple times, then...
What the F are you doing, mate?
Oh, those poor three rangers. I wouldn't know how to react to that.
I felt bad for Tal and Suletta for him not being able to be there. But maybe if that actually is happening, he at least got a laugh out of it. Little siblings!
Why have you done this to me? We were supposed to have our wedding together.
She snaps her fingers, trying to fight back, laughing so everybody here doesn't. She doesn't want everybody to hear her and look at her. A flaming airship is falling in the background behind.
You can see him wearing the backpack of a parachute on his back while he's screaming into the sky.
She can't stop laughing. That's all I'm gonna think about. And then the next time I see Ash, be professional, work as a team, we win, secure the future. That's all I'm gonna be thinking about. Thank you.
Hey, it's no problem, baby.
He's gonna come up, probably. Congratulations on the wedding. Thank you, Ash. And I'm going to be fighting back laughter.
Because all you're gonna be able to think about is him with a lazy eye screaming up.
Oh, now we're adding the lazy eye into the equation.
We are adding the lazy eye. I mean, it is 10 times more funnier if you add the lazy eye.
Or He doesn't have the lazy eye. She points at you, and the colonel tries to snap him out of it. What did Malcolm do? Throws a plate, hits him in the same eye, and it goes lazy.
Throws just like a magazine at Ash instead of a plate, and boom, lazy eye.
She gets down here. Hunk and Davine are passionately kissing. Hunk's going for the neck.
Oh, she's letting him, and she is putting her hands up his shirt and grabbing his pecs.
Festivities got you in the mood, huh?
Maybe that is the case.
Yeah. So you like the idea about camping? He's gonna pull her right into him. Body up against body.
She even wraps one of her legs around him. It's the perfect idea, I believe.
Perfect, and wedding went off without a hitch, baby.
You know what? Surprisingly, we don't have the best of luck when it comes to events like these.
Well, from now on, we'll make our own luck as he kisses her right on the lip.
She kisses him back.
He's gonna pull away. Just wait. Puts his finger up on her mouth. I've never been around like a situation like this. I'm fixing his tie slightly. You don't think I'm creepy for the whole half of a whole thing? For you're sure?
She puts her leg down and takes her hands away from under his shirt. No, of course not, dear. I think that was terribly romantic, what you said. I loved every bit of it.
Really? Good. He'll pull her back in. Resume.
She goes right back into the same position she was in.
Maybe Tal's right. Maybe we have a little PTSD kissing her neck.
I am sure we do. We could always ask Dr. Country. After a little while, I don't think we should talk to her about anything concerning Ash.
No. You're right. The poor woman. He'll push Davine up against the wall here.
She takes her other leg and pulls him in closer. Yes, I don't want to cause her any more trouble. Maybe we could talk to, like, Sunny about it? I'm sure she has some knowledge about it.
She's a smart girl, pushing Davine up against the wall, which is actually a door, and the door, boom, and opens up. Everybody turns and looks at them. And just picks Davine up, puts his other leg around her, carrying her.
Thank God we tested out that door. That is not safe.
Yeah, Tom, you gotta have this door looked at. This is supposed to be a fire exit door, right? Multiple points of egress and entry during a fire. I will have it looked at. Good. And wearing these heels kills her ankles, so just carrying her around. He'll sit down here and put her in his lap.
Yep, he was carrying me around and accidentally leaned on the door for a second and it busted open.
Here, take off the heels. I know they're bothering.
She'll take off her heels.
I'll put them right here and I'll carry them. Yeah, you know, Lorelai. Can get both of them.
Davine just smiles at her and then lays her head onto Hunk's chest.
Get too comfortable, Davine. Don't get too comfortable. She's gonna walk up this way.
Davine chuckles and gives Hunk a kiss on the cheek.
He kisses her back. Hunk, you know what? Let's just look at that. Oh, there goes the dog. Let's go sit right here and plop her down right here. The dog will scurry out of the way back to Krellin. Look at them. He gestures up to Dave or Pequod and Julia.
Yep. She looks at him. It seems like one of them told a funny joke.
He sniffles slightly. All grown up. Little prick.
God damn it. You cannot cry right now, Mark, because you'll make me cry, and then that's gonna be a whole thing.
Yep, right. Right. Save the tears for you and him dancing together. I get the dances after him, though. I've been practicing, actually.
Oh, have you now? Who have you been practicing with?
Well, first started with Nicole. And then we studied dancing. We watched videos because I want to take you down to Amels and really be large and in charge on the dance floor. Started with Nicole. Then we got into the actual dancing of it, and I was dancing on my knees because she's so short.
Davine snickers a bit. Okay.
So then it involved she got Julius and Pequod and Banksy, and most of the time I end up dancing with Banksy.
Davine covers her mouth and starts to laugh.
We're about the same height, and he's in the armor, so I have to twirl him and whip him around. It's a good workout. That's why him. But yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I remember when you two had a terrible relationship with each other. Now look at you, dancing the dance with each other.
Yeah, we get along pretty damn good when you put it that way. Pretty darn good, yeah.
Oh, I would have never thought it when I first saw Zanzibar throw him through the door.
Not my best moment.
No, it was not. But you were just trying to protect your little girl.
Yeah.
Which, if we have a daughter, maybe ease up on that a bit.
I've learned my lesson. He looks over at her. I've learned my lesson. Yeah, it wasn't good either way.
She shakes her head and then starts to laugh again. You were twirling him around.
Hey, it's a hell of a workout. He rests his head on her.
I'm sure it is, darling. I'm sure it is.
It's a heck of a workout, working out the abs, the biceps, everything. I mean, that armor weighs a lot, and he's a pretty good dancer. My kneecaps started to bleed when I was doing it with Nicole, and she was like, I think it's time we ask for help.
Oh, God. Yes, she chuckles and moves her hair out of the way a bit. Yes, poor Nicole.
One day, she'll be taller. Soon, in the next year or so Soletta says.
She nods. Oh, she definitely will be.
Dancing on my damn knees. As General Lorelei, Hunk's gonna kiss Davine on the cheek. Lorelei sits down, clears her throat, and looks over at you, Julie.
He looks over at Lorelei. Hi, ma'am. How can we help you?
Normally, you save the bride and groom dance for last. Sometimes the old ways are not the best. She'll crack her knuckles. I'm quite good behind the keys of a piano. If you'll indulge me. Pequod looks at her. You're gonna play a song for us? Lorelei smiles at her.
Thank you, ma'am. Go right ahead, of course.
Clear the dance floor. Sasha, we better get out of this. Everybody starts moving. Pequod will put her hand.
He'll take her hand and start to guide her down to the dance floor.
Pequod thanking Lorelei as she walks by. Lorelei just winks. Hug. Oh no, front and center.
Davine looks at them both. Oh God, I don't know if I can handle this.
No backing out now. Stuck here. I don't mind being stuck here with you on top of it.
No, I don't mind either. As Julius takes his position. All right, you ready?
She nods her head, smiles at you, gives you a kiss first.
He gives her a kiss back. All right, and he'll start dancing with her.
General Lorelei will begin playing It's a Wonderful World on the piano. I'm sure you've heard it before. She begins playing it nice and slow, and Pequod slowly leaning up against you, letting you lead the dance.
He leads it. Every so often, he'll throw a twirl into the dance, catch her back into his arms safely and securely, and just continue the dance.
Hunk watching the dance unfold. You guys have come over this way. Pequod crying. Tears of joy. Not tears of sorrow. Kissing your cheek. Hunk.
Davine has her hand on her cheek. Oh my god. Look at he's dancing with. I'm the one who taught him how to dance.
Mom taught him well, like I said.
And now he's dancing with her. And she actually begins to cry.
Hug following the crying up as Lorelai continues to play. And you guys will finish your dance and enjoy your night. And we'll cut there.